Come on, Maestro! Hit it!
A mighty battle raged on, with fiery projectiles hurled at a castle. Numerous troops struggled to defend the castle against the approaching hordes. Despite their efforts, parts of the castle crumbled, and people on the walls plunged into the depths. People were torn apart during the battle, and orcs climbed up the castle walls, infiltrating the interior. The defenders fought tirelessly, determined to defeat every single orc. But the orcs themselves showed unwavering fighting spirit, attacking without regard for losses. The orc mages blocked the raining fireballs with their magic, while a magical dome shielded the orcs perfectly. The orcs had another trump card up their sleeves, entering a berserker state. Deputy Commander Filion of the humans recognized this and was displeased. Together with some of his comrades, he stood on a tower on the south side, and realized that it was only a matter of time until the south gate fell. He observed the overwhelming numbers of orcs, and understood that the real problem would arise if the Orc Lord joined the fight. Unlike the other orcs, the Orc Lord was a master of aura, and possessed special aura abilities. Meanwhile, the orcs had already breached the walls, resulting in a terrible massacre. The orcs ran freely, killing anyone they encountered. A mysterious turquoise aura rose from the bodies of the fallen, creating a delicate mist that gathered into a larger source of energy in the center. More and more fallen emitted this mist, but even the people themselves did not know where it came from. The corpses enveloped in the mist suddenly rose as undead zombies and mindlessly attacked the orcs. The battle continued between the humans and the orcs. The humans realized that there must be a necromancer on their side, as zombies, undead, and skeletons fought alongside them, filling the battlefield. In front of the southern city gate, the Orc Lord continued to fight undeterred, overwhelming the humans with the help of his aura. However, a challenger appeared before him. The Necromancer, with green hair and a braid, floated in front of the Orc Lord, black and purple magical spheres mysteriously flashing around him. Despite his magical abilities, the Necromancer had muscles and carried a sword. The Necromancer knew that ordinary zombies couldn't defeat an Aura Master. He raised his hand forward and opened portals behind him, unleashing powerful monsters onto the battlefield. Accompanied by his numerous undead, who had now reached a considerable number, he marched onto the battlefield. However, the Orc Lord only needed to swing his weapon once forcefully to effortlessly defeat and sweep away his opponents. The Orc Lord, surrounded by aura and emitting a faint red glow, prepared to strike with his powerful arms. He brought his attack down onto the ground, and as the red aura faded, he noticed a powerful skeleton behind him. This skeleton was stronger than its smaller counterparts and also prepared for a vertical strike. However, the Orc Lord easily brushed aside the attack. Another strong undead rushed towards him, delivering a mighty blow that prevented the Orc Lord from countering. Seizing the opportunity, the skeleton prepared for another strike. Together with a larger panther undead, they launched a barrage of attacks against the Orc Lord, who skillfully evaded them. Suddenly, the panther saw its chance and dealt a tremendous blow to the Orc Lord, sending him flying backward. Despite the attack, the Orc Lord managed to stay on his feet, while his subordinates continued to fight on the battlefield. The Necromancer, wielding his sword before the gates, impressed the observing humans. They couldn't believe that a Necromancer possessed such excellent sword skills. He and his subordinates showcased their prowess on the battlefield, with the giant crushing opponents with brute force, the elf piercing enemies with dark lightning, and another follower shattering enemies and paralyzing them before delivering a finishing blow with his axe. The surviving humans were astonished by the spectacle before them. They realized that a single man with his abilities had turned the tide of battle and showed them a path to victory, even if he employed forbidden magic from the Empire. Compared to the Necromancer's creatures, the humans seemed tiny. The Orc Lord admitted that he never expected ordinary corpses to corner him like this, and grinned. He warned the Necromancer not to think he had already won just because he landed a good blow. The Orc Lord admired the Necromancer as a strong opponent, and entered his berserker state, his aura radiating from his body. Meanwhile, the Necromancer had his own thoughts. He admired the Orc Lord's magnificent body, which he desired to make his own. The Necromancer divided his sword into smaller pieces and personally charged towards the Orc Lord. As the Necromancer swung his whip-like sword, it was held back by the Orc's aura spirit, while the real Orc landed a direct hit on the Necromancer. The Necromancer's body dissolved into the turquoise light emanating from the fallen soldiers' corpses. In a reflexive move, the Orc turned around, attempting to block the real Necromancer's attack directly. A fierce collision occurred, and the Orc's sword got stuck in a pile of bones, as the Necromancer had created a bone shield just before the Orc's counterattack succeeded. In the face of the Orc, he realized he needed to become much stronger. Bones started enveloping him from below, fortifying his body. He recognized the importance of growing stronger to ensure his own survival. His body became increasingly covered by bones as he focused his gaze on the imminent battle. Faces appeared before his inner eyes, motivating him to survive and become stronger for himself and those important to him. The bone solidified, forming a breastplate. While he considered his soldiers important, his armor was now complete. With his new armor, he stood face to face with the Orc Lord, both highly focused. The Orc Lord shouted at the Necromancer, challenging him to entertain him well in their final battle. The Necromancer charged forward, astonishing everyone with his tremendous speed. He pushed the Orc Lord back excellently and became even faster. His sword ignited during the attacks, further increasing his striking power. However, the Orc Lord also knew how to defend himself and prepared to counter with his real body and aura. In a different setting, it was a beautiful and grand academy with blue and golden accents, the Rodland Academy, the most prestigious and supportive academy of the Empire. Among the students, there were some who were not acknowledged. In a secret room accessed through special portals, Andreas conversed with an elderly man. In this room, there was a barrel of water, and many corpses hung from the ceiling. Andreas apologized for not remembering where he had placed the body he had been working on last week. The older man walked through the room, passing numerous tables where other undead lay undergoing experimentation. He expressed disappointment with Andreas for not remembering the body's location. In these secret rooms, Andreas and the older man studied the forbidden black magic of the Necromancers. They had to keep their activities secret, as being caught would result in immediate execution. Andreas picked up a large bottle full of blood and carefully poured it on the floor, using it to trace a magical circle around a corpse. The older man instructed Andreas to take a step back as he began the ritual. Holding a small skull in one hand, he placed his other hand above the blood-smeared magic circle. They both enveloped themselves in a turquoise mist. Andreas, too, surrounded himself with the mist, which had spread throughout half of the room. The corpse within the circle rose but let out a scream, indicating another failure. The older man concluded it was enough for the day and made notes of the experiment, suggesting they clear their heads. Andreas, however, felt that he hadn't learned anything new and was disappointed with the day's lesson. As he cleaned the floor illuminated by a torch, he contemplated the dangers of what he was doing. Despite the risks, he couldn't simply quit. He looked at a few books on a shelf, realizing this was the only place where he could read books about dark magic in peace. He apologized once again to the older man for taking so long to clean up. The older man questioned how Andreas would manage everything on his own if he already needed half a day to clean up. Andreas found the statement foolish and believed he was only slow because he hadn't been taught anything and had to learn everything on his own. However, the older man continued to nag and harass Andreas, stating that he wouldn't tolerate any more mistakes. Andreas replied that he would do his best to satisfy his master. The teacher continued the conversation and mentioned that he didn't know if he could rely on him, but he would give him another chance. He ordered him to go to the Binholz National Graveyard and get him another body. He also reminded Andreas that he was the one who had taken him in as an orphan. For this reason, the teacher believed that Andreas always had to prove his worth, anywhere and any time. If he failed to do so, he knew exactly what would happen. Emotionlessly, Andreas looked at his teacher and knew that he would then become one of his experiments. The teacher then ordered him to go and not waste any more time. Immediately Andreas set off. As he opened the door to the corridor, he encountered other students and realized that his teacher hadn't even given him the money for the trip to the graveyard. He looked at the other students, and they also saw Andreas, surprised that he was still at this school. He quickly pushed through the students and told them that he wasn't just some object to be stared at. Andreas wasn't thrilled with the current situation, but he also didn't know how to escape from it. He was in the 3rd year of the magic department at the academy, but unlike his classmates, he was a talentless heap of garbage. As an orphan from a fallen family, he tried to gain the favor of the strong and defeat the weak. He was the worst kind in the academy, a villain. As a 3rd-year student, no one wanted to associate with him. But even though he didn't really want to, he had to continue living as Andreas Cromwell. In reality, he was Makoto Kaneshiro, and he found himself in the world of great sin. Originally, he was a member of the Special Forces who couldn't accept life as a regular citizen. The only thing that provided him solace in the normal world was great sin, a video game. He immersed himself so deeply in the game that he forgot everything around him. After finally completing the game after 12 weeks, he received a call from a mysterious voice that knew his real name and possessed detailed information about him and his gaming habits. He quickly shut down his computer, but without realizing it, he became a character in his own game. 6 months before the actual main story begins, he became Andreas, a character who is always pursued by the shadow of death. Andreas further explained that all the characters in the game had to participate in the same event. They would discover the identity of his teacher, Sharon, and kill him together with Andreas. This made Andreas realize that he needed to find a way to distance himself from Sharon before the main story began. The thought of not being able to escape the characters haunting Andreas as he looked at the academy. He wondered if he could really make it. Sitting on a bench, Andreas realized that he had no choice but to become stronger before the scenario began. The only thing he could rely on were the special character traits he had acquired while playing. Determined, he stood up and set off on his journey. In doing so, he thought about one of the traits that had been random, and he had received, the dual-core trait. This allowed him to learn and perfect both magic and sword fighting. He realized that he already had problems, and doubted that he could survive if he focused only on one of the two abilities. Learning both in such a short time seemed nearly impossible. He continued on his way, contemplating that he had to rely on the other character trait he had chosen for now. He looked at his hand adorned with a ring and realized he had no other choice. He had to choose a trait that best harmonized with his necromancy. Determinedly, he clenched his fist and prepared to select a character trait. In front of him appeared a red system window for the first time. Andreas looked at the selection of character traits and was astonished by the many possibilities open to him. At first glance, he saw some traits that didn't harmonize with his necromancy at all. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, he considered which trait he should choose. He wanted to focus on one he had never seen before. He was certain that among all the traits, there had to be a good one for him. Amidst the search among all the possible options, he caught sight of the evolution trait, surprised. He pondered the potential possibilities. Evolution described a phenomenon in which living organisms could reach a higher level. Andreas had never seen this trait before, and it seemed to offer exactly what he needed most urgently now. He desperately wanted to find something that would allow him to grow quickly and leave the others behind. He didn't want to think any longer about what if, and ultimately chose this trait. Andreas had made his decision and looked down at the city at the foot of the academy. The system window confirmed his selection before disappearing. Now he saw the possibilities that this character trait could bring him. He looked at himself, his panther and the skeleton zombie, his fairy and titan, as well as a gigantic skeleton dragon. In that moment, he made up his mind to conquer this world as Andreas. The story of Andreas continued in the Maple Leaf dormitory of the Golden Academy, which could be used by the students free of charge. It was an old, beautiful building that may not have looked as luxurious as the academy itself, but was still well maintained. Andreas was a very minor villain in the actual game, and now that one was stuck in his body, they realized how weak he truly was. Sitting on his bed, he looked outside, contemplating how he could barely manage basic elemental magic. Therefore, his abilities as a necromancer were the only thing he could rely on. That's why he had chosen the evolution trait to further support and expand his necromancy. Andreas stood up, grabbed his cloak, and decided to make a quick detour to the underground laboratory before continuing his mission and going to the cemetery to fetch a new body for his teacher. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. He was determined to become stronger as quickly as possible, not just for the next event, but also to be better prepared, as there were many characters who could kill him besides his master. He walked through the door leading to the underground laboratory and glanced at some books with unusual titles. These books were meant to teach him black dark necromancy. Andreas knew that if he were to be discovered with just one of these books, it would mean instant death. However, he also knew that something else could mean his immediate demise, and he looked back into the lab where a person was caged. It was a semi-naked woman with red-orange hair, bound to the wall. Inside the cage, Andreas knew she was a vampire. Vampires in this world were unaffected by sunlight and could also wield very powerful magic. They were not a species that Sharon could easily obtain. Andreas thought about how she was roughly on the level of a mid-game boss. Suddenly, the vampire spoke to him, causing Andreas to turn around. The vampire asked if he wouldn't help her escape. A train swiftly passed over a bridge, and due to the speed of the ride, the city in the background was only fleetingly visible. Andreas sat on this train, contemplating the conversation with the vampire, which seemed very enticing to him. He believed it to be a heaven-sent gift, a stroke of luck in his favor. The vampire promised Andreas that if he set her free, she would kill Sharon for him. She also asked if he wasn't afraid that Sharon would eventually kill him first. Andreas hadn't expected anything less, and knew that the vampire had read his thoughts when he was focused on the books. In that moment, he had been careless and hadn't acted like Andreas. The vampire appeared serious, because she knew it was her only chance to escape and make Sharon pay for imprisoning her. Andreas told her that if he set her free, there would be no guarantee that she wouldn't harm him as well. In response, she swore not to kill him, repeating this a few times but with a sly grin on her face. Andreas wondered if a high-ranking being like a vampire would keep promises made to mere mortals. He looked down at her, incredulous, questioning whether he should really believe her. Additionally, Andreas pondered if it was too soon to betray his teacher directly, and if it could cause further problems in the current timeline. The vampire, on the other hand, told him that there was no time to consider the matter, but urged him to set her free now. However, Andreas wanted to conduct further research to learn more about vampires. He knew that there was a book about them somewhere. The train continued its journey and passed through a tunnel. Meanwhile, the next stop, the National Cemetery with Hearthfell Station, was announced. Gasping for breath, Andreas dragged a suitcase behind him as he walked the final stretch to the cemetery. Completely out of breath, he realized that everything would be easier if he had money. But for now, he had to rely on his physical strength and hard work. He looked at the entrance gate to the cemetery, knowing that it was where all the black mages obtained their corpses. Andreas spoke to the guard watching the gate, claiming that he came from Jenny's house and was the third grandson. The guard asked if he had brought flowers. Andreas confirmed this and said that he had brought 13 azure sky irises, successfully gaining access to the cemetery. Luckily, he remembered the password from his previous game time. He continued dragging the suitcase and encountered an older man who was taking a short break from digging up a corpse. The man recognized Andreas and told him that he had perfect timing and had come at the right moment. He showed Andreas the corpse he had just unearthed, the corpse of a knight. As previously agreed upon with Sharon, the knight held a golden sword in its arms. The man told Andreas to take it, or leave it if he wasn't satisfied. Andreas was somewhat overwhelmed, but thanked the man and took the corpse. With his weak body he tried to carry it into his suitcase. Barely managing, he was ready to head back before it was too late. But as he sat panting and exhausted over his suitcase, he noticed a grave adorned with a beautiful tombstone. Several candles stood on it, and flowers were placed as well. Andreas felt as though he had seen the name on the tombstone before, and suddenly recognized it. He also remembered where he had seen it. It was the name Michael Lifehill, and this man was an aura master. Nickel was someone who had spent years training in complete isolation to follow the path of the sword. He trained until his hair and beard turned grey, becoming a badass anime grandpa in the process. He swung his sword from top to bottom repeatedly until he was eventually able to slice through the air. However, even though he chose the path of the sword and became an aura master, he died once he achieved his goal due to old age. Originally this was a small Easter egg. Andreas wondered why they had introduced something like that, because no one knew that he had ultimately succeeded in achieving his dream and becoming an aura master. In the meantime, the old man working in the cemetery had already started filling in the grave. Andreas continued to think about Nickel and wondered what would happen if he managed to create a dark knight from Nickel's body. Of course, he knew that even Sharon couldn't create a first-class dark knight in the present time. However, once Andreas further developed his character through evolution, it would no longer be a problem for him. So he wanted to start looking for a suitable body now, someone with the talent to become his subordinate. He approached the gravekeeper, who had just finished filling in the grave. The gravekeeper went on the offensive and asked Andreas if he wanted a different body. However, if that were the case, he would need Karen's permission first, because he didn't have the right to arrange such a thing on his own. Andreas thought for a moment and asked if the gravekeeper would make an exception if he exchanged the body for his signet ring. Surprised and fascinated by the ring, the gravekeeper looked at it. He recognized that it was the seal of a count and realized that he could fetch a lot of money by selling it. He questioned whether Andreas was truly willing to trade it for a body. Andreas told him that he had nothing else but this old ring and that he would gladly give it away. As a mage, only the results of his experiments mattered to him. The gravekeeper, who had already made up his mind and was acting a bit hesitant, handed Andreas the ring. Andreas assured him that he wouldn't tell Sharon about it. The gravekeeper was certain that Andreas would give in, which he did, telling Andreas that he could have another body. Andreas knew that the ring was valuable, but the body meant more to him than any amount of gold. He thanked the gravekeeper and instructed him which grave to dig up. The moon shone particularly beautifully that night, casting a soft blue light upon the earth. When the gravekeeper finished, Andreas opened the coffin and examined Nickel's corpse. He was glad that the clear future he had seen yesterday through his character selection was slowly coming closer, and he was taking the first steps in that direction. Once he returned, he intended to begin his Necromancer training immediately, with the images of his first subordinate in the background. Andreas still couldn't quite believe that he would soon become stronger. He definitely wanted to rely on his first subordinate. When Andreas returned to the laboratory, he had to start working right away. He placed the body he had retrieved for Sharon on a table and realized that it was an ordinary usable body. He had to take care of this body, prepare it, and be responsible for it. He knew he would be punished if anything happened to it. Around him were more experiments and individual body parts, as well as tools. Andreas wasn't very pleased that he was being ordered around immediately upon his return, but he also knew that he worked better when annoyed. He thought that his body would instinctively remember the work. He wore a leather mask and wiped the sweat from his forehead with one hand. He wanted to quickly finish the tedious work for Sharon and finally be able to start his studies. After preparing the corpse, he wiped away some blood, while quartz still hung from the ceiling above him. He thought about Nickel in his suitcase and wondered if he would be able to use him at his level. He knew that at his level, he could only work with a skeleton. Andreas pondered whether his character trait would also affect his subordinates, but was uncertain, since he had never used this trait before. Additionally, he didn't have any money left to test it on another body beforehand. Suddenly, the chains clanged as they tensed. The vampire addressed Andreas once again, asking how long he intended to keep them waiting. Andreas looked back at the cage and replied that they weren't asleep, as he had thought. The vampire emphasized that they had already sworn not to harm him, and asked again if he wouldn't free them, and if he wanted to toil for Sharon for the rest of his life. Andreas approached the cage, standing directly in front of her. He'd been waiting for this conversation with a hopeful look. The vampire asked if he was finally sane, and would finally set them free. Andreas had always wondered how Sharon managed to capture and imprison such a vampire. But as he read the book about vampires on the train, he found the answer. The vampire wondered why he had been staring at her silently the whole time and asked why he was doing that. She also asked if he still had doubts. She told him to hurry up and make a decision. Otherwise she would kill him herself, even if he freed her. Andreas said that he would free her, to which she widened her eyes. He explained that he could no longer work for Sharon. Joyfully she held out her handcuffs to him and asked if he would truly free her now. Andreas said that he would, but she would have to swear on the name of her family that she wouldn't harm him. Upon hearing this, she widened her eyes, and her body language changed. Andreas recognized from her reaction that the things described in the book were indeed true. He had read that a vampire who swore on the name of their family could not break that oath. Suddenly, Andreas also widened his eyes when the vampire agreed to his condition. She swore on the name of Lucifer. Andreas was surprised at how easily it went. The vampire swore on the name of her family. A system window opened in front of Andreas, informing him that he had fulfilled certain conditions and that the system had found a species capable of evolving. The probability of the vampire Angela becoming Angela Lucifer was currently 55%. To Angela's surprise, Andreas fiddled with something in the system window. Andreas wondered why he had the ability to evolve others as well, depending on whether they were his subordinates or not. The system window described the type of development and that the goal could be developed to a higher level. Furthermore, it directly asked him if he wanted to develop her or not. Andreas thought about taking the opportunity before using it on Nickel to see the effects of evolution. He also thought that even if something were to happen, he wouldn't be at fault. Angela asked him what he was waiting for, and if he had deceived her and didn't actually want to set her free. In the system, he selected yes, and decided to evolve Angela. She was completely shocked, and a stabbing pain ran through her body. She screamed in pain, holding her head and falling to the ground. Andreas looked on in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before him. Angela could hardly bear the pain and gasped in agony. When she regained some semblance of consciousness, she asked Andreas what he had done. Another wave of pain filled her body, and she fainted back onto the floor. Andreas wondered what was happening as she lay unconscious down there. He said she should pull herself together because otherwise he wouldn't know if the evolution was a success or a failure. Nevertheless, whether it had worked or not, he had learned something new about his character trait. If he could evolve beings that weren't his own subordinates, he could certainly evolve his own subordinates as well. He prepared Nickel on a table and intended to make him one of his subordinates. He smeared some blood on the ground again and drew a magic circle in the center, placing Nickel's body inside. Andreas prepared to summon him. He raised his hands to chest height above him and gathered the turquoise mist again while staring at the skeleton summoning. Then a system window appeared, informing him that a corpse had been found that was also capable of practicing necromancy. Additionally, the system added another effect to the corpse. Andreas was completely surprised by the message and couldn't believe what he had read. In addition to the turquoise mist, a black dark mist now appeared, swirling around the corpse. Nickel floated slightly above the ground while Andreas continued to perform the ceremony. he realized that it took an immense amount of mana to summon a simple skeleton. Slowly, the skin detached from the bones of the corpse until only the bones remained visible. As the last bit of skin dissolved into thin air, the skeleton, completely enveloped in the turquoise mist, stood upright. Andreas, lying exhausted on the ground, watched in astonishment. The system informed him that the skeleton summoning was a success, and that he had summoned a legendary-level skeleton. Additionally, it notified him that his skeleton summoning spell had reached level 3. Andreas couldn't believe that it had worked. Furthermore, the system informed him that the skeleton had a very high level, granting him a series of advantages, such as rank promotion and reclassification as a skeleton soldier. Moreover, it could recall certain things from its previous life. He looked at the skeleton and saw his status window next to it. Based on the status window and the sword mastery attribute, Andreas realized that Nickel had indeed been an aura master in his previous life. Subsequently, the skeleton communicated using sign language. Andreas explained to it that he was now its master and that he would take care of it and be responsible for it. The skeleton understood this, and Andreas felt confident about their future together. Once he returned to his room, he relaxed a bit. He looked at his calendar and knew that it would still take a year for Sharon to die. However, he also knew that there were still several things to be done by then. He opened the system window and checked his status. But first, Andreas wanted to summon his skeleton, so he got up and asked his system to summon the skeleton he had stored in another dimension for so long. It came through a blue portal to Andreas in his dimension. Andreas knew it would be bad if someone found his new friend, so he decided to give him some clothes. First, it was a sunny day outside, and it was peaceful. The skeleton wore a black parka with a hood and a red scarf. Andreas thought it now looked like a real human, no matter how you looked at it. Suddenly the skeleton began training with an imaginary sword. Andreas realized that the Easter egg description had not been a lie. He remembered the description that said Nickel had actually died during training and wanted to continue training even after his death. Then he smiled, because it wasn't a bad thing for him. He clenched his fist and had finally found a way to train his character trait. Andreas called out Nickel's name, causing him to pause his training. He asked if Andreas could teach him the art of swordsmanship. Nickel immediately began teaching his new master the art of swordsmanship. He showed him the basics and corrected his posture. However, Andreas was so strained just for maintaining the posture that he was dripping with sweat, and his body trembled from the effort. He was grateful that God had taught him to endure such physical strain. Additionally, he found it crazy that his first mentor was a master of aura, and trained him so rigorously. Nevertheless, he knew that with proper training, he too could use aura in the future. Furthermore, he could switch between mana and aura since he possessed the dual core attribute. He would embark on the path of a magical swordmaster, utilizing not only mana in his heart, but also in his dantian. Unfortunately, it would be a bit more challenging to grow initially, but once he mastered the initial phase, he would be stronger than anyone else, just like the first King Edmund who founded the kingdom. Nickel would pinch Andreas every time he deviated from the prescribed form as a punishment, causing Andreas to scream like a little girl. Andreas asked him what that was about, to which Nickel used sign language to make it clear that he should focus and not get lost in his thoughts. Andreas also asked how Nickel's grip could be so strong, even though it consisted only of a few bones. Nickel attempted to explain, but all that could be heard was the clattering of his teeth. Andreas remembered that he was a member of the Special Forces before entering the game, so he didn't really find the physical training to be that bad. He wanted to show the original Andreas a thing or two about guts. However, the screams he let out when Nickel pinched him again could be heard throughout the entire community building. In the evening, Andreas sat at his desk with a cup of tea and a small tea kettle, wondering how developed his necromancy skill was. Since he had skipped class today to train with Nickel, he opened his status window and found that in the 5 hours that Nickel had been in his dimension and trained with him, he'd gained 2 points. It was faster than he thought. Of course, he knew that it would take much longer to level up the beginner level of his abilities. Additionally, he found it strange that his teacher Sharon hadn't called him in a while. The vampire woman who was still unconscious still appeared normal, so Sharon hadn't discovered that Andreas had further developed her. Andreas realized that it would take a very long time for the development to be complete, and worried that something might go wrong. He looked somewhat annoyed in his room. Nickel was still training diligently there. He wiped off his sweat again and told Nickel that while he knew he had unlimited endurance and didn't feel fatigued, he was overdoing it with his training. He also thought that if he had a potion to help regenerate his endurance, he could train just as much. There were 2 potions that would be useful to him at the moment. One was the healing potion, which heals internal injuries and alleviates fatigue, and the other was the regeneration potion, which heals external wounds and significantly improves the regeneration rate. Unfortunately, there was no way for someone as poor as him to afford these potions. Andreas considered whether he should make the potions himself to keep the costs lower. However, he also knew that the manufacturing process would not be as simple as in the game. Although he knew all the necessary ingredients, he lacked the precise proportions. Determined, he stood up and decided to attend a lecture on potions to expand his knowledge. He made his way to the main building of the academy and opened the door to the lecture hall. Several students were already there, waiting for the teacher. As Andreas entered the classroom, the whispering of the other students about him began. They wondered why he had come to the potions class. Their first assumption was that he had only come to pick up a few girls. As they continued gossiping, Andreas could hear everything. However, he decided to ignore it and endure. He looked around the class and spotted a girl with short, blondish-white hair. She sighed and seemed equally bored with the gossip. Finally, the teacher entered the room and began the class. Professor Vauban taught intermediate herbology at the academy. He stood at the front of the class, speaking about individual ingredients for potions. Andreas listened to the lecture half-heartedly, since he already knew the content from the game. What interested him were the precise measurements for the potions. Bored, he continued to listen and wondered when the teacher would get to the point that interested him. Finally, the time came. The teacher explained that his next topic was a method for brewing a physical reinforcement potion. He repeated himself and explained to the students that the base of this potion was mohin leaves mixed with 3 other ingredients. As the teacher continued speaking and pointing at the board with his stick, Andreas was confused. He didn't know this recipe, and the explanation didn't align with his game experience. He was also surprised that the teacher presented a recipe with so many side effects. In response, he raised his hand and asked the teacher if he could ask a question. The teacher allowed it. Andreas asked why he didn't add 2 more ingredients. This question puzzled the teacher and piqued the interest of the girl who had sighed earlier. The whole class fell silent, and all eyes turned to Andreas. The teacher adjusted his glasses and asked why he should do that. He added that if he were to do that, he wouldn't be brewing a potion, but rather making a soup. The whole class burst into laughter. Andreas was puzzled because the ingredients he listed were the ones needed for a physical reinforcement potion. He was surprised by this reaction from the teacher, while the others laughed. He continued to ponder and concluded that the method he knew to brew a potion with fewer or no side effects had not been discovered yet. After the class ended and he left the room, he thought that his knowledge was much better than what he had learned in that class. He contemplated whether it would be better to learn on his own, and found his idea of attending the class not so wise. He slung his bag over his shoulder and headed to the research department. However, the blondish white-haired girl watched him with interest as he left. When Andreas arrived in the research area, he sat at a table with many scientific devices and liquids. His notes lay in front of him, and there was a large shelf with many books on the wall. He was currently trying to figure out the mixing ratio of the potion he knew from his game time, but the system kept reporting that the potion-making failed. Frustrated, he was annoyed by yet another failure, and visibly disappointed. He leaned back and contemplated that even if he knew the recipe, he would need a reliable method to prepare it. He also worried about the cost of the materials, which were much higher than he had anticipated. If he continued to use them for failures, he would soon go bankrupt. Andreas wondered what would happen if someone were to help him, but he concluded that it was impossible for someone to be willing to help someone like him. Suddenly, the door to his room opened a crack, and a small light shone through. The blondish-white-haired girl from his class stuck her head through the door. She approached Andreas and said that she had been expecting him to be there. Andreas was shocked because he knew that she was one of the playable characters in the game, and he wondered what she was doing here. She was Lucia Everlast, one of the characters that players could choose to play the game with. Her special talent lay in potion-making. Furthermore, Andreas was surprised why she was here. Normally she shouldn't have any close contact with him. Lucia wiped away the charred smoke that lingered in the air due to the failure and reminded him of his setback. Andreas wanted to ignore her and hoped that she would disappear, but she leaned forward slightly and asked him what he was experimenting with. He replied that it was a secret. Andreas was somewhat annoyed. Not only had he attended the class, which had brought him nothing but problems, but now he had even more problems than before due to his presence there. He tried to ignore her and turn back to his experiments, at which point Lucia looked somewhat irritated. However, she didn't give up and said that he was really bitter. Andreas had only one thought: she should just disappear. Lucia said that she hadn't expected Andreas to make the first move, causing him to turn around curiously. She placed her hand next to him and leaned slightly over his table. Then she asked him if he wouldn't like to study together with her. Confidently, she continued to ask if he didn't think it would be a good idea to learn together. Andreas felt that there was no reason to reject this request, so he asked her what she wanted and what she hoped to achieve from their collaboration. Lucia replied that it was so unusual for her to seek someone to research and learn together. Andreas responded that she would have no benefits from their collaboration. Lucia retorted that she would be very grateful if they could work together. She also explained that she had realized that Andreas had talent and was on the verge of creating something great. She looked forward to developing medicine that didn't exist in their world yet. Andreas silently contemplated. Actually, he wanted to make potions for himself. He knew that Lucia's interest in potions didn't stem from having a certain talent for it, but rather from the fact that she needed to find a way to cure her illness, which could potentially be fatal. Even the most renowned doctors and pharmacists couldn't cure her illness, so she began teaching herself potion-making. The disease she had was given to her by the system itself. Andreas also knew that no one else besides him was capable of finding an antidote for her, as he had played the game so intensively. However, he couldn't risk someone as intelligent as her discovering his true identity, as she would immediately kill him. He realized that she suddenly had an interest in him because of the things he had said in class. Andreas continued to ignore her, thinking that he shouldn't anger her recklessly. Therefore, he told her that he wasn't interested in collaboration and asked her to please leave. In response, Lucia mentioned the name of a mushroom. This surprised Andreas, and he made a shocked expression. She explained to him that he hadn't mentioned this mushroom in class, but it was another essential ingredient for the potion he wanted to brew. Andreas was surprised that she knew about the main ingredient. Normally, no one besides him should know about this ingredient. Lucia pointed to a test tube and told him that if he added this mushroom, he would be able to make a potion. Proudly, she said that she knew this intuitively, and that despite his rejection, she was willing to help him. She also mentioned that they could even earn some money if they were successful. However, Andreas declined again, and told her to please leave if she had finished what she came for. He didn't want to risk giving up his life so easily just because of her attractive offer. Lucia then started to leave, but before she exited the room, She told Andreas that she would give him some more time to reconsider her offer. She believed that he would change his mind soon. Andreas watched her annoyed and knew that it wouldn't happen so soon because, even though he wouldn't have to worry about normal collaboration, he found the risk of being exposed too high. After conducting enough research for the time being, he made his way back to his room to continue training. There he trained alongside Nickel and contemplated that he still couldn't solve the problem of the correct mixing ratios on his own. Additionally, he thought during training that another problem was money, and he needed to come up with a way to obtain something to afford the ingredients. He considered whether a good idea would come to him for this problem. Suddenly he startled as Nickel trained with full concentration and executed a downward strike. Andreas knew that Nickel had purposely exaggerated this strike to remind him that a certain focus was necessary during training. So he decided to concentrate more during training and think about his money problems later. He thought about an envelope on his desk and whether there really was no way to earn money. The only idea he had was to ask his older sister for money, from whom the letter came stating that she missed him. However, he realized that this was exactly what the previous Andreas had done. Nevertheless, he didn't know how else to help himself, and even though he didn't approve of this way of getting money, he couldn't find any other option. However, he told himself that this would be the last time he would do it. As Andreas walked across the academy campus, he happened to be recognized by another girl. She was surprised to see him carrying a book and wondered if he had changed and finally made something of himself. However, she concluded that even if he had changed and was finally learning something, it would be impossible for his trashy personality to have changed. And so she wanted to forget that she had seen him. The girl who thought of him this way was Diane Alvin, the magical prodigy and the youngest girl of the Alvin family. Another character who was normally playable and could easily kill Andreas if she found out he was using dark magic. When Andreas and Diane were younger, they had a very good relationship and often played together. However, after Andreas's family could no longer repay their debts, their good relationship fell apart. He also remembered that the original Andreas had done some unpleasant things back then, which would probably already be enough for her to kill him in a normal conversation. He thought about it, realizing that it wouldn't be unusual for her to kill him, and he recognized that he had already encountered many people who could kill him. However, amidst all his thoughts, he realized that asking his sister for money was truly the only option to quickly become stronger and reduce the danger of being killed, which was currently looming over him. Andreas set off for the capital city of Rodland. Once he arrived in the city, he knew that the place he was looking for must be somewhere ahead of him. It was a large, fancy house, and the lights from the street shining in the night sparkled on the building. Andreas and his sister sat in a small room upstairs, equipped with a window through which they could see the other guests visiting the building. His sister asked him why he hadn't responded to the many letters she had sent him, and if something had happened. Andreas apologized to his sister Amy for making her work despite being a lady of the Count. However, she told him that he didn't need to apologize as he bore no guilt. Full of shame and nervousness, Andreas clutched a small cup. Amy asked him why he had such a peculiar expression and began to giggle. She also asked him if he needed money again. She immediately handed him an envelope, explaining that she had suspected as much and had already prepared some money. He accepted the envelope, and Amy added that he shouldn't spend the money irresponsibly. Andreas thanked her and assured her that he would repay the money. Suddenly his sister's eyes widened, and she asked Andreas where his ring was, which shocked Andreas as well. He lied to his sister, saying that he had taken it off to avoid losing it. Curiously, Amy inquired if he would really take good care of the ring. Andreas couldn't tell her the truth, but Amy asked him, already suspecting that he had given it away if he had actually done so. She trembled all over and couldn't believe that he had done this particular thing. Andreas knew he couldn't lie because no matter what he would say, she would recognize that he was lying. She pounded her hands on the table and looked at the dejected Andreas in anger. She said that he wanted to disappear and that she didn't want to see him anymore. She stormed out of the room and also said that he should never come back and that he didn't need to repay the money either. Andreas jumped up and yelled for her to wait. He would get it back. But his sister ran out of the room and slammed the door behind her. He realized that this ring was truly important to his sister and that he had never seen her like this before. Amy was still running and crying, tears streaming down her cheeks, while Andreas stood rooted to the spot, wondering about the terrible feeling he was experiencing. He looked down at his hand and wanted to retrieve the ring as soon as possible. He remembered the death of his comrades and questioned the meaning of life when one only survives. He himself wasn't very happy when he became the sole survivor of his unit. Back then, he was determined to follow through with what he now had and achieve success. That's why he wanted to accept Lucia's offer, swallow his pride and take the risk. A week had passed since Andreas made the decision to accept Lucia's offer. Throughout that entire week, he spent his time refining and perfecting his potion. Lucia eventually urged him to leave his room and engage in some training, so he started running and spent all his time working on the potion and training with her, which was naturally exhausting. Meanwhile, Lucia mostly lounged around lazily. However, when she decided to get up and help, she was a great support, and things progressed much faster. Most of the time, though, she lay on the couch and slept. Andreas called her name, to which she sleepily responded. He asked her why it felt like he was the only one working. She retorted that he was just imagining it. Over time, this made him somewhat angry. Yet even in her half-asleep state, Lucia could give instructions to Andreas and share her expertise. She told him that he needed to change the ratio of ingredients, using a bit less of one thing and a bit more of another. Andreas knew she was right and always followed her instructions. Despite her laziness, her intuition was truly accurate, always pinpointing the problem he had. Thanks to her help, he could usually solve it immediately. As he continued to experiment and mix ingredients, he reflected on their collaboration. Although he worked with her for financial reasons, he found it to be the best decision he could have made. He added some more liquid to his potion, and then took a small sample using a pipette. He dropped a drop of the sample into a test tube, and the liquid inside changed. Andreas was somewhat shocked when suddenly the system window informed him that he had successfully brewed a physical reinforcement potion at the intermediate level. Laughing loudly, he could hardly believe his luck, and jumped up to wake Lucia, who was sleeping again. She asked if he had failed again, and that's why he was so loud. Somewhat incredulous about his success, he looked over at Lucia on the couch and told her that he had done it and successfully created the potion. With that, he temporarily ended his potion experiments. Additionally, the system window showed him that he had unlocked a talent and was able to develop it based on his character traits. He realized that he could probably develop anything as long as he fulfilled the conditions. When Andreas read that he had only reached 32%, he thought of Angela the vampire, so he dismissed the window and decided to let it be for now. Lucia was also thrilled with the finished potion and surprised that it had no side effects and could be taken every day. She wanted to inform the potion examination committee immediately about this potion. Andreas told her that she could handle that part, since he had taken care of all the experimentation. Lucia replied that although she had a lot to do with the midterm exams tomorrow, she wanted to take care of submitting it to the committee since he'd done most of the work up until now. And so, another day came to an end with a beautiful sunset. In the secret chambers of the Dark Magician, Angela lay motionless on the floor, still needing to wait for 14 days, 21 hours, and 33 minutes until her development was complete. In her thoughts she repeatedly called out Andreas's name, wondering what he had done to her, and why her whole body was filled with a burning sensation and pain. However, she knew that there had to be something behind these pains. Shortly after their success with the potion, the midterm exams began, and they took a train to their examination site. Shortly before reaching their final stop, they were supposed to meet on the train to explain to the students what lay ahead for them. Andreas read a book on the train and thought that he shouldn't worry about Lucia because her talent would easily help her pass the midterm exams. After the midterm exams were over, their next step was the Magician Tower to complete the final step of their potion, presenting it to the committee for evaluation. Andreas had also prepared well for the midterm exams and trained his swordsmanship with nickel. He set aside his book and reassured himself that everything would be fine for now. If he passed the exams, he also thought about Angela's development, which should be completed soon, and that he should check on her afterwards. Andreas believed that upon his return he would apologize to Angela and explain that he had developed her, hoping she would understand her situation. However, as he continued to focus on his book and contemplate all the upcoming events, 2 students were having a conversation on the train. One of them was the genius Diane Alvin, who was asked by her friend what she thought the midterm exams would be about this year. Her friend told her that the task and the groups they would be assigned to were random, and that it would be a piece of cake for her to pass the exams if she was lucky. However, Diane explained to her friend that she didn't care who she ended up in a group with. She would do her best and pass regardless, but her friend whispered to her that it might not be so easy after all, and discreetly looked over at Andreas. In response, Andreas put away his book, and one could see the differences between his initial and current appearance, which astonished Diane and made her gulp nervously. Suddenly an announcement was made that the students should prepare to disembark at their Auckland training station in a minute. The group's teacher instructed all the students to stand up and leave the train as a large building appeared in the background. The teacher explained that, as previously known, this year's midterm exams would be a group work where the members of each group would be randomly selected. He further explained that each group would consist of 3 students from the warrior class and 1 student from the magician class. Additionally, each group would have a supervisor. The teacher stated that each group had until next Monday to complete the assigned task. After his explanation, he wished all the participants good luck and announced the groups. Andreas wasn't thrilled with his group. Besides him and Sharon, his teacher, there were a few other villains at the school, and it so happened that 2 of them were in his group for the exam. She was already mocking him on the train, calling him seagrass, due to his hair, and asking if a mage like him could even lift weights. Andreas immediately retorted, saying he didn't want to hear that from someone who needed beef jerky to appear cool. Ivy replied that she couldn't smoke on the train and had to eat something all the time, jokingly suggesting that she could chew on him instead of beef jerky. Hazar tried to calm down their arguments and mentioned that they would soon arrive at their destination. They headed towards a castle situated on a mountain. Down in the valley of the mountain lay a small village. Their group entered the castle and was amazed by the grand estate owned by Baron Balaric. Baron Balaric was an older man with a beard. He warmly welcomed their group and explained that what had happened was a true tragedy. He was eager to explain the situation to the group. As the sun set outside, he informed them that the landlord of Frim village was his nephew. Although he was also a baron, he had no family. He provided them with all the information he had. Ivy thanked him for sharing all the details with them. Baron Balaric's butler approached him and whispered something in his ear which concerned the baron's son. Andreas overheard the conversation to some extent and looked at them skeptically. He immediately sensed that something wasn't quite right. After this conversation, the baron pondered for a moment and then stood up. He said he had something to attend to and wished the group good luck with their mission. The butler apologized to the group for the baron's sudden departure, explaining that his son was feeling unwell and he had to check on him. Ivy said it was all right and they had received everything they needed. Besides, they were planning to leave any moment and continue their journey to the village. At that moment the butler's expression changed, which Andreas also noticed. As their group left the castle, Ivy praised Christopher for keeping an eye on things, and mentioned that she had noticed the Baron seemed very calm and composed, despite his nephew being missing. While inspecting her sword, She asked Andreas if the Baron's calm demeanour was the reason he insisted they leave today. Andreas confirmed her assumption and explained that there were other things that caught his attention and seemed extremely strange. He pointed out that the part about the missing investigators with whom they had lost contact sounded like a fabricated story. Additionally, it was odd that they had only sent one investigator despite several months having passed. But what was most peculiar was the butler's insistence that they would only arrive in the village after nightfall, and his strong insistence that they stay overnight. When Ivy told him that she appreciated his concern, but the mission came first and declined his offer, he wore a very dissatisfied expression. Andreas realized that after they rejected his offer, he seemed as if his plan had failed. He explained to Ivy that he found all their movements, glances, or even their breathing to be as if they were hiding something. That's why their group wanted to head to the village immediately and boarded a carriage. 2 horses pulled the carriage at an insane speed. It was night-time now, and the horses rode on a narrow path through a forest. In the carriage, Christopher asked if they should look for a place to stay once they arrived. However, Ivy made it clear that investigating the town was their priority. Andreas also pondered and wanted to start examining the landlord's castle right away. Everything up until now seemed suspicious to him, and he wanted to begin investigating the house of the missing person. Suddenly, he noticed something, and instinctively placed his hand on his chest. Mana had suddenly started to move. The closer they got to the village, the more it spiraled out of control. He wondered what was happening. All of a sudden, the whole group realized that something was wrong, and the carriage was speeding up. Hazar asked the carriage driver what was going on. However, Christopher reacted quicker and told him to move. He opened the window and looked outside to see what was happening and why they were suddenly accelerating. But when he saw what was happening, he couldn't believe his eyes. The coachman, acting like a madman, whipped the horses uncontrollably, causing them to run as fast as possible in a frenzy. The carriage kept accelerating. Christopher informed his comrades that something was wrong with the coachman. Ivy tried to analyze the situation and then kicked open the carriage door, which fell to the ground outside. She looked outside but realized it was too late, and they were about to collide with something any moment now. She told her group to prepare for impact immediately. She explained that they were about to crash into the village gate, and everyone tried to brace themselves as best as they could for the impact. They crashed through the village gate at insane speed, and the carriage flipped over and slid further into the town, where people seemed to still be on the streets. The coachman slid along the ground and came to a stop amidst dancing bare feet everywhere. The people were dancing, completely oblivious to the group that had just crashed through their village gate. Hypnotized and possessed, all the residents danced under the blue moons. Their group had survived the impact relatively well, and was in the process of climbing out of the carriage. They looked at the dancing individuals with confusion. Christopher asked Andreas what was going on. As a mage, he should know what had happened to the town's residents. Andreas realized that this had to be a bigger issue than just a mana anomaly. He knew that the fact that mana was reacting to the mana in the environment was due to the presence of dark magic. Suddenly, one of the dancing children ran towards the group in a frenzy, but Vivian immediately pinned them down. Their group was curious and wanted to examine the child more closely. Vivian realized that the power emanating from the child was not that of a normal child, as she had to exert quite a bit of effort to keep the child pinned down. Hazar examined the child's feet, which were completely bloody from all the dancing. They concluded that it must be a curse. Hazar posed the question of whether there could be a connection between their mission and the curse. Christopher mentioned that the landlord had been missing for over a month, and if he had been dancing all that time, he would have died from exhaustion. Andreas also realized that there must be someone taking care of the villagers to prevent them from dying. Christopher had a slightly different thought, but didn't want to start an argument. Ivy realized that they might have been drawn into something very dangerous and problematic. Andreas knew that he wouldn't die here within the framework of the game. Furthermore, He considered that if they had followed the butler's suggestion, the Baron might have covered everything up. But since they had rushed straight to the village, the situation had changed, and they were thrust into a dangerous situation. The manner that Andreas felt was at the same level as that of his master Sharon. However, what surprised him was the radius, which was much larger than expected. Suddenly an idea struck Andreas as to why the user might have such a large radius, and he considered the possibility of it being an artifact that enhanced their magic. Christopher noticed that Andreas was lost in thought and asked him what he was thinking about. Andreas said that they had too many clues to follow, and it would be best to start investigating the landlord's house for information. He believed that in such a situation, information was crucial. The group made their way to the landlord's house and found a few burning corpses outside. Ivy kicked the door in with a powerful kick, and they stormed into the house, preparing for an attack immediately. They looked around and saw many bodies lying on the floor in the entrance hall. Men and women lay dead on the ground. Christopher noticed something and realized that the clothing of some of the individuals matched that of the investigation team. He also noticed that they must have been dead for a while. Andreas told the others that they might not be able to handle this on their own. Ivy wanted to know exactly what he meant by that. Andreas explained to the others that based on everything he had seen, he believed this to be the work of a black mage. Ivy wanted to know more specifically how he came to that conclusion. He explained to Ivy and the others that he believed a black mage would influence and amplify people's emotions to draw magic from them. Ivy added that the main power of black magic was derived from emotions. Therefore, she also realized that the landlord was probably already dead. Andreas agreed, saying that it was very likely since he must have hindered the black mage's plans. Christopher then asked if the burning bodies outside the mansion were part of a black magic ritual. Andreas replied that this could be a possibility. Ivy said that they would know the truth once they apprehended the culprits. She didn't want to give up for now, and suggested searching the entire estate. Andreas and the others started turning the whole building upside down. They took candle holders and went through the corridors, searching every corner of the house. However, in the end they found nothing, not even the landlord's body. Meanwhile, Vivian looked out the window and told Hazar that he should take a look as well. He turned around to see what she meant. Andreas also looked outside and noticed that all the villagers were making their way towards the building. He looked very dismayed, but realized that the perpetrator was finally making a move. The group wondered what they should do next, as the first zombies were already looking up and had noticed them. Andreas also noticed this. Hazar asked Ivy what they should do now, and wanted to hear her opinion as the supervisor. She said that they should abandon the investigation of the building and escape. She also assigned Hazar the task of finding an escape route that would get them out of the building unharmed. Hazar rushed off immediately and got to work. He ran quickly to the end of the corridor, but then realized that something was wrong. The zombies were already storming the building, running up the stairs to the second floor and overpowering Hazar. He was even touched by a few zombies. Christopher rushed forward to help his new friend and pushed aside the attacking zombies in the front row. He drew his sword and ordered the others to protect Andreas since he was the mage of the group. He turned around and said that he would take care of the front line, at which point the zombies swelled slightly as it brightened in front of him, and he reflexively turned back around. The zombies exploded, killing him. Andreas got some blood splattered on his face in the process. Christopher flew across the corridor and landed on the floor due to the explosion. Suddenly Andreas was completely shocked and unable to move when he saw Christopher dead on the ground. He recognized him as one of his former soldier friends. He fell to the ground and gasped for air while Hazar picked up Christopher. Ivy tried to make Andreas understand that more zombies were coming, and they needed to leave now, or it would be too late. However, Andreas couldn't react and had become unconscious. So Ivy also lifted him onto her shoulders and ordered Vivian to destroy the window without hesitation. Vivian kicked in the window and Ivy and the others jumped out, landing with a powerful impact on the ground, carrying Andreas and Christopher on their shoulders. They quickly ran away. While running, Andreas regained consciousness and realized that he was having flashbacks of his last mission. He raised his hand and gathered magic in it. Then he cast the spell Grease on the ground, causing the zombies to fall. He followed it up with his second spell, Birth Shield, to further hinder them. Ivy, however, didn't like this, and asked him if he thought he had to fight alone. She continued to tell him not to exhaust all his mana, and asked if he could locate the Black Mage by tracing his magic. As they ran and looked for a hiding spot, he told her that he could do that. Andreas knew that the mage wasn't exactly hiding his magic, making it easy to track him down. He closed his eyes and cast the spell Mana Detect, allowing him to see through the zombies through the town until he found a small building within the city where he ultimately located him. He opened his eyes and told Ivy that the Black Mage was in a house that was at 9 o'clock from their position and about 100 meters away. She praised him and immediately changed direction, making her way towards the building where the Black Mage was. She was so fast that the others couldn't keep up. Unfortunately, she was moving so quickly that she didn't even notice the request to slow down. Running at maximum speed, she reached the building Andreas had described. However, the Black Mage was already waiting and had anticipated their arrival. Despite the tension and calmness, the mage remained undisturbed when Andreas and Ivy arrived at the house. Ivy wasted no time and promptly kicked the door open. Andreas couldn't help but wonder if they had to kick down every door they encountered. Ivy realized they were likely correct, and that the Black Mage might be hiding somewhere inside. She cautiously entered the room, as Andreas attempted to enter the room shortly after her. He noticed a red magical barrier between him and Ivy. Both of them realized it was a trap, and that the Black Mage had outsmarted them. Ivy focused solely on the barrier in front of her, and failed to realize she wasn't alone in the building. Suddenly she heard a voice and turned around. A zombie girl, almost completely wrapped in bandages and bleeding, said she was in great pain and then screamed, shocking and paralyzing Ivy. Andreas tried to open the barrier but realized it was beyond his power. Suddenly he heard a voice that told him how pathetic he was and repeated insulting words. He looked up and noticed that the barrier extended throughout the entire city and formed a second barrier outside it. Andreas couldn't believe what he was seeing, and stared incredulously at the spectacle above, unable to take his eyes off it. He heard a voice telling him that everything was happening by God's command, and that he should bow before the name Sloth. Andreas recognized the name Sloth, and couldn't believe he would hear that name here and now. The game he was in was called Great Sin, or Picada, in Latin. The story began when Sloth separated the 7 deadly sins from the main body, the Codex of the Apocalypse. If one could collect them all, they could summon the final boss. These items were crucial in the game to advance the story. As Andreas thought about these things, the zombies around him attacked him, but before they could grab him, he managed to dodge them with a powerful leap. During his evasion maneuver, he wondered why he would hear the name Sloth on the outskirts of the land, in a place that didn't even appear in the main quest. He fought off more attacking zombies, and realized that he would never last long enough alone to make it out of here alive. Managing to get past the zombies, he ran to his other teammates. The others were also fighting against the zombies who attacked them without regard for their own lives. Vivian was in a complete rage mode, attacking any zombie she saw, even with just a glimpse. She knew only one thing in that moment, driven by pure bloodlust. Hazar stood beside Christopher's lifeless body, allowing her to kill the zombies as she pleased. Andreas then encountered the group and asked Hazar what had happened to Vivian. Hazar was surprised to see Andreas and relieved that he was safe. He explained that he hadn't seen them until now. Andreas knew he couldn't trust Hazar, but he didn't want to leave Christopher alone, so he decided to play along for now. He told Hazar that Ivy was trapped in a barrier. Hazar asked what they should do next. Once again, Andreas heard the voice of the Black Mage, telling them that they were pathetic and that they were currently killing innocent villagers. Hazar also heard the voice and turned around frantically. Andreas explained to him that it was most likely the voice of the Black Mage. He also told him that the mage might be near Ivy. Hazar, concerned for Ivy's safety, wanted to go to her aid and left Christopher and Vivian with Andreas. Andreas thought that Hazar was far too obvious in trying to unload his useless teammates on him, but decided it was better than being betrayed by him. He instinctively looked at Vivian, who was still in a complete rage mode, destroying half the town. Andreas knew this wasn't good, and that the Black Mage would further intensify her anger and draw additional energy from it. He also knew that he would meet the same fate as his comrades if he made a wrong move. Suddenly 3 zombies rushed toward Vivian. Andreas thought it would be impossible for her to dodge this attack. However, Vivian counterattacked, astonishing Andreas with what he saw. Not only did she manage to dodge, but she also struck back directly. Suddenly, he heard a voice. He looked next to him on the rooftop and recognized the Black Mage sitting there. The mage asked Andreas what would happen now, that the only one who wasn't injured or captured had escaped. Andreas replied that it didn't matter since he hadn't expected anything from Hazar anyway. The Black Mage remarked that Andreas was unusually calm. Andreas said he had already anticipated his presence, as it was now time for the main boss to appear. The mage stood up and said he didn't know where Andreas got his confidence from, but wanted to test him. Due to his courage, Andreas then disappeared into a dark aura. He quickly realized that he had made a mistake and had been careless for a moment. He found himself in a kind of galactic cosmos. Andreas widened his eyes and then dissolved. He wondered what was happening all of a sudden. When he opened his eyes again, he saw his hands wearing military gloves. He found himself back in his original body and wondered if he was dreaming. Suddenly something exploded behind him, and he realized he was on the battlefield. He immediately prepared himself, took the gun in his hand, and wondered where everyone else was. He ran and held his head in confusion. Suddenly he stopped and looked ahead in bewilderment. He saw a burning person on the other side of the battlefield. The burning person called Andreas's real name Makoto and told him to run. Andreas recognized that it was Shohei, one of his former comrades. Without hesitation, he ran across the battlefield toward him, but Shohei was already dead and fell into his arms. "All right, brother, it's your turn."
He remembered how his father had given him the ring and told him that as long as he had the ring, he would be the true lord of the Cromwell household. With his last breaths, Andreas' father expressed that he no longer wanted to be a burden to him and asked him to be happy with his sister Amy. Tears streamed down Andreas' face as he realized what he had meant to his father back then. Andreas reached out his hand. Suddenly, the Black Mage noticed something and was astonished to see the black illusion barrier that had trapped Andreas shatter. Andreas shattered the barrier, causing it to completely implode. As the barrier broke, Andreas stood there unharmed. The Black Mage asked him how he could escape Sloth's curse and break the barrier surrounding him. Andreas didn't answer the question and simply stood there. A system window appeared before him. The system window informed Andreas that the synchronization rate between Makoto and him had now reached 100%. Furthermore, it informed him that as a result, he had gained Makoto's talent. Combat exceptional. Andreas explained that Sloth's curse was nothing more than a game that simulated a person's daydreams. He also said that the wizard who had cursed him didn't truly possess the ability to harness his full potential. The Black Mage could hardly believe what he was hearing and grew angry. He immediately prepared a new spell and launched a kind of black spear at Andreas. Andreas managed to dodge it and asked the mage what he planned to do now that he knew the curse wouldn't affect him. This only made the mage angrier. Filled with rage, he cast another spear and attacked Andreas again, telling him to shut up. But once again, Andreas evaded and leapt to the side. He realized that the mage wasn't strong but couldn't end it without his necromancy. He halted his evasive maneuver and looked left and right. He surveyed his surroundings and saw that no one was watching him. Then he looked back at the mage, who jumped down from the roof. The mage asked Andreas who he was. Andreas told him that he would show him and began to use his necromancy ability. When the mage saw Andreas utilizing his ability, he was greatly surprised. The system informed Andreas that 23 corpses had been found, but due to his low level, he was only capable of summoning 9. A turquoise mist rose from the corpses, and skeletons emerged from it. The Black Mage was shocked to discover that Andreas was a necromancer and wondered if he belonged to the Black Mage Assembly and if they knew about Sloth and the artifact. Andreas deduced from the mage's reaction that there was indeed a Black Mage Assembly and that he mistakenly believed Andreas to be a member of that assembly. He wanted to take advantage of this misunderstanding. The system window informed him that he had summoned 7 regular skeletons and 2 skeleton warriors. Andreas told the mage that he had been tasked by the assembly to retrieve Sloth's pages. The Black Mage was puzzled that someone so weak with only a few skeletons had been assigned such a task. He cast a few black energy spheres. However, the skeletons wasted no time and immediately attacked the mage. He hurled the magical black energy spheres at the advancing skeletons and asked Andreas if he really believed he could oppose the power of Sloth with just those few skeletons. The spheres completely destroyed the skeletons and continued flying toward Andreas. He managed to summon an earth shield at the last moment and blocked the attack. The mage told Andreas to stop pretending and cast his dark spear once again. Andreas reached his hand backward and summoned his companion, Nickel. The mage hurled his spear towards Andreas, claiming that these skeletons were nothing more than a few small flies. However, Nickel had already entered through the portal and prepared to assist his master. He rushed forward and sliced through the spear flying towards Andreas. This astonished the mage, who couldn't believe that Nickel had simply cut through his attack. He was completely bewildered and somewhat fearful. The mage then conjured a small cube in his hand, which surprised him. A large hand attacked Nickel, but they managed to block the attack with some effort. The Black Mage's cube split into many small pages, and Andreas recognized them as the pages of Sloth. The mage couldn't believe that Andreas had pushed him to the point of having to utilize his valuable collected Sloth energy. He wanted Andreas to pay for disrupting his plans with his life. The conjured hands of the mage grew larger, and Nickel and Andreas had to maneuver to dodge the attacks. Andreas knew that he could keep up with this speed and that Nickel could withstand the attacks. The assaults continued to rain down on them. The mage screamed for them to finally die. Andreas realized that the attacks were getting faster, and he also recognized that the mage was struggling to control his power and hadn't yet fully mastered the strength of Sloth. He decided to go for his blind spot and attack him there. He fought his way behind Nickel and shared his plan with him. Then came a powerful attack from the Black Mage, raising a cloud of dust. The controlled hands took a brief pause, allowing the dust to settle. When the dust cleared, the mage saw Andreas still standing and had to admit that he was quite resilient. Andreas was out of breath and said that Nickel was just a skeleton he had created, giving the impression that the mage had succeeded in destroying him. The mage couldn't believe that he had taken away his partner and weakened him in such a way. However, he assured Andreas not to worry, as he would soon follow him. He then commanded his hands, controlled by Sloth's power, to attack Andreas once again, and they set in motion, launching their assault. Andreas made a face as if he had been waiting for this. Suddenly, a portal opened behind the Black Mage, and Nickel emerged, splitting the mage into 2 halves. As the 2 halves separated, Andreas was revealed. When Andreas had won the battle and stood beneath the blue moons, he couldn't help but think back to the times when he had pondered who could be behind the mask of the Black Mage. He looked down at the mage's lifeless body while Nickel stood beside him, sword stained with blood. Never in his life had he imagined that it would be the Baron's butler who practiced black magic. From this revelation, he deduced that the Baron must be somehow involved as well. Next to the butler's corpse lay the Sloth cube, enveloped in golden magic. Andreas picked up the cube, and a system window informed him that his mana recovery rate had been increased by 321 because he had obtained the 7th side of the Apocalypse Code. As he gazed at the cube, Andreas wondered what he could do with it since he couldn't simply wander around with such a rare item. He also glanced back at Nickel and realized that he was still there. He handed the cube to Nickel, asking him to take care of it. Then he stored Nickel in the summoning storage, intending to contemplate later what he would do with the cube. Andreas looked to his left and saw the same barrier that currently surrounded him, wondering why it was still there even though the black mage had long been defeated. It didn't matter to him whether Vivian, who was trapped within the barrier, could free herself or not. However, he pondered how he would explain to the others how he managed to escape the barrier and defeat the mage. He couldn't exactly tell them that he had accomplished it using black magic. He touched the barrier and realized that it was different from the one he was in. Suddenly, he felt a strong pull and was completely sucked into the barrier, disappearing within it. A small, sweet girl with green hair screamed in panic and trembling on the ground. She screamed again when the chair in front of her moved. Andreas' spirit was sitting in the chair, and he asked the little girl if she was Vivian Belkin. Little Vivian was completely bewildered and screamed once more, wondering if it was a ghost or a demon speaking from within the chair. Andreas told her that it was neither a ghost nor a demon talking to her. However, this didn't calm Vivian much, and she screamed again in panic. Andreas told her that he was a good fairy who had come to save her. This initially reassured her, and she looked at the chair questioningly and incredulously. Andreas, equally puzzled by the situation, found it nice that he was now inside the barrier to help Vivian break free from it, but he didn't know exactly what he was doing. The first thing he saw when he was drawn into the barrier was young Vivian being slapped in the face by a noblewoman. Since he couldn't be seen by anyone, he could easily investigate everything and discovered that the noblewoman who struck her was the second wife of the Belkin family's count and also the head housekeeper of the estate they were currently in. The Belkin family was famous for their first-class swordsmanship, and Vivian's father, the head of the family, always wanted a son to inherit this skill and bring glory to the family in the future. Unfortunately, his first wife, Vivian's mother, couldn't bear him a son but only blessed him with Vivian, which ended in tragedy. Even her mother was disappointed in herself and told young Vivian that she would have preferred not to have her born at all, which naturally disturbed and saddened Vivian greatly. That's why I ask all of you to leave a comment to cheer Vivian up, since even her own mother didn't want her and cast her aside. She endured. A seed of madness was planted within her, and the more time passed, the more she succumbed to insanity. To the point where she killed all the teachers and assistant instructors in the 5th year by herself. The still innocent and poor Vivian asked amidst the lingering silence if the fairy was still there. Andreas couldn't take away her memories of the past but wanted to extend a helping hand to help her overcome the abuse. Vivian cried and asked if he had truly come to help her. Andreas asked her why she was crying, to which Vivian wiped away her tears and wiped her running nose. She explained to him that she had never had anyone help her before, and that's why she was crying with joy. Andreas was overwhelmed in this situation and didn't quite know how to handle children who reacted like this. He told her that she had a special talent that hadn't been discovered by anyone else yet. She was puzzled and asked him if she really had something special. Andreas then told her that she had a special talent in swordsmanship. Her estate was truly beautiful and befitting of a noble family. Vivian was surprised why Andreas said she had a talent in swordsmanship and how he knew that, as she hadn't even touched a sword until now. He said that she had to trust him and that he knew a few things. Vivian asked why anyone would believe in her like that because until now she had only been insulted. Andreas said it was all right because now he would be by her side protecting her. The sunlight streamed into the room they were in. Andreas said he would help her, but in return, he demanded that she not tell anyone about him. She agreed and promised that no matter what happened, she wouldn't tell anyone about her good fairy. And so the days went by. Whether she was yelled at by her stepmother, training in the courtyard with a sword under the critical eyes of her instructor, or sleeping in bed, Andreas was always by her side protecting her, giving her courage, and supporting her. The months passed, and the green trees gradually turned into golden autumn hues. Vivian called out for Andreas and asked where he was, mentioning that she was now at the agreed-upon position, just as she had promised him. She asked if he would teach her swordsmanship again. But Andreas hid behind the tree. Suddenly, he emerged from behind the tree and told her not to shout like that and that she should hit him since she had promised not to tell anyone about him. She quickly covered her own mouth. She turned around and realized that he was hiding behind the tree while Andreas continued to scold her. Then the two of them started their training. He tried his best to teach her everything he knew. Their training methods and her talent in swordsmanship truly harmonized well, and her progress was remarkable. She was truly a prodigy. As Andreas watched her, he knew that these movements couldn't come from someone normal who had only recently learned how to handle a sword. He told her that her movements were perfect and that she would often be praised for her swordsmanship. But Vivian pouted a bit and became somewhat ashamed. Andreas thought she was a truly confident child but now realized that in some ways she wasn't as confident as he had thought. He asked what was wrong because her movements had been perfect. Vivian then said that no matter how many times she was praised, Andreas had never personally shown himself to her. That surprised him. He didn't know exactly how to respond to her. He thought for a moment and told her the first thing that came to mind, that he was a fairy and that's why he couldn't do it. But Vivian said that it was probably because she was a bad child. She thought that if she did her best and he acknowledged her, he would reveal himself to her. Yet, she had to realize that even when she had tried so hard, he still hadn't shown her his true form. She asked him if her efforts were in vain and that it didn't matter how much she tried, he would never show himself to her. When Andreas heard this, he remained silent behind her and didn't say a word. Suddenly, she heard her father's voice saying that she had surprised him. He couldn't believe the amount of talent she had just shown. Her father then asked her to show him her swordsmanship again. Vivian was surprised but wanted to fulfill her father's request and immediately showed him what she was capable of and what she had learned. When she finished, she eagerly awaited her father's feedback. However, he went into the house without saying anything but still told her that what he had just witnessed was amazing and praised her. This bewildered Vivian, and she could hardly believe her father's praising words. She then spoke to Andreas and told him that this was the first time her father had praised her. She looked up, and tears were welling up. She continued, saying that she had never dreamed that something like this would ever happen. Andreas was also surprised and continued listening. Vivian said that she wanted to stay with him here but she realized that it was time to wake up. Andreas was happy that she would finally wake up. She said that it was thanks to him that she found the path to look forward to and move on. She also said that she wanted to continue the path he had shown her and no longer be stuck in the past. Andreas approached her slightly and crossed his little finger with hers. She was confused and nervous. He said that the promise she had made to him had to be kept. She then said that she would do so forever, and the dimension they were in crumbled in the background. Vivian's final words before the dimension finally collapsed and the barrier dissipated were words of gratitude to Andreas for showing her a good dream. Then, the barrier created by the black mage collapsed, and Andreas held Vivian's hand. In the ruins of the city lay the corpses that Vivian had previously killed in her bloodlust. However, Vivian slept and looked truly happy. Andreas held her hand and protected her, just as he had promised her in her dream. Shortly after, she also woke up, and Andreas explained to her and Ivy that Baron Balearic was the one responsible for the crime. In this place, Ivy managed to destroy the barrier she was in on her own and then reunited with the others. Ivy now wanted Andreas to cut off the butler's head. She became really angry and wanted to go straight to the Baron's castle. So they set off immediately. As Ivy discussed the next steps, Andreas looked at her and realized that her killing intent was very strong, which didn't surprise him since Christopher was dead and Hazar was missing. One of the Baron's guards fell abruptly to the ground as a sword narrowly missed his face. His comrades asked Ivy, Vivian, and Andreas who they were and what they were doing there, ordering them to put away their swords. Even after returning to the Baron's castle, Ivy remained as furious as she had been in the village. She introduced herself as Ivy Clare, assistant professor of Rodlin Academy's night faculty. and stated that anyone who defended Baron Balearic was guilty of high treason and would be executed immediately. With this statement, Andreas wondered if she was serious and if she would really kill them all if necessary. She then held up a head, shocking all the guards at the castle gate from a very inappropriate angle. She asked if they recognized the head, which obviously belonged to the butler that Andreas had accompanied and patched up with some rope. Ivy explained to the guards that the butler was responsible for what had happened in the nearby village and that they wanted to be taken to the Baron immediately. The guards were surprised but allowed our group to enter. The Baron's estate was truly beautiful and befitting of a noble family. Vivian was surprised and impressed by the surroundings. When they reached the Baron, he was already waiting for Ivy, welcoming her, Vivian, and Andreas. They were all very surprised by what they saw and couldn't believe their eyes. The Baron recognized that Evan was dead and pointed to his son, Adele, who was a large mutated mass of flesh. The Baron explained that his son was supposed to die from an illness a few months ago. So the Baron explained that he had told this man to do whatever it took to help his son, even if it meant living in such a miserable state as he did now. He pointed to his fleshy son, who was crying and obviously in pain and no longer wanted to live. Ivy became angry and still couldn't believe what she was seeing. The Baron turned to his son and fell to his knees in front of him. He begged his son for forgiveness and, in hindsight, didn't find his decision as good anymore. Ivy drew her sword, took a few steps forward towards the Baron and his son, and grabbed the Baron by the collar. She forcefully threw him backward and told him that he should ask forgiveness from the people he and his butler had killed. The guards who had witnessed everything asked if the Baron was still alive as he tried to get up after the throw. Ivy turned around and asked the guards why they were standing around like fools, ordering them to call the investigation team and eliminate the monster in the background. The guards understood and intended to follow the order. Suddenly, a sharp stone spear formed in Andreas' hand, which he threw forward with all his might, to the surprise of Vivian and the Baron. Ivy was also taken aback when the spear struck the Baron's son directly in the face, causing him to die. The Baron couldn't believe that his son had been killed, and he screamed his name throughout the entire castle. As he witnessed the spear piercing his son, even the guards were shocked by the screams of their former Baron. Completely stunned, the Baron went to the body of his son and touched it, while Vivian and Ivy watched silently. Ivy then turned to Andreas and asked him what that was all about and why he acted without an order. In response to this question, Andreas stated that a creature created from black magic had to be eliminated immediately before it could act and endanger others. Furthermore, the only important information they needed was in the hands of the Baron, and he asked Ivy if he was wrong about that. Shortly thereafter, the Imperial investigation team arrived, arrested the Baron, and took the disgustingly grotesque mass of flesh, his son, with them. After Andreas, Ivy, and Vivian returned to the academy, they were immediately questioned by the Imperial investigation team and had to testify as witnesses about what had happened. They had enough evidence, and it was clear to them that the Baron had collaborated with a black mage. They told Andreas and Vivian that the Baron should be brought in immediately, and another meeting would be held afterward. The investigation team thanked them for their time and told them that they could now go home. Andreas and Vivian then left the interrogation room, and Andreas knew that the consequences for Baron Balearic, for dabbling in black magic, would surely be severe. He turned around and thought that even though the Baron would probably be angry with him at the moment, he should thank him instead. If he hadn't killed his son, he would have suffered much greater pain. Now he would surely be used as an experimental subject by a group of deranged mages who had no good intentions for him. Andreas suddenly widened his eyes as Vivian addressed him as Mr. Fairy, and asked if he had planned everything. He turned around and asked her what she meant by fairy, and what they were talking about, realizing that he was so lost in thought that he almost spoke just like the fairy. Vivian recognized the voice of her fairy and said that he sounded just like it. Suddenly, Lucia called out Andreas' name and ran to him from behind. She asked him if he was done with the investigation team meeting, which Andreas confirmed. Lucia held up her tablet and desperately wanted to show him something. She explained to Andreas that he had recently become a little celebrity and showed him an article about students defeating a black mage with an investigation conducted by the Imperial. It mentioned casualties and missing persons involved. Lucia was about to mention that it had only been a short time since they introduced their new potion when Andreas interrupted her and explained that he actually just wanted some peace and quiet. However, Lucia ignored his comment and told him that she had heard he would receive a reward, so he should invite her to dinner. However, Andreas explained to her that he wouldn't do that because the reward for the potion would be shared anyway, so she would have her own share. He was surprised that she didn't even try to get a free meal out of it. Lucia noticed that there was someone else standing beside Andreas and asked him if she was the person mentioned in the report as well. He asked Lucia if she had only just noticed her and introduced Vivian to her. Both of them bowed and exchanged names while Andreas apologized for Lucia's frantic behavior. Lucia then wanted to bring up the topic of the reward again. She explained to him that she wanted him to invite her to celebrate the success of the potion. However, he asked her why she insisted on him inviting her to dinner when she was so rich and had much more money than he did. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the room, and both of them were genuinely shocked. They heard the voice, their eyes widening. The voice said that they were very bold entering the tower so casually and without any nerves. Andreas recognized the voice but couldn't believe that it was really the voice he remembered. In an instant, without the two even having a chance to react, a man with a blindfold and a large eagle on his shoulder appeared behind them and firmly held onto their shoulders. Andreas and Lucia turned around slightly to get a better look at the man who had suddenly appeared behind them and realized that it was Bard Alvin, the owner of the Rodlin Magic Tower. The guard who was leading Lucia and Andreas through the tower turned around and was surprised when she saw Tower Master Bard Alvin. A large eagle perched on his shoulder, and a brown cloth covered his eyes. His eagle soared high as Bart looked around at Lucia and Andreas. He recognized Andreas' face and noticed that it hadn't changed at all. Bart was the head of the Alvin family and the current Tower Master of Rodlin. Andreas wondered about Bart's presence and contemplated whether his personal presence could disrupt the balance. After scrutinizing Andreas, it was Lucia's turn, and Bart immediately recognized her as the daughter of Count Hollington. Lucia bowed politely, confirming Bart's assumption, and introduced herself as Lucia Everlast. Bart then thought to himself that one would only remember names if they had built a certain reputation. Andreas and Lucia were astonished that Bart had spoken out loud and wondered if they had just heard that statement. Bart extended his arm and informed the guard who had been leading them around that he would now take over. Using his magic, he created an orange whirlpool beneath him. The guard accepted that the Tower Master wanted to personally guide them. Andreas couldn't believe that Bart was using this kind of magic. The whirlpool expanded upward, completely encircling Andreas and Lucia. In response, Lucia asked him if he also thought that Bart was a monster for effortlessly using such complex and powerful spatial magic. She also thought that he was intentionally exaggerating to show off in front of them. Bart responded with a grin, stating that he could hear their whispers just fine. The magic grew more intense and powerful until it reached its maximum. Then, Bart, Andreas, Lucia, and the guard disappeared, teleporting into a room before a committee consisting of 3 elderly gentlemen, all wearing dark mage robes. When the group suddenly appeared before them, the elderly gentlemen were quite surprised to find the Tower Master among them. Bart asked the elderly gentleman if the investigation of the potion was still ongoing, to which one of the older men confirmed. He stated that they were currently examining its effectiveness. They further explained to Bart that they had everything they needed, with only the interrogation regarding the manufacturing process remaining. Bart then drank the potion that Andreas and Lucia had prepared. As he sat down the bottle, he immediately recognized the individual ingredients and listed them out. When he finished, he turned to Lucia and asked if he was correct or if he had forgotten something. Lucia then added 2 more ingredients. Bart continued, mentioning at lightning speed that the 2 additional ingredients were very interesting. He praised her and said that he had already heard rumors about Lucia but hadn't believed she was capable of brewing such a good potion at her age. Bart then turned back to the committee and declared that the investigation was now concluded, as he would personally approve the potion. Bart flew high into the air and asked why Andreas Cromwell's son was here and what he had to do with the whole matter. Andreas became angry but kept his composure and remained silent. Bart considered that the paper submitted with the potion stated that Andreas and Lucia had worked together. However, he straightforwardly asked if Andreas was just being carried along. Andreas remained calm and said nothing. Lucia looked over at her friend but initially remained silent. A few seconds passed, and then she explained that she wouldn't have been able to brew the potion without his help. Bart couldn't believe what he heard and cautiously asked once again if what he had just heard was true. Lucia confirmed it once more and said that he had done most of the work and she had basically served as his assistant. Bart accepted this statement but still wanted to confirm it personally. He snapped his fingers, and another orange circle appeared around them. Andreas was astonished that even in this situation, before they were teleported and under tremendous pressure. Lucia attempted to analyze the magic and realized that Bart couldn't use magic outside the tower. Bart teleported with Andreas and Lucia to another room, where additional mages were working at tables with various magical devices, herbs, and roots. Bart wanted Andreas to prove that he had actually participated in developing the potion by making it here and now. He said that all the necessary ingredients were available in the storage and Andreas could freely use all the devices. Andrea understood and immediately got to work under the watchful eyes of Bart and the other curious mages. Andreas looked at the table with many different devices and avoided using one that he hadn't used before to avoid unnecessary attention. After 5 minutes, he was done, and Bart tried the potion Andreas had brewed. After the test, even the tower master had to admit and acknowledge Andreas's accomplishment. However, Bart then asked why Andreas had used Hong Pishi, for example. The room remained filled with tense anticipation as Bart, Andreas, and Lucia were observed by the other participants. Andreas answered Bart's questions in detail, explaining why he had chosen certain ingredients. The other mages and even Lucia were amazed that he could explain everything so well under such tremendous pressure. Bart interrupted Andreas, who wasn't finished with his explanation, and removed his brown eye covering. He said that, even though they hadn't seen each other for a while, he knew for sure that the boy from back then would never have been able to create something like this. He came close to Andreas, wanting to put additional pressure on him. Bart looked directly into Andreas' eyes with his blue eyes and asked him directly who he really was. Lucia was puzzled by this question, and in eerie silence, the room filled. As Bart continued to stare at Andreas. At first, Andreas remained silent, but then he grinned and replied in a questioning manner if this was a joke from Uncle Bart telling him that he was 100% Andreas Cromwell. The same Andreas whom he had treated like a bug and made fun of. Bart was surprised by this unexpected response and had to admit that Andreas had undergone quite an interesting character development. Bart was confident and grinned. He wanted to make a bet with Andreas. Andreas listened intently, curious about what it would entail. When Bart then proposed that he would pay off the entire debts of the Cromwell family if Andreas invented a new medicine by the end of the year, Andreas was surprised. After blindfolding himself again, Bart continued that he would also grant him a wish. However, if Andreas couldn't invent a new medicine and lost the bet, he would have to leave the academy. Andreas and Lucia were astonished by the conditions of the bet. Bart then asked him what he thought of the bet and if he agreed to it. Andreas looked at him and had to admit that the conditions were indeed very challenging, but he bowed to Bart and graciously accepted the bet despite the tough terms. As the head of the Cromwell family, he couldn't simply ignore such an offer and let such an opportunity slip away. Bart told him that he hoped Andreas would truly produce something since he possessed such confidence. He saw his father's face in him through his blindfold, which reminded him that they had a good relationship and he was eager to see the results that Andreas would bring him. The final seconds of Angela's evolution came to an end, and she slowly regained her strength and ability to move. She pushed herself up, and her body was surrounded by an eerie purple mana. Angela looked at her wrist, which was still bound. However, After her evolution, she could easily break these restraints and shattered them into 1,000 pieces with a flick of her hand. With another motion, she also destroyed her cage and half of Sharon and Andreas's secret laboratory. She gazed at the devastation she had caused so effortlessly, and then she remembered Andreas and her vow not to harm him, as he wanted her to swear on the name of her family. She began to smile, and more images of Andreas filled her mind. Her smile grew more intense, and she couldn't wait to meet him again. Anticipation already burned in her eyes. After completing his duties at the Mage Tower, Andreas set off to the city to run a few errands. He had received some reimbursement for the material costs of his potion, so he no longer had the financial troubles he had at the beginning. His potions were so profitable that he contemplated focusing entirely on his training without having to worry about how to make money. Andreas' main problem at the moment was the pages of sloth that he had given to Nickel and stored in the interdimensional space for him. No matter how intensely Andreas thought about what he could do with those pages to gain a direct advantage, he couldn't come up with any ideas. So, he considered whether he could possibly trade them for something that could help him. At the moment, he didn't really want to take that step, but he couldn't think of anything else but to use his mentor Sharon to exchange the pages for something meaningful. The train Andreas was on came to a halt, and he got off, making his way back to the academy. He walked slowly, noticing something. He knew he was being watched. He looked around but couldn't spot any observer. Eventually, Andreas stood before the gate of Karen's estate. He was still suspicious and knew he was being watched, but he continued entering the estate, telling himself that he was probably just imagining things. Meanwhile, Angela was sitting on a tree, eagerly awaiting Andreas. She laughed and was genuinely excited to see him again. Both Sharon and Andreas were sitting in the lounge area of Karen's living room, and Sharon remarked that finally, the hot topic of the academy had come to visit him. Sharon examined the potion Andreas had brewed and asked if this was the infamous potion that had garnered so much attention alongside his midterm exam. Andreas confirmed this and told him that he had come straight to him after the final examination by the Mage Tower was completed. However, Sharon was not pleased that Andreas had secretly conducted research on a potion without his knowledge, and now had the audacity to act as if he were his student trying to flatter him. Andreas, however, did not confirm this and said that it was not his intention. Sharon was angry and told him to keep his mouth shut and follow him. He took a book from a shelf and used it to open a secret portal to his cellar, their research laboratory. Before Sharon and Andreas went through the portal, Sharon made it clear that he wanted to show him and engrave in him what it meant to become his student. Andreas couldn't believe that he would hold a grudge against him for such a trivial matter and found Sharon to be miserly. As the two went through the portal and descended a narrow corridor with a few stairs, with Sharon leading the way and generating a blue light using his magic, Andreas noticed that Sharon was in such a bad mood that he couldn't mention the pages of sloth. Today Andreas knew well that it was best not to talk to Sharon when he was in a bad mood. He decided to settle for reaching the laboratory and finding out Angela's status. When Sharon and Andreas reached the end of the stairs, flames and smoke greeted them. Sharon was taken aback as he looked into the antechamber of his lab, which resembled a battlefield. Everything was completely destroyed, and Andreas and Sharon stood there petrified, looking at the devastation before them. Andreas's eyes widened, and he thought that Angela's transformation, thanks to him, had been a resounding success. They then approached the cage where Angela was being held captive. Andreas reflected on the fact that it was a shame he couldn't talk to her again since she was a genuinely nice person. Sharon grabbed the chains that held Angela captive and cursed loudly. His anger grew, and his mood continued to deteriorate. He called out Andreas's name, to which Andreas simply replied with, "Yes." Angered, Sharon looked back at him and asked if he had done anything to Angela or her restraints. Andreas then lied and told him that he hadn't done anything, and he even feared for his own well-being if he approached the cage. Meanwhile, he thought to himself what an idiot Sharon was. Sharon straightened up and rose to his feet. He couldn't believe that a vampire, even if she was just a hybrid, had escaped from him. Andreas had to suppress his laughter and could only watch as Sharon held the remnants of their chains in his hands, both unbelieving and furious. Enraged, Sharon let out a scream. The screams of his anger were so loud that they could be heard even through the narrow staircase they had come down from, all the way to the top. It was late at night, and the blue moons had risen in the sky. Andreas made his way to his dormitory, deciding to bring up the topic of the pages of sloth on another day. As he walked under the trees along the street, red hair suddenly appeared above him. He was completely startled when, just a few milliseconds later, his name was called. He didn't move and realized that Angela was waiting for him, trying to lure him into a trap. Her right hand slowly moved around Andreas' neck as she asked him to answer a question she had since waking up. He was frozen, not moving, as he knew that any wrong move would prompt her to hurt him without hesitation. Angela told him to look at her, which he obediently did. She asked him to tell her everything about the ability she suddenly possessed. However, Andreas didn't answer her question. Instead, he countered with a question of his own, asking why she was doing this to him. He also asked if she hadn't kept her word, considering they had made a deal. She should think about the price she would have to pay if she broke her word and harmed him. Angela remained quiet for a moment and used some magic to hover in the air while one of her hands remained dangerously close to Andreas' body. She said that she knew perfectly well what the price was, but she couldn't help herself as she desperately needed to ask something. She told him that no matter how hard she had tried to break the chains that bound her, she had never succeeded on her own. So, she explained that she had found another way and asked if he knew it and what incredibly amazing method she had used. As she approached Andreas, she realized that he had a certain scent, almost like a great sin. Her eyes grew redder, and she told him that she finally understood. Andreas looked at Angela, completely unaware of what she was talking about. She said that he was very interesting and slowly ran her hand over Andreas' face. Then she asked him what they were just talking about. When he asked her that, she grabbed him by the throat, pushed him backward, and slammed him forcefully against a tree, causing a few leaves to fall. Andreas gasped for air, but Angela held him firmly against the tree. She told him that there were still plenty of things she wanted to ask him, but this place they were in was too obvious. So she wanted to stop attracting attention for now and leave it at that. Andreas was still struggling against her grip, but Angela told him that they would see each other again very soon. She also mentioned that she would use her newfound power in the meantime and surely find a good use for it. Furthermore, she couldn't help but thank Andreas for helping her. Andreas continued to try and free himself from her grasp, unable to believe the strength behind it. However, Angela reassured him that he shouldn't worry and that she wouldn't torture him. She licked her sharp teeth with her saliva-wetted tongue and told him that they were connected by fate. The next day at the Delusion dormitory, which looked almost regularly beautiful from the outside and was adorned with the typical golden and blue accents of the academy, the warm sun shone on a small terrace on the side of the building. Two women were sitting on the terrace enjoying their afternoon tea, pointed to a night in a book and enthusiastically told her friend a few stories about this night. The table was set with very exquisite tableware as her friend Julik was already on the verge of tears, asking Dane to take a moment's pause. Dying then told Julik that if she kept her eyes open enough she would surely find a knight to admire as well. Julik casually asked during their conversation if Dane had heard that Lucia Everlast had passed the examination of the Magic Tower Committee. Dane was amazed that she had achieved this despite her young age. She recalled hearing that Lucia was always lazy and sleeping during classes, but had to admit based on the current news that she was indeed a sleeping dragon who had it all figured out. Surprised, she wondered why she hadn't achieved something similar when she was in her first year. However, Julik said that wasn't even the most surprising part. She lifted her tray and showed Dying an article on it featuring Andreas and Lucia along with two magicians from the tower announcing their discovery of the new potion. Julik asked Dane if she could believe that Andreas was also involved in the discovery. As Dying read that he was also involved, her eyes widened. She examined the picture more closely and couldn't believe that Someone as untalented as him had managed to help create such a potion. Julik told her that when she first heard the story she also thought it was a lie. Dying remembered how they used to play together. And how Andreas had always blamed his circumstances and lack of talent for his failures since his family's downfall. She looked down at her book and recalled Andreas' words when he asked her if she had ever achieved anything on her own. She wondered if Andreas had truly changed. Gillick was thrilled that it was precisely Andreas, the king of vermin, who had accomplished something like that. Dane then stood up and called her companion a small eagle to her side. Together they wanted to verify if what they had read in the article was indeed true and if Andreas had truly changed. In the classroom, Lucia approaches Andreas and asks why he's wearing so many clothes. Andreas replies that he's not feeling well. Curious, Lucia wonders why he's attending class instead of resting, and he explains that he needs to attend enough classes to graduate. Just as the teacher enters the classroom, Andreas realizes that he must conceal the large scar on his neck resulting from the previous night's incident. He wonders about the redhead girl who suddenly bit him on the neck and mentioned something about a fated partner and a particular scent. He's unsure of what she meant. When the teacher notices Andreas wearing numerous layers of clothing, he asks if he's sick. Andreas claims he caught a cold. The teacher assumes Andreas is tired from his potion research and tells him he's already marked as present, allowing him to leave. Andreas expresses his gratitude to the teacher for the advice he gave regarding the hong-pushing extract and the matarata tree bark. Lucia wonders if Andreas is trying to provoke the teacher, which only angers him further. Andreas claims that the teacher told him if he added those ingredients, he would make soup instead of a potion. He then asserts that the soup turned out to be surprisingly good. The entire class starts to observe Andreas, likely thinking, what is he doing? The teacher reprimands Andreas for overstepping his boundaries, but Andreas, using his illness as an excuse, declares that he's leaving. As the teacher shouts his name, Andreas reflects on how people used to ridicule him when he was insignificant but now want to be friendly. He dismisses them, thinking they should shut up and praise him because he can simply switch to another class if he needs credits. Annoyed, the teacher asks how long Andreas plans to ignore him. Suddenly, Lucia stands up, grabbing the teacher's attention. She asks if she can explain as someone who co-created the potion. The teacher grants her permission. Lucia states that they learned the basics of potion making in the class and then applied that knowledge independently. She emphasizes that conducting personal research without relying on others holds great significance because it is their duty as magicians. The teacher agrees with her and says they can always seek his advice. He tells Andreas to take care and return safely. As Andreas gazes at Lucia, he silently acknowledges her skill in diffusing the situation. He still doesn't understand why she did it, but he is grateful to her. In a beautiful city within a mansion, a butler reports to a man named Duke Sinclair Cloche about potentially scoutable candidates. The butler begins by mentioning the students already enrolled at Rodlin's Academy. Duke, a big man with red hair, looks at the report intently and exclaims that the daughter of the Everlast Company has created a new type of potion and is planning to sell it commercially. The butler confirms this, revealing that it is called the Everlast Potion and that the company is currently monopolizing its sales. Duke, intrigued by Lucia's achievement as a first-year student, predicts that many people will try to recruit her upon graduation. He decides to taste the potion, wondering if it's as impressive as its reputation suggests. The butler provides him with a sample, and Duke drinks it with anticipation. After consuming the potion, the butler asks Duke how it was. He responds with a wide smile, expressing his surprise at its efficiency, which is several times greater than any potion currently available on the market, with no side effects. Duke realizes that if they manage to commercialize it, it will revolutionize the industry. However, there is another matter worth noting. The butler reveals that the report mentions the potion was co-created and presents a picture of Andreas. Duke recognizes Andreas as the son of Cain Cromwell and wonders if he has a talent for making potions. The butler suggests that there's a rumor circulating about Andreas taking advantage of Lucia, questioning why his name would be added to the potion's creation. given that neither household has any significant relationship with the other. Duke decides they should investigate further and consider adding Andreas to the scouting list if he has indeed awakened a talent for potion making. The scene shifts to a rainy night inside a mansion, where an old man asks about the outcome of the end-of-year award ceremony. The butler reports that everything went according to plan, referring to the old man as His Majesty. The butler adds that the Cromwell family will be demoted. The old man chuckles, mentioning Andrea's name, and with a wide grin, he expresses his anticipation to see if Andreas is different from his father. At the dormitory, Andreas is seen swinging a wooden sword, reaching his 1000th swing. Exhausted, he falls to the ground and drinks a potion while contemplating how impossible it would be for him to do this without them. He explains that the regeneration potion accelerates his muscle recovery, the healing potion alleviates fatigue, and by adding the physical reinforcement potion, he has essentially created a system for limitless training. Initially hesitant, he gambled on evolving the potions, and the results were astonishing. He can now create a greater number of potions, with significantly improved success rates and creation speed. As long as things continue in this direction, he believes he will be able to thrive. And if he acquires a good corpse and some items, he won't have to worry about his fighting strength. However, since Karen is always away, he can't sell the Page of Sloth to him immediately. Andreas wonders if Karen is in such a bad mood that he went traveling without even informing his disciple. He brushes it off, knowing he has other connections, and looks forward to his medical botany classes the next morning. With a resolve to stop worrying, he decides to go to sleep. Andreas grows irritated as he realizes someone knows he doesn't have a tablet and is using it against him. He wonders what the teacher is planning with the students and rushes to the Rodel Academy garden. Upon arrival, he wonders why everyone is in such a hurry, as it seems like an exam. The teacher reprimands him for being late and assumes that Andreas, being so engrossed in his research, didn't see the notice. Suddenly, Lucia appears and pulls Andreas aside, explaining the situation to him. She suggests that he should just buy a tablet at this point since he now has money. She explicitly mentions that the teacher discovered an awakening potion and came up with the idea to conduct an exam to analyze it. Andreas thinks to himself that the teacher simply had to boast about it. Arrogantly, the teacher tells Andreas that for someone of his caliber, figuring out the ingredients and proportions should be a breeze. Andreas thinks to himself that the teacher is a stubborn fool and mixes up his thoughts and speech, intending to expose Andreas for who he is. Andreas reflects that there's no need to be ashamed, as he has a bright future ahead. The teacher, with an angry expression, considers Andreas to be nothing more than a trash student who took advantage of Lucia, the rising star of the potion world. 4 hours later, the teacher is flabbergasted upon seeing that Andreas has placed second in the exam. Another instructor reassures the teacher that there was no cheating during the exam. The students are shocked as they realize that Andreas possesses a talent for potion making. Suddenly, a student shouts in frustration, questioning why the teacher claimed the potion he made as his own. The conversation continues as Fatty speaks up, expressing his frustration and questioning why the teacher would claim the potion he made as his own. The shocked students turn to Lucia for her opinion, and she suggests that if it's Professor Vauban, she believes he could have done it. Andreas confidently agrees, indicating that he had the same suspicion. Lucia asks where he's going, reminding him that she saved him yesterday. As Andreas approaches the teacher, he asks a question regarding the potion's ingredients. The teacher tries to avoid the question, but Andreas insists that it's relevant to the situation. He challenges the teacher to prove his claim by explaining why he used specific materials in the potion. The teacher becomes fearful of Andreas' intentions. Fatty asks if Andreas means that the teacher should prove it is in the Magic Tower examination. Andreas affirms that if the teacher truly made the potion, he should be able to easily explain why he used certain ingredients or admit he's not confident enough. The teacher, sweating nervously, arrogantly mentions that he's a professor at the prestigious Rodlin Academy. Andreas urges the teacher to answer his question, asking why he changed the upriver resin to cytomine petals. Terrified, The teacher realizes he was so distracted on the presentation day that he forgot to check that part. Fatty angrily demands an immediate response from the teacher. The teacher explains that they used the pedals to cut costs since, if they were the ones developing it, they wouldn't know the difference. Andreas poses his final question, asking why the teacher used the more expensive D. Julie beetle instead of Popina powder. The students wonder why the teacher is avoiding answering and begin to question if he really stole the potion. They are shocked by the revelation that the teacher could claim his students' research as his own. Suddenly, the teacher shockingly states that it's because Popina powder has a hallucinogenic effect, completely missing the mark. Fatty, with a serious expression, corrects the teacher, stating that he remembers being told that the powder has side effects but not that it is hallucinogenic. He asks the teacher to explain how he arrived at his response. The students start screaming at the teacher, expressing their disappointment in him as a scientist and accusing him of stealing credit from his disciple. They demand that the teacher resign immediately, calling him a scammer. Desperately, the teacher points at Fatty and Andreas, accusing them of setting him up. He threatens to report both of them to the disciplinary committee. Andreas realizes that the teacher has reached rock bottom. Andreas tells the teacher that if he's so annoyed, he can ask Sir Alvin to arrange a place for him to explain himself. He reveals a black card, indicating that he is sponsored by Alvin. The teacher falls silent, unable to respond, and Andreas asks what's wrong. The defeated teacher falls to his knees. Meanwhile, Alvin watches the scene unfold through his bird, recognizing that the teacher caused a commotion and will have to face the consequences. As the bird flies away, Alvin reflects on how Andreas knew the theory and ingredients behind the awakening potion. He believes it's possible for Andreas to discover a new medicine before the end of the year, and he eagerly anticipates it. In the academy cafeteria, Lucia feels a bit sad when Andreas invites her to eat together, only to find out they're in the school cafeteria. As she touches the meat, she accidentally burns herself. Andreas guides her on how to eat this type of food properly, as Lucia is not accustomed to it due to her wealth. He shows her how to hold the meat, dip it in the sauce, and offers it to her. A green-haired girl sitting nearby also asks Andreas to give her some meat, and he obliges. In the hallway, Lucia asks Andreas when he plans to buy a tablet, suggesting that if he had one, he would be notified of events like today's exam and wouldn't miss them. Andreas explains that he's currently saving money. Lucia is surprised, pointing out that tablets aren't even expensive. Andreas remarks that nothing is expensive for her because she is wealthy. The green-haired girl happily addresses Andreas as Mr. Fairy, and asks if he wants a reward. Confused, Andreas questions why she's calling him that. They part ways, each going their own direction. While walking alone in the hallway, Andreas sees Karen. As they pass each other, Karen instructs Andreas to visit his lab tomorrow at noon. Andreas finds himself at a blacksmith's shop where he encounters Dean. She questions why he's there, to which he explains that he needed a sword for self-defense. Dean notices the box she's carrying and mentions it's a present for her brother. Andreas wonders if she's referring to Carlos Alvin, the eldest son of the Alvin household who had died prior to the game's start. He shares that Carlos had been killed during the Academy's end-of-year event and later joined the Zephyro cult, the same cult responsible for the terrorist attack. Andreas excitedly suggests that it would be nice if they could meet again, just the three of them. Dean contemplates how to ask him something, as she realizes that Andreas seems to have changed despite the rumors about him. Andreas startles her by asking if she has something to say, but Dean acts oblivious. As Andreas leaves the room, Dean turns around and admits that she wants to know why. However, she notices that Andreas has already left, making her feel foolish. Meanwhile, at the Academy's teaching department, an old man expresses his search for a material of the same quality as Angela throughout the continent but has been unsuccessful so far. He intends to continue searching a little longer, even though his hopes aren't high. He needs it for the congregation this weekend. Andreas realizes that this is where the game begins. If the old man becomes blinded by greed and asks him to give it to him, he will have won. Suddenly, Andreas tells the old man that he managed to obtain the Apocalypse Codex. The old man finds it hard to believe and tells him not to say such foolish things, as it's not something someone like him could obtain. Andreas opens a portal and presents the codex, stating that it's not something he can handle, so he wants to give it to the old man. The old man is left stunned but advises Andreas to keep it because it's a highly sought-after item that would only bring trouble if he kept it. He suggests taking it to the congregation to exchange it for another item. Since they have to attend the congregation this weekend, he asks Andreas to clear his schedule and prepare himself. In a beautiful night at the eastern edge of the city, within the Forest of Captivity Adjustment area, a carriage with a skeleton coachman comes to a halt as a yellow-haired man approaches. He asks if they are going to the congregation and requests to ride along with them. Andreas recognizes him as Salem Edidia, one of the continent's greatest 10, known as the Devil in pursuit of truth due to his willingness to deal with forbidden matters for the sake of exploration. Salem asks Andreas for his name, and upon hearing it, he is shocked, turning to the old man and saying, "So you've gotten your hands on another Cromwell." Andreas wonders what Salem is referring to and speculates that there might be some secret regarding the Cromwell family. Salem advises Andreas to struggle as much as possible. Andreas looks at the old man, sensing that he shouldn't ask about it, but he still wonders what the old man is hiding from him. Suddenly, a black liquid entity appears in front of them, capturing the old man's attention. He stops the carriage and addresses the black liquid, referring to it as Dragon. Dragon starts taking the form of a human and apologizes, recognizing the old man as Karen Diprin. Andreas finds himself at the location specified by the old man, following Dragon's encounter with Salem and realizing their intention to steal the Page of Sloth. The old man points to a tree that serves as a marker for the path to the congregation. Salem, annoyed by the meeting place's height, smiles and expresses that it's just as he expected, noting the presence of greedy black mages. Dragon wonders if the black mages are foolish for attempting to steal the codex in the presence of Salem. Salem raises his staff and slams it to the ground, unleashing a devastating attack that covers the entire forest with a wave of energy. The individuals present in the forest are marked by this energy, and Salem estimates that there are 7 black mages present. Determined, he urges them to stop playing hide and seek. Salem disappears from his original position and suddenly reappears next to the black mages, releasing green energy that envelops the forest once more. Meanwhile, at the destination location, 3 people await Andreas' team's arrival. Salem greets them, specifically mentioning a guy named Morsh and remarking that it's been a while. Salem instructs Andreas to open the bag he was holding, revealing the severed heads of the black mages. A tall figure dressed in all black criticizes Salem, stating that this emergency meeting was meant to have few participants and Salem unnecessarily caused deaths. Andreas reflects on how the black mages Salem defeated were intermediaries and higher-level black mages, who were particularly troublesome in the game. Salem managed to deal with them simply by releasing his magic power. Andreas recognizes Salem as a true force to be reckoned with. The individual in black urges them to hurry and show the Page of Sloth. As Andreas prepares to open the portal, Salem finds Andreas interesting. He notes that Andreas didn't flinch after witnessing the massacre Salem caused, and he didn't hesitate when instructed to sever the black mages' necks. Salem observes that Andreas also possesses a dual core like himself. Before Andreas can retrieve the codex, Salem playfully blows on Andreas' neck, leading Andreas to question his actions. Salem responds by saying that he has taken a liking to Andreas, making Andreas wonder if Salem was gay in the game. The others present ask Salem to stop playing around. Salem reassures Andreas that he will help him out someday, but only once. He considers it a favor due to his affinity with the Cromwell family. Andreas acknowledges that Salem is someone who never breaks his promises, as there were numerous instances in the game where Salem fulfilled his commitments. Andreas contemplates whether he should alter his plan now that he has Salem's assistance. A skeleton approaches, holding the diligent sloth. Everyone is amazed by the sight. Salem questions why Andreas is entrusting the codex to a skeleton, while the old man wonders when Andreas summoned the skeleton. Suddenly, Andreas unsheathes his sword, surprising everyone present. He asserts that he was the one who found the page of sloth and wants his efforts to be recognized. Andreas explains that the page is in his storage along with the skeleton, meaning that if he were to die, no one would be able to access the codex. He calls out to Salem, reminding him that it's time to fulfill his promise. Andreas urges Salem to hurry because time is of the essence. Salem expresses his concern, questioning if Andreas is acting recklessly based solely on something he said. He ponders what he would do if he had deceived Andreas. In response, Andreas asserts that he will do his best even if it means risking his life, as he is willing to become crazy to survive in this chaotic world. Salem remarks that Andreas is a funny guy but recalls telling him to struggle, not expecting him to go this far. Suddenly, green energy emanates from Salem's staff, and snakes emerge from it. Wearing a menacing expression, Salem informs Andreas that if he insists, he has no choice but to kill them all.
Salem raised his staff high and declared that anyone who tried to touch Andreas from now on would be killed by him. The beautiful woman raised her hand and firmly stated that she wouldn't lay a finger on him. Furthermore, Salem warned that anyone who dared to question this event would suffer the same fate. Jester, skeptical, asked Salem if he was serious and whether he would truly fight them if necessary. He questioned whether Andreas was more important to Salem than their own lives. Salem smiled, assuring Jester that he knew him well and wasn't making empty threats. He meant every word he had just said. Moore sighed in disbelief, hoping that Salem was merely joking. However, her hope quickly faded when Salem's anger flared, cursing at the need to repeat himself. Moore and Jester fell silent once again, while Sharon and Bragan remained shocked and struggled to grasp the unfolding situation. The cheerful young lady, in contrast, felt excitement and curiosity about what would happen next. Jester turned to Morsi and explained that they were powerless in such a situation. He asked her if she still had an interest in Karen's student, now that she understood the consequences involved. Andreas, exhausted but grateful for the support he received, took a healing potion and thanked everyone for their patience. Jester urged Andreas to state his demands in exchange for the pages. Visibly fatigued, Andreas inquired about what he would receive in return. Jester found it absurd that Andreas didn't even know what he wanted for the pages. Raising his hand, Jester offered Andreas the opportunity to choose 5 items from a list, cautioning him to make wise and careful selections. A comprehensive list appeared before Jester, presenting numerous options. Jester pointed out that the list even included corpses, which Andreas could undoubtedly make use of. Andreas examined the list, contemplating the corpses Jester had mentioned. He considered the possibility of acquiring the bodies of the mages who had attended the assembly. Recognizing 2 specific corpses, the former Fairy Queen Mylene and the Tiger King Timer. These high-quality materials greatly interested him, igniting his desire to obtain them. Interrupting the discussion, an orangish orc informed them that he had already sold those particular corpses to Morn. He warned Andreas that Morn would be furious if he gave them away. Andreas recognized Morn's name, recalling him as a prominent figure in necromancy. He understood the potential problems he could face if he antagonized Morn and contemplated abandoning the idea of obtaining those corpses. However, a surprising voice intervened, stating that it didn't matter and that Andreas could take them if he wished. Amidst the astonishment of everyone present, they realized the voice came from a small fly, revealing that Morn was communicating through it. Sharon, filled with excitement, referred to the fly as the Master. Andreas was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, while Salem felt proud of Andreas for proving himself and deserving this reward. Grateful but unsure of Morn's intentions, Andreas expressed his gratitude, bowing to Morn for his generosity. He resolved to quickly make his selections from the list, to avoid wasting any more time. Sharon, however, felt anger rise within her, longing to be the one delivering the pages. In addition to the corpses of the Tiger King and the Fairy Queen, Andreas chose a few ingredients for potions. Salem, aware of better options on the list, questioned Andreas's decision and asked if he was certain about his choices. Andreas confidently asserted that those ingredients were essential to him. With the selected ingredients, he could create 4 potions worth hundreds of millions of wills, the currency in use. Additionally, he retrieved the ingredients needed to cure Lucia's illness. Growing impatient, Jester insisted that Andreas bring forth the pages of Sloth and hand them over. Andreas shared the same urgency and aimed to open the portal, delivering the pages to Jester. Unexpectedly, Salem appeared behind Andreas, instructing him to prepare for their departure. Grabbing Andreas by the collar, they forcefully broke through the root wall created by Morsi, escaping her pursuit. Morsi shouted for them to be pursued. Overwhelmed by the situation, Andreas turned to Salem and asked if the others planned to kill him once he handed them the pages of Sloth. Salem confirmed their intentions, reminding Andreas of his promise to protect him. In light of this, Salem inquired where Andreas wanted to be dropped off. Andreas expressed his desire to return to the academy, specifying that Salem should ideally drop him off near the train station in Rodland. Confirming Andreas's choice, Salem probed further, asking if Bart knew that Andreas was a black mage. This question raised concerns within Andreas, as he pondered whether Bart would even still be alive knowing his true identity. Salem cryptically responded that fate worked in mysterious ways. Although Andreas didn't fully grasp Salem's words, he trusted that he would understand in due time. Salem reminded Andreas of their earlier conversation in the carriage, encouraging him to continue fighting and assuring him that if he survived, he would eventually discover his true self. Returning to the academy, Andreas unpacked his belongings, carefully placing the Fairy Queen on the table alongside the selected potion ingredients. He left the Tiger King on the floor of his room, marveling at how such a sizable object fit into the subspace. The convenience of this ability impressed him. Recalling his past need to summon Nickel as a skeleton, Andreas decided to postpone summoning him until his necromancy level increased, allowing him to summon high-level zombies instead. Raising his hands, he stored the obtained corpses in the same dimension where Nickel resided. His attention shifted to the new bag gifted by Morn, and he discovered a book nestled within. Picking it up, a system window appeared, revealing that he held Morn's Black Magic Tome, a high-level skill book authored by Morn himself. Andreas couldn't believe his luck, receiving yet another gift from Morn. Excitement surged within him as he opened the book, finding a wealth of knowledge surpassing even that of Karen's library. Eager to fully comprehend the book's contents, he contemplated the possibility of transforming the acquired corpses into high-level zombies once he delved deeper into Morn's teachings. Glancing at Nickel, Andreas noticed another system window offering to develop his skeleton. The window informed him of 66 potential evolutions. Contemplating his next move, Andreas had long awaited this moment to develop Nickel, and felt relieved that it had finally arrived. Recognizing the direct correlation between the appearance of the status window and the handover of the pages of Sloth, Andreas deduced that the Codex influenced the speed of evolution. Despite potential concerns about complications, Andreas dismissed them, realizing that worrying wouldn't lead him anywhere. Moreover, the system guaranteed a perfect evolution. Consequently, he selected Yes and commanded the development of his skeleton, Nickel. Nickel observed his surroundings, displaying surprise at his new form. Andreas noted that unlike Angela, Nickel likely experienced no pain due to being already deceased. Suddenly, a late-night knock resounded on Andreas's door. Startled, he turned to address the unexpected visitor, instructing Nickel to retreat into the other dimension. Lucia stood before him, requesting a moment of his time. Meanwhile, Salem and Morn sat together, engaged in conversation. Salem read a book, seeking Morn's permission to ask a question. Morn granted him the opportunity and sipped his tea while listening. Salem queried whether Morn had shared the information about the sloth pages because he had brought someone to protect Andreas. In response, Morn maintained a deliberate silence. Salem chuckled, interpreting the silence as an affirmation. He knew that Morn had previously watched over Cain, Andreas's father. Salem was aware of the challenges Morn faced in teaching Cain, as he lacked innate talent and was assigned by the kingdom against Morn's wishes. Interrupting Salem's deductions, Morn countered with a question of his own. He asked Salem if he knew the origin of necromancy. Taken aback by the sudden shift, Salem expressed surprise. Morn recalled a poignant memory from his youth, a green-haired woman whom he deeply loved. He shared with Salem that necromancy represented an obsession with immortality, recounting a sorrowful scene where he and his beloved sat hand in hand on a cliff, bidding farewell as the sun set. Morn attempted to elaborate further, explaining how necromancy manifested as a pursuit to keep loved ones forever by one's side. He described a ritual involving a magical circle made of blood, where he placed his beloved in the center, touched her hand, and held her one last time, tearfully bidding her farewell. Salem listened intently, absorbing Morn's heartfelt tale. Curiously, Salem questioned if this tale originated from an old fairy tale. Morn responded with a simple, perhaps. Continuing their discussion, Salem probed deeper, realizing Morn's connection to the Cromwell family extended beyond Cain. However, Salem understood that further inquiry would yield no answers from Morn, so he decided to leave the matter be. Morn shifted the focus back to Andreas, inquiring about Salem's opinion of him. Salem, with a mischievous smile, divulged that he already knew everything, having spied on Andreas through his zombie fly. Salem stated that Andreas was one of the most eccentric individuals in the world, surpassing even Salem himself. Salem eagerly awaited Andreas's future development, intrigued by the unpredictable path he would traverse. Congratulations on reaching this point. If you've managed to make it this far, please leave a comment saying "let him cook" to confuse those who skipped this section or failed to watch the entire video. Meanwhile, a man with a distinguished moustache introduced himself as William Hollington, extending his hand towards Andreas for a handshake. Addressing Andreas by his name, William invited him to take a seat while Lucia stood nearby. As they settled on the sofas, William apologized for having to travel all this way just for the initial settlement of the potion profits. He explained that he wanted to speak with Andreas in person, wearing a cheerful expression. William continued, expressing his excitement about their future collaboration and how Andreas had become a close friend with Lucia. Andreas responded, expressing his anticipation for the meeting with William. He expressed his gratitude for all the help William's daughter Lucia had provided by offering him such a good deal. Hoping to ease any tension, William mentioned that Andreas, being the producer, deserved his fair share of the profits. However, Lucia, in an arrogant tone, interjected, reminding Andreas that she was the one who ensured he received such a favorable deal. Passing a contract to Andreas, William asked him to review it. While examining the document, Andreas realized that he would receive 60% of the profits, with each unit being worth 3 million wills. As he calculated the staggering amount he would be receiving, Andreas's face transformed into complete shock upon realizing that he would be receiving over 1.8 billion wills. He thought to himself that over 1,000 units had been sold in just a month. While Andreas was still flabbergasted, William remarked that the potions were selling rapidly, indicating that the next sum Andreas would receive would be even larger. With a warm smile, William suggested they stop discussing business matters and enjoy a dinner together. He also mentioned that since this was the first time Lucia had brought a friend, he was looking forward to hearing Andreas's story. Andreas blushed upon hearing William's remark, especially when he added that Andreas was a boy. A month later, Andreas found himself on a train, marveling at the popularity of the Everlast potion, which had become a hit not only for combat, but also in high society circles. Due to increased demand, the trading company had decided to expand its suppliers and production facilities. While inside the train, Andreas couldn't believe that over 2,000 units had been sold in just a month. He regretted not purchasing a tablet earlier, as he hadn't anticipated making such a significant amount of money from the potion alone. Thanks to the potion's popularity, he had also gained more support from the nobility, leaving him with a total of 6 billion wills. Even after buying back Cromwell's estate for 3.5 billion, including handling fees, he would still have plenty of money to spare. The train announcement notified passengers of the upcoming stop at Harter Station, near the National Cemetery. Andreas, holding a bag, rose from his seat, realizing that he needed to retrieve the signet ring first. As the sky transformed into a beautiful orange hue, signifying the approaching night, the cemetery gate appeared picturesque before Andreas. He walked toward a small house and noticed a hooded man standing next to the old man, piquing his curiosity. Approaching them, Andreas was warmly welcomed by the old man, who invited him inside for tea. Andreas, intrigued by the presence of the hooded man, inquired about his identity. The old man explained that he had invited him to act as a guarantor, as he believed it would help avoid future problems. Inviting Andreas to join them inside the dark room, illuminated by a crackling fire, the old man and Andreas took their seats, while the hooded man remained standing. Glancing at the hooded man, Andreas thought to himself that a guarantor wielding a sword and concealing his face seemed like an obvious deception. He knew that the old man, Paimon, had been practicing necromancy there for a long time, but he considered him no more than a small fry, compared to Karen from the game. Reflecting on his status, Andreas realized that Paimon posed no threat to him at his current level. Andreas contemplates an extraordinary transformation of Nickel. Aware of its ability to harness aura, he realizes that unless faced with an opponent of the Aura Master level, victory against him is virtually impossible. The only unknown factor was the strength of the hooded man. Andreas wondered if he should have released the energy within his Bantian, questioning if holding back before had been enough. Paimon prepared to serve tea, mentioning that he had acquired it from a connection within the congregation and claiming it was quite good. With a disinterested expression, Andreas expressed his desire to discuss the matter of the signet ring instead of focusing on tea. Annoyed, Paimon retorted, remarking on Andreas's impatience. Andreas informed Paimon that the corpses he had purchased were mediocre, but due to Paimon's accommodating nature, he decided to exchange the ring for 5 million wills, causing Paimon to widen his eyes in shock. Paimon's expression shifted to a grin as he commented that Andreas had grown greater without him even noticing, adding that he was also generous. However, he reminded Andreas that despite his despicable nature, he was still a count. Paimon's face turned ominous as he declared that the price of secrecy was not cheap. Unfazed, Andreas asked if Paimon wanted him to pay more, silently acknowledging that this was typical behavior of a villain. With an unappealing appearance, Paimon assured Andreas not to worry, as he intended to trade the signet ring for the items Andreas had acquired from the congregation, as he had heard about his significant haul. Paimon suggested that Andreas simply give him a portion of those items. Andreas glanced at his bag, contemplating the offer. Paimon, now wearing a menacing and ugly expression, stated that it wouldn't be a bad deal for Andreas. Andreas took a sip of his tea, expressing his gratitude for the offer, while the two men looked at him confused and grinning. Setting down his cup, Andreas requested clarification, emphasizing that he would offer 5 million wills and nothing more. Paimon's eyes turned red with anger upon hearing Andreas's statement, admonishing him and referring to him as a brat. Andreas calmly responded that he understood exactly what Paimon meant. However, wearing a confident grin, Andreas remarked that he knew Paimon had never intended to make a fair deal in the first place. Paimon fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances with the hooded man, who began unsheathing his sword. The hooded man advised Paimon that their business was concluded. Suddenly, a portal materialized behind Andreas, and an evolved Nickel emerged from it. Andreas confidently stated that he was growing tired of this charade. The two men were astonished at Andreas's display, revealing a menacing Nickel. Andreas posed a question in a threatening manner, asking Paimon if he genuinely believed he could defeat him. Paimon stood up, instructing the hooded man to attack Andreas and seize all his belongings. Suddenly, something catches the hooded man's attention. He notices Nickel, who appeared behind Paimon preparing to slash him, but in the nick of time, the hooded man intercepted a devastating slash from Nickel. While Andreas calmly observed the unfolding battle, his confidence unwavering, Andreas remains composed in his seated position, anticipating the unfolding events of the deal. As he observes the intense fight between the guarantor, Dan, and Nickel, he realizes that Nickel is no ordinary man. When Dan thrusts his blade, Nickel swiftly grabs his leg and hurls him high into the air. In mid-air, Nickel imbues his sword with an aura, causing it to glow brightly, revealing a newfound strength after evolving. Despite Nickel's power, Dan proves to be remarkably resilient, standing his ground against the formidable skeleton. Andreas can't help but acknowledge Dan's toughness. The duel between the two adversaries continues, with swords clashing, blocks and strikes exchanged. Nickel spots what he believes to be an opening and launches a mid-air attack, only for Dan to counter by seemingly impaling the skeleton through the skull. However, much to their surprise, Nickel's phantom skill enables the blade to pass through his head without harm, almost as if he were a ghost. After delivering a swift knee strike, Nickel sends Dan flying out of the window and into the graveyard. Outside, Paimon employs his necromancy skills to keep Dan on his feet, and scolds him for his performance, demanding more effort if he expects to be paid. Paimon then shifts his focus to our main character, impressed by Andrea's summons with phantom abilities, but doubts its effectiveness against his elite soldiers. Summoning all he can, including the corpses buried in the graveyard, Paimon surrounds Andreas and Nickel completely. With no escape route, Andreas suggests they temporarily split up, planning to catch Paimon off guard when the opportunity arises. For now, their primary goal is to survive against the relentless undead army. Andreas swiftly maneuvers through the enemies, employing earth shield spells to clear a path for himself. Yet despite his efforts, the horde of undead shows no signs of stopping, continually closing in on them. In a desperate attempt to fend off the undead, Andreas employs a stone spear spell, launching rocks at their faces. To add to his challenges, archer enemies take aim at him from long range, making survival even more difficult. Paimon observes his army's struggle to defeat a single opponent, becoming increasingly annoyed with their incompetence. Meanwhile, Nickel and Dan continue their fierce battle, with Dan becoming frustrated by the persistent skeleton. In an effort to deal with Nickel, Dan drops a sticky bomb down his shirt, intending to detonate it within seconds. The explosion occurs, but Nickel seems to have vanished without a trace, leaving Andreas feeling overwhelmed and uncertain about his whereabouts. As the battle rages on, Andreas fights with all his might, even as his body begins to feel numb and strained. A grotesque zombie spews a noxious liquid onto Andreas's back, further complicating the fight. Yet, our main character refuses to give up, swinging his sword and wondering how much longer he can endure this relentless onslaught. Caught off guard by a low-level skeleton knight swinging a large axe, Andreas barely manages to block the attack in time. After attempting to kick the enemy, Andreas falls to the ground, surrounded and overwhelmed. The skeleton soldier strikes him in the skull, continuing the relentless assault by climbing on top of Andreas and beating him mercilessly. In his final moments, Andreas fears that he will perish at the hands of a mere skeleton knight. His mind races, thinking about the loved ones he cares deeply for, his sister Amy, Lucia's illness, and Vivian's mental health. He realizes that he has finally found a reason to live, and he refuses to succumb to this fate. Despite bleeding heavily, Andreas grits his teeth, and in a moment of desperation, a bright light shines upon him, granting him new skills through his continuous training. His system informs him of his awakened talent combat and aura abilities, a result of his dual core trait. Now he can wield both mana and aura simultaneously. Empowered by this newfound strength and courage, Andreas retrieves his sword and resumes swinging, determined to survive and find his way back to where he truly belongs. The system confirms that he has achieved a second awakening. Damn! Did MC really become an aura user just like that? Plot armor-kun really came in clutch. The scene shifts to an injured Andreas, gazing at Nickel, who points his sword at Paimon. Andreas queries Paimon about the ring's whereabouts. With a sweaty face, Paimon insists on putting the sword away before discussing. He suggests that with one person dead, negotiations could improve. Andreas contemplates his options, his gaze landing on Dan's lifeless body. Eventually, he decides to wield Dan's sword and approach Paimon, demanding to know where the ring is. Paimon urges him to wait and take it easy, but suddenly he cries out in pain as Andreas cuts his arm. Andreas insists Paimon start talking, as he's no longer interested in discussing matters with him. Paimon, kneeling on the floor, reveals that the ring is in the cupboard's bottom drawer in the house. Andreas observes Paimon briefly before he starts coughing blood, his eyes turning red, veins popping out, and blood coming from his mouth. Paimon collapses to the ground, leaving Andreas wondering what's happening. Andreas had planned to get rid of Paimon eventually, and now contemplates the poisoned sword he used to cut Paimon's hand. He realizes that Dan is actually Bloody Dan, recalling Paimon mentioning his name. He acknowledges that the mask he found on Dan confirms his identity as the one who initiated the war in the game. Upon wearing the mask, Andreas feels a blue aura surrounding him, and his appearance alters with his hair and clothing changing. Removing the mask, he notes that it's an artifact capable of altering appearances. Andreas asserts that the mask confirms the identity of the person he just killed as Bloody Dan, the one responsible for instigating the war between the North and the Empire when he kidnapped the Northern barbarian chief's child later in the game. Originally, the war was supposed to spread throughout the whole continent, and Andreas would have been drawn into it, but he unexpectedly prevented it. Andreas acknowledges that Dan was never going to live a long life anyway, so he thanks him for the mask, planning to use it wisely. He orders Nickel to search for the ring while he cleans up the mess. The scene shifts to Alvin Street's clinic, where Andreas looks at the news on his tablet. The headlines mention black mages, and the chaos caused by Paimon the Necromancer, and his hired sword fighting over gold in the National Cemetery. Andreas, sitting on the bed with bandages, realizes he won't be affected by this news, so he decides to focus on more important matters. He plans to buy his old mansion for 2.5 billion will, including fees and taxes. Suddenly someone covers Andreas's eyes, and they ask him to guess who it is. They both stay silent for a moment, and Lucia playfully remarks that Andreas is no fun. Andreas greets her with a simple, "Yo." Lucia places a basket of fruits on the bed and questions his curt reaction, reminding him that she came to visit because he's cute. Andreas thanks her with a casual, "I see, thanks." Unsatisfied, Lucia repeats his words with a hint of arrogance, saying, "I see, thanks," while Andreas wonders what else was he supposed to say. She then asks Andreas what happened to him. Nervously, he replies that it's nothing, just an outcome of overdoing his training. Lucia warns him that if he keeps it up, he might die one day, and at that moment Viviane opens the door. Viviane enters the room and Andreas calls out her name. They lock eyes for a moment, and with a hint of relief and worry on her face, Viviane addresses Andreas as Mr. Fairy. She rushes past Lucia and jumps straight onto Andreas while carrying that bakery, expressing her concern for him. Andreas smiles and reassures her that he is all right, while Lucia looks on with a hint of jealousy. 1 week later, the scene shifts. In the canvas of exquisite splendor, a resplendent picture unfolds, depicting a regal and opulent carriage adorned with intricate filigree, traversing a landscape of unparalleled beauty. The celestial dome above presents a tapestry of hues, where the sun's luminous rays intermingle with the ethereal wisps of clouds, imbuing the heavens with a kaleidoscope of colors. The resplendent panorama below unfolds like a mesmerizing tableau. a vista of picturesque land replete with verdant meadows, undulating hills, and placid waterways that mirror the heavens' majesty. This masterful artwork evokes a sense of grandeur and wonder, enthralling the beholder with its harmonious blend of elegance and enchantment. Sorry about that. Andreas and his sister are inside the carriage. Viviane wonders what Andreas wanted to show her, and recalls going with him because he said he got the ring back. However, she can't figure out where Andreas is taking her, as all the curtains are closed. She observes Andreas reading a book, and wonders how he could afford such a fancy carriage. The carriage stops, and she asks Andreas where they are, and what he wanted to show her. He tells her that she'll see once they get off.
Suddenly, she hears a familiar voice, and the old lady named Lupin opens the carriage, welcoming her back. Shocked, Amy asks what's going on and why Lupin is there. Andreas explains that he asked Lupin to work as their head maid again. Worried, Amy tells Andreas that they can't afford it right now. She holds Lupin's hand and apologizes, explaining that her big brother is still naive about how things work. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she notices something in front of her. Stepping out of the carriage, she sees her old house, Applewood Mansion, and memories of her childhood flood back. She turns around and asks Andreas why he brought her here. He hands her an envelope and asks her to read it, while Lupin is just happy to be there. Holding the paper, Viviane asks if what she read is true. If Andreas bought back their home, she questions how he managed to do it, fearing he might have done something bad. Andreas holds up a tablet and tells her he invented a potion, showing her a picture of it. He explains that it allowed him to buy the mansion back and assures her that she doesn't have to work so hard anymore. From now on, he promises to ensure there's money on her card every month. With tears on her face, Viviane admits that she didn't know about his efforts, and she feels guilty for saying something cruel to him just because of the ring. She clarifies that when she told him not to come back, she didn't mean it. Andreas pats her head and tells her not to be silly, assuring her that he knows she didn't mean to say all those hurtful things. He promises to be a responsible older brother from now on. While still crying, Viviane says that she always believed in him, but back then, she was just so mad. Andreas acknowledges her feelings, while Lupin does her best to hold back her tears too.
Within the confines of the school dormitory, the lifeless tiger corpse lay strewn across the floor, encircled by a vivid red magical circle. Nearby, Andreas occupies his seat, engrossed in a book. Reflecting on his triumphant Second Awakening achievement earned from a recent battle, he contemplates how his newly acquired trait, enlightenment, expedites his mastery of necromantic skills. The profound ability enables him to comprehend theories more readily through introspection and exploration. Listing the array of newfound abilities such as Death Fury, Blood Curse, Ghoul Summoning, Corpse Explosion, Skeleton Summoning, and Revenant Summoning, he acknowledges the trait's role in augmenting his learning speed. Looking at the tiger named Timer, Andreas muses that he might now attempt summoning him, feeling confident in his thorough preparations. Determinedly, he raises his hand, anticipating a successful outcome, aware that he has thoroughly checked all potential causes of failure. Emboldened, he proclaims that it is time to begin. Surrounded by a beautiful radiant aura, the system announces minor necromancy, executing the Revenant Summoning. One corpse has been detected. A usable material for necromancy has been detected. With dual core utilization at his disposal and Nickel's evolution, he contemplates the addition of Timor's formidable might, envisioning the strength of an entire troop in himself alone. He declares, "Arise, O monarch of the tribe who made the continent tremble." The system responds, "The summoning material's ability value exceeds that of the summoner, stability decreased, and additional effects applied." As Timor opens his eyes and awakens, the system proclaims, "Minor necromancy revenant summoning success. Summoned a revenant, legendary." The level of the completed corpse is height. Status bonus is added. The level of the completed corpse is height. Status bonus is added. The level of the complete corpse is extremely high. Tier increased. It has become a revenant fighter. The level of the corpse is transcendent. It has regained some of its former egos. Revenant Fighter legendary. Named Timer, an undead on tier 5 with mana 891, with traits named Egos, its mastery are Fist and Berserk. Timur's mighty howl resounds with such intensity that Andreas nearly succumbs, but he manages to cast a soundproofing magic to shield the surrounding from the deafening noise. As Timur bows before Andreas, Andreas proclaims himself as Timur's new master. The journey of the seasons commences with the enchanting arrival of spring, where the world awakens from its slumber, and the trees begin their verdant transformation, adorned with lush emerald foliage. As the days lengthen and temperatures rise, the vibrant green canopies persist throughout the summertime, casting a soothing shade under the sun's fiery gaze. But as the year advances, the inevitable march of time leads us to the mellifluous symphony of autumn. During this bewitching season, the trees undergo a breathtaking metamorphosis, adorned with hues of amber, gold, and crimson. The foliage exudes a mesmerizing splendor, painting the landscape with a palette of resplendent colors. The leaves gently sway in the crisp breeze, creating a mesmerizing dance before gracefully descending to the ground, paving the path for winter's embrace. Finally, winter unfurls its icy grasp, shrouding the world in a glistening blanket of snow. The once vibrant trees now stand bare, their branches reaching for the winter sky like skeletal silhouettes. The landscape takes on a serene, ethereal quality as the earth rests, awaiting the inevitable rebirth of spring, and the cycle of seasons commences anew. Sorry about that. In the majestic and wintry Vilboar Mountains, which fall under the dominion of Marquis Magna, a group of students can be observed braving the chilling weather atop the frigid peaks. Their teacher, an authoritative figure, announces that he will now proceed to elucidate the details of their end-of-term examination. He reveals that the overarching themes of this exam are survival and collecting points. Each student is required to spend a grueling 72 hours on this arduous mountain, tirelessly seeking out hidden points scattered throughout its vast expanse. Diane's friend, a fellow student, taps Diane's shoulder amicably and expresses her unwavering belief in Diane's ability to outperform everyone once again. The teacher further informs the students that their bracelets, serving as a mark of distinction, also contribute to their overall score. Consequently, the idea of seizing someone else's bracelet to bolster one's own chances becomes an enticing prospect. However, the teacher punctuates this by cautioning the students that any untoward event, such as evacuation, inability to continue the evaluation, or damage to their bracelets, will result in immediate disqualification. This declaration sends shockwaves through the sea of students, leaving them momentarily stunned. The teacher concludes his explanation, instructing the students to cover their eyes with blindfolds, and informs them that the supervisor will guide them to the starting point. The scene transitions to Mount Vilboar's treacherous cliffside, where our boy, Andreas, can be seen scaling its formidable heights, a mere 46 hours before the commencement of the test. Upon reaching the pinnacle, Andreas takes notice of a level terrain that could potentially serve as a strategic location for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Pondering this possibility, he contemplates establishing a new base there. Suddenly, his attention is captivated by the sight of DNA Alvin, who appears utterly fatigued. Observing her closely, Andreas deduces that she is employing wide-area search magic in addition to maintaining a protective barrier simultaneously. This remarkable feat allows her to shield herself from the onslaught of the blizzard while adeptly navigating the treacherous terrain. However, he realizes that such a feat undoubtedly afflicts a tremendous toll on her mana reserves. DNA abruptly ceases her spellcasting, her breath coming in ragged gasps, before eventually collapsing to the ground. A thought flashes across Andreas's mind. Seizing DNA's bracelet at this opportune moment could eliminate a formidable competitor. Yet he also muses on the potential benefits of joining forces with DNA, envisioning an uncomplicated path towards achieving the highest score. As DNA becomes aware of someone's approach, she activates a defensive spell, inquiring as to the identity of the intruder and demanding that they refrain from moving. Andreas draws nearer, unveiling his true intentions by affirming that it seems she has depleted her magical resources. Andreas tells her that magic is useful, but if she uses it recklessly in an environment like this, she will get herself into trouble. In a protective yet somewhat skeptical tone, DNA questions whether Andreas is solely interested in acquiring her bracelet, all while pretending to offer her advice. As she readied herself to attack, her magic inexplicably ceased to function, leaving her stunned. Andreas approached cautiously, causing her to crawl backward, insisting he maintain his distance. Annoyed, Andreas contemplated if she harbored a strong dislike for him. Inquiring about his intentions, she questioned why she should join forces with him. Andreas extended his hand, expressing his loneliness and vulnerability, persuading her that having a partner would be advantageous. Uncertain, DNA pondered whether Andreas's claims were true, but she couldn't trust him due to his identity. She wondered if his motives were rooted in pride, reputation, profit, or personal gain. Andreas then reached an item from his bag, a piece of chocolate which enticed her, causing her to drool and eliciting a smirk from him. He proposed they work together, to which she replied, "Don't get me wrong. Just now was..." Andreas inquired, "You don't want it?" The scene shifted to a bleeding student being held by a large hand. The one gripping the student questioned a goblin if this was the wrong person. The goblin showed a picture, confirming it wasn't the target, and called the big-handed individual a doofus. The orc-like figure acknowledged his poor vision, revealing several deceased students. The goblin mentioned they were searching for someone with green hair, and lamented having to deal with such a lousy job in bad weather. The orc explained they were paid and had no choice but to carry it out. The goblin spat on the lifeless student, expressing frustration at being assigned such a shitty job. Abruptly, a repulsive-looking orb manifested in the air, reprimanding them for wasting time and urging them to find the green-haired boy. Startled, the goblin turned to face the orb and admitted feeling taken aback. A hooded man communicated through the orb, lamenting his reluctance to employ them, branding them as fools. The orc mentioned conducting some research on the designated target and questioned why they were sent to deal with a mere student, especially when the hooded man himself was coming. Unperturbed, the hooded man instructed them to focus on their task, following Master Jester's orders to kill the target. As the orb vanished, the goblin referred to the hooded man as an asshole and expressed a ruined mood. He suggested they rest before proceeding, but the orc declined, advocating for further tracking of the human scent, suspecting it belonged to either students or supervisors. He believed that by targeting the students, they would eventually locate the real target. Additionally, he saw the students as potential enemies in the future, providing a reason to eliminate many of them. The goblin laughed and agreed with the orc's strategy. The hooded man dismissed them as fools and encouraged them to draw attention to themselves. Meanwhile, he worked on a massive magic circle and planned to plant a bomb formation on the mountain, getting ever closer to burying Master Jester's target. Meanwhile, Andreas and Dien successfully gathered 6 points from other students. While observing 2 individuals suspended upside down, Andreas turns to Diana and remarks that given the circumstances, the hung pair must have been part of the top tier. As they progress, Dien wonders silently about Andreas's newfound tracking and capturing skills, reflecting on where he acquired them. Moreover, Andreas's agility on rugged mountain trails surprises Dien, as if he's undergone a complete transformation. Diana pauses momentarily and then calls out to Andreas, capturing his attention. She inquires about his change, candidly stating that until now he had been quite unsavory. Internally, Andreas acknowledges her directness and responds by revealing that he had to change or risk losing everything. Admitting to his past misdeeds, he acknowledges his neglect of his sister, Amy, his only remaining family. This realization spurred him to become a better person. Leaning towards Dien, he expresses remorse for his past actions. Dien reassures him with a simple, "It's okay." Andreas suggests they proceed and strive for the top spot. Dien agrees, but asserts that ultimately There can only be one winner, and she aims to be that victor. Meanwhile, Ivy conceals herself behind a tree, observing Andreas and Diene. She reflects on Andreas's transformation from his previous despicable nature and ponders how someone who lived recklessly could undergo such a change of heart. She finds Andreas intriguing. The scene shifts to Andreas and Diene running, with Diene questioning how much longer until they reach their destination. Andreas estimates about 3 minutes. Inwardly, Andreas contemplates the competition rules, involving collecting points by either confiscating bracelets or capturing marked objects. As Andreas warns Diene of an imminent enemy attack, a red orc lunges at them, but they manage to evade. The orc's query about a missed attack is met with mockery from a goblin. Inquiring about Andreas's well-being, Diene receives his assurance. Surveying the injured students on the ground, Andreas comments on the unfavorable situation. Diene seeks clarification on the events, only to be interrupted by the goblin, who points at Andreas and addresses the orc named Mantos to rejoice, causing confusion for Andreas and Diene. Recognizing green hair in an image, the goblin deduces that they have found him. Confused, Diene gazes at Andreas while the goblin chuckles, finding the situation satisfying. Andreas inquires if they know him, to which Mantos insists Andreas is a stranger. They came to see him. The goblin proposes killing him and departing. Andreas counters, requesting they release the others for a more private conversation. Diene questions Andreas's sanity, suggesting they fight together. Andreas, aware of surviving students, urges Diene to care for them until overseers arrive. Despite her efforts to sway him, Andreas remains resolute, confident in his chances. Amidst laughter, the goblin taunts Andreas's certainty, questioning his intelligence. As the goblin and orc depart with Andreas, the goblin concurs, deeming the situation fitting. Receding into the distance, Diene internally speaks Andreas's name. Upon their arrival, the goblin suggests that the current location suffices, while the orc confidently states that the noise level won't attract any attention. Observing Andreas, the goblin proposes the straightforward approach of decapitating him for identification. The orc concurs, urging a swift end to their association with that guy. With his axe poised menacingly, the orc takes a swing at Andreas, who narrowly evades the strike, much to his fortune. The goblin joins the fray, launching a series of slashing attacks at Andreas, all of which he adeptly dodges. Abruptly, the orc's axe hurtles towards Andreas with a resounding impact. Uttering disbelief, the orc exclaims, "What the hell? You're no wizard!" as his axe is cleanly severed. Andreas addresses them by name, Mantos and Glau, questioning the validity of his assumption. He urges them to shed the preconceived notion that wizards are inept with swords. Curious, Glau inquires how Andreas knows their names. Andreas conditions his revelation on learning which individual from the constellation dispatched them. A sudden realization dawns upon Glau, who deems the situation dire. Their apprehension proves warranted as Andreas summons his 2 mightiest undead warriors. Undeterred, Andreas asserts that even if unwilling, they will eventually converse with him. Mantos concedes their misjudgment, while Glau directs a colorful label, Kidwell, at a certain individual. As Nickel readies for combat, Andreas enjoins him to wait, telling him to cut down anyone who tries to escape. Hearing this, Glau playfully refers to Andreas as a cheeky little shit. Mantos charges at Andreas, declaring the fight unfinished. Yet Andreas taps into his skills from a prior life as Makoto Kaneshiro, countering with swift precision. Andreas employs a retaliatory kick, thwarting Mantos' advance, then skillfully disarms Glau's knife thrust. With a deft catch, Andreas gains control of the knife mid-air, offering Glau a lesson in its proper use. In a fluid motion, Andreas directs the blade towards Glau, launching a flurry of strikes that propel Glau backward. Observing them intently, Andreas queries if they've concluded their efforts. Internally, he acknowledges the efficacy of his combat skills, noting their success. As he gazes at his 2 unenthusiastic undead comrades, he remarks that they've yet to partake in any action. Upon her companion's arrival, Diene conveys her to tend to the wounded. Acknowledging Dienne's skills and esteemed position at the academy, her friend suggests collaborative efforts might be optimal. Recalling Andreas's advice, Diane realizes she cannot idly stand by in the face of more casualties. Her friend commits to following Diane once possible, urging her to remain concealed from malevolent gazes. Diane affirms with a resolute yes. As the orc lies incapacitated, Andreas prompts him to divulge information. Inquiring about the sender of this group, Andreas questions the orc and goblin's purpose. However, the orc challenges Andreas to end his life swiftly. Pausing briefly, Andreas turns, requesting Nickel to deliver his sword. Catching the blade expertly, Andreas informs the orc that he will fulfill his desire for death. Adopting a stern demeanor, Andreas suggests alternative methods for extraction, minimizing time wastage. Abruptly, the goblin interjects, responding with a loud declaration that Jester Reuben dispatched them. Mantos attempts to restrain Glau's revelations. Despite his injuries, Glau confronts Mantos, dismissing any obligation to those who degrade them as animals. Locking eyes with Andreas, Glau discloses another crucial detail. Jester sent more than just the duo. Internally, Andreas concludes that the constellation must be involved, though he didn't anticipate Jester's role. Recalling Salem's warning, Andreas notes that Jester's defiance implies confidence in eluding discovery by eliminating him. Evidently, Glau and Mantos's commotion serves a purpose. Shifting focus to Glau, Andreas inquires about the whereabouts of the others. Glau concedes uncertainty but underscores their reluctance to antagonize Rodland Academy. He speculates that those seeking Andreas's demise might be orchestrating a substantial landslide. Internally, Andreas deduces that Jester aims to camouflage his assassination plan as an accident. This scheme, he surmises, shields Jester from Salem and Rodland's pursuit. Glancing at Mantos, Glau suggests swift departure, lest they become entangled. Challengingly, Andreas disputes their notion of an easy exit after their involvement in the student massacre. Fixing an ominous gaze, he questions their assumption that he would permit their departure. The scene shifts amidst the fierce blizzard's icy embrace. A solitary figure forges ahead with steadfast determination. Each step is a battle against the relentless gusts, their body leaning into the wind's unyielding force. The pristine beauty of the towering mountain in the distance stands as a silent witness, its majesty contrasting against the harsh environment. Alone in this unfamiliar environment, Diane reflects that she's nearly reached the summit, yet wonders about Andreas's whereabouts. Abruptly, something catches her attention. Suddenly, a massive magical circle beneath her feet activates, launching a barrage of magical assaults. Luckily, her protective barrier withstands the onslaught. Emerging from hiding, the enigmatic dark mages draw Diane's attention. Puzzled by their dissimilarity to the orc and goblin, Diane questions their identity. A hooded figure with crimson eyes smirks ominously, deriding Diane's entrance into their ritual site. Observing her more closely, he discerns her exceptional nature, not just a commonplace youth. Confronted with their sudden attack and evasive responses, Diane charges energy into her hand, warning them of the potential consequences if she resorts to lethal force. A surge of immense energy envelops her as she directs it towards the dark mages. Startled, the hooded figure observes Diane's mastery of double chanting. Noting her fusion of snowstorm and ice magic, driven by fury, Diane relentlessly unleashes her assaults, urging them to vanish. As her attacks connect, the hooded figure admonishes the dark mages and implores them to evade. Diane pauses her onslaught, catching her breath while the hooded figure acknowledges her impressive mana control despite her youth. However, he privately regards Diane as merely a child. Placing a floating eye on his forehead, he finds the situation amusing and declares his intent to fight alongside Diane until his mission concludes. Diane is shocked to witness the hooded man's usage of black magic. The eye begins glowing red, unleashing tentacle-like appendages that ensnare the hooded man. Meanwhile, Ivy's attention is drawn to an unfamiliar presence. The scene shifts to Diane defending against the tentacles, realizing her mana is depleting rapidly. Other dark mages join the assault, forcing Diane to the ground, panting heavily. Tentacles Man taunts her, proclaiming this as a disparity in experience. Diane retorts that his so-called experience amounts to little more than adding an extra head. Her defiance provokes Tentacles Man's anger. However, her words halt as Tentacles Man announces the end of playtime. Just as the tentacles approach her, a flurry of slashes materializes, severing the appendages. Curious, Deanna questions her savior's identity, and he responds as a mercenary hired by Rodlan Academy, offering to take over. Deanna doubts his ability to handle the situation alone, even as a mercenary. Unbeknownst to her, Andreas, masked as the mercenary, maintains the ruse, conveying that Tentacles Man aims to trigger a landslide in the area. He urges Deanna to flee. Tentacles Man questions the mercenary's identity and knowledge of their plan. Andreas retorts that he wouldn't divulge such information to someone doomed to die. Amid Tentacles Man's attack on Andreas, he labels him an insolent fool. However, Andreas evades the strike with ease, subsequently incapacitating the tentacles. A simultaneous assault by Tentacles Man and the Dark Mages is met with Andreas's steadfast defense. Momentarily vanishing, Andreas baffles the Dark Mages, only to reappear and dispatch them swiftly. Deanna marvels at Andreas's speed. Suddenly, Tentacles Man's third eye emanates a menacing red light, prompting Deanna to scream a warning to Andreas. However, a massive explosion erupts where Andreas once stood. As the dust clears, the sinister sorcerers and Deanna stand in astonishment as they witness Andreas impale Tentacles Man's neck. The host is now lifeless, yet the eye remains animate, leaving Andreas perplexed. Suddenly, the monstrous entity launches an assault on Andreas, who manages to parry the attack, albeit being slightly pushed back by its force. Deanna inquires about Andreas's well-being, but he urges her to keep a distance. Inwardly, Andreas contemplates how the tentacle host should have perished already, yet it continues to display movement. He wonders if the creature has commandeered the host's body. As the creature emits a menacing roar, it grows in size while assimilating the host's form. Its tentacles lash out at Andreas, who skillfully evades them, shielding Deanna and preserving her life. The monster's tentacles sweep across the snow, blanketing the surroundings. Positioned securely behind a boulder, Andreas instructs Deanna to retreat as he prepares to create an opening. With precision, Andreas counters the monster's assault, slashing its tentacles. Deanna, utilizing her abilities, recognizes that the man who saved her remains unknown to her, yet he safeguarded her existence. Determined not to forsake him, she resolves to assist in whatever way she can. She conjures a slender, sharp blue energy in her palm, focusing on precision and condensation. With diligence, she succeeds. Meanwhile, Andreas contemplates how much easier it would be to overcome the monster if he could summon Nickel or Timur. His attention is drawn to Deanna, whom he perceives as steadfast, prompting him to question why she hasn't fled. Seizing the opportune moment, she launches the sharpened energy towards the monster, inflicting significant damage and revealing a mana core. Andreas discerns the core's importance and realizes that destroying it would conclude the battle. However, the monster retaliates swiftly, only for Andreas to parry the attack. He acknowledges the peril of his impulsiveness. Suddenly, the tentacles strike the nearby Dark Mages, impaling them. Deanna ponders why the monster is attacking its own allies, considering whether it is absorbing their mana. Their supposition proves correct, as the drained mages amplify the monster's size and power. While observing this dire development, Andreas remarks, "This is a dire situation." Yet he experiences a surge of energy enveloping him, a shield formed by ice magic. Moreover, his combat capabilities are heightened with enhancements like sharpness up and haste. He gazes at Deanna, who strains with exertion. Andreas acknowledges her sacrifice, urging her not to further tax herself and to retreat. In an instant, Andreas dashes forward, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his body. A moment later, he and the monster lock eyes, triggering a burst of luminosity followed by a barrage of attacks. Our boy deftly fends off the onslaught. Another colossal attack is launched at Andreas, who realizes there is no respite. As he evades, he internally acknowledges the necessity of locating the core. His blade swipes at the monster, though the strike falls short. Abruptly, the gigantic creature is cleaved in two, leaving Andreas stupefied. The figure responsible for this feat calls out to Andreas, questioning his identity. Astonishingly, the person is none other than the formidable baddie Ivy. Andreas finds himself in a dire predicament, as fate had to pair him with Ivy among all possible encounters. He gazes at Ivy in silence, but she quickly issues a stern ultimatum, threatening to unmask him if he doesn't respond promptly. Their attention is abruptly drawn by a peculiar noise, and when it subsides, Andreas discloses that the black mages have planted an intricate, explosive magic circle. He stresses that unless they act swiftly to dismantle the arcane sigils, the student's safety is at risk. Ivy, somewhat skeptical, urges him to stop bluffing. Abruptly, another noise grabs Ivy's attention, prompting Andreas to reveal that the impending explosion is imminent. Without hesitation, Andreas departs, leaving Ivy to deal with the situation. Ivy reacts with shock and hurls curses his way, vowing to track him down, all while the explosive threat looms. She mutters a frustrated "damn it" and leaps toward the impending source of light. With Ivy gone, Andreas removes his mask and breathes a sigh of relief, acknowledging how narrowly he avoided detection. Concealed behind a tree, he contemplates that, if it's Ivy, she's more than capable of handling this. The initial scene depicted a relentless snowfall within a majestic mountainous terrain, where the white flakes descended with great intensity, casting an enchanting and serene ambiance. Soon thereafter, the narrative seamlessly transitioned to a somber and mysterious castle nestled within a desolate realm, where torrential rain poured relentlessly, shrouding the ancient fortress in an aura of ominous allure. In the Tenera Strait, near an ancient castle, a grim scene unfolds. The lifeless bodies of a mermaid and a bird lie within a crimson circle, encircled by flickering candles. Jester, harnessing his crimson powers, clutches the hearts of these creatures. He halts his ritual, letting out a sigh, and remarks that this is his private sanctuary. He directs his words to Salem, who sits menacingly near an open window as rain pours outside. Jester playfully mentions that proper etiquette involves a prior announcement when visiting. Salem smirks and retorts that Jester is the one lacking in manners, accusing him of underestimating Salem and pulling a stunt. Jester, maintaining his cool demeanor, claims ignorance of Salem's accusations. Salem activates his Yere powers, fixing a sinister gaze on Jester, and questions if Jester has grown weary of his immortal existence, hinting at the prospect of cremation. After a moment's pause, Salem gets to the point and asks Jester what he truly desires. He ceases his powers and reaches for a bottle of beer from the shelf. He suggests that Jester could have avoided trouble by simply admitting responsibility, blaming the chaos on a natural disaster. Salem proposes a deal. Jester lends him the delight sloth for a week, and in return, he'll let Jester off the hook this time. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the academy, where Andreas strolls while clutching his tablet. He's engrossed in an article reporting that the black mage, Kidwell, met defeat at the hands of Assistant Professor Ivy Clare. The article covers the Empire's Investigation Bureau's focus on terrorism targeting academy students, and mentions the testimony of the Alvan House's daughter, who was saved by an unknown individual at the scene. Andreas discreetly tucks his tablet away in his bag, unaware that Ivy is covertly observing him from a corner. Inwardly, Andreas notes that with Tolman's suspension, Bacht is now personally overseeing the investigation, making it a high-profile affair. He anticipates a period of turmoil and decides it's wise to keep a low profile for the time being. Suddenly, Ivy approaches him, commenting that she's noticed Andreas has taken a keen interest in the night faculty training. Dressed sexily, she questions why she had to make the effort to find a mage here. Pointing behind her, Ivy playfully taunts Andreas as a virgin and instructs him to follow her. As they walk in silence across the training ground, Andreas can't help but wonder if Ivy has discovered his secret. Ivy, breaking the silence, inquires if he knows why she's brought him here. Andreas hesitates for a moment before admitting that he has a vague idea of her intentions. Puzzled, Ivy remarks that Andreas is surprisingly straightforward, though inwardly she finds his candor rather disarming. Andreas then respectfully informs her that he's not prepared to enter into a relationship with someone of the opposite sex at this time. Ivy, her anger flaring, threatens to kill him and demands answers about the demi-human duo responsible for the student deaths. She asks Andreas what happened to them. Andreas responds that he doesn't know. reiterating the story he told the investigation bureau, that he escaped when they were distracted. Inwardly, he's relieved that Diana didn't mention their pursuit of him. Ivy dismisses his account as nonsense and questions whether he truly expects her to believe it. Undeterred, Andreas leans in and affirms the truth of his statement, requesting to leave the situation. Unexpectedly, Ivy attacks Andreas with a sword slash, but he manages to evade it narrowly. She follows up with another strike, which Andreas blocks with his own sword, causing them both to slide backward. With a smirk, Ivy comments on how a scrawny mage like Andreas could block her, an assistant professor of the Night faculty. Andreas examines his sword and notices slight damage from the block. Ivy becomes increasingly suspicious of Andreas, insinuating that he might be one of the black mages. Unbeknownst to them, Vivian listens in from behind a wall, contemplating the possibility of Andreas being a black mage. Ivy, pointing her sword at Andreas, asserts that it's logical to suspect him, given his suspicious behavior in black mage-related cases. She recalls that in the Boleric case, Andreas even took down the mage who had trapped her. Internally, Ivy ponders the difference between the masked man's voice and Andreas's, yet their body types match. She wonders how Andreas managed to pull it off. Andreas concludes that Ivy remains unconvinced by his explanation, and she confirms his assessment. Ivy decides to add one more question, noting that Vivian has changed since the midterm exam. She asks Andreas what he did to Vivian. Vivian, taken aback by Ivy's inquiry, listens intently. Andreas pauses briefly before explaining that all he did was rescue her. Ivy, confused, presses for details, and Andreas clarifies that he entered the barrier and saved Vivian. Nothing more. Vivian's face lights up with joy upon hearing this, and she enthusiastically declares that she knew it all along. Andreas is Mr. Fairy. However, Ivy erupts with frustration, telling Andreas to stop with the nonsense. She aims her sword at Andreas and questions how a supposed failure like him can freely enter and exit a black mage barrier. Their attention shifts to Vivian, who asserts that Andreas's statement is accurate. He indeed saved her life that day. Ivy, momentarily taken aback, withdraws her sword and declares that she'll be keeping a close eye on Andreas from now on. With Ivy's departure, alone together, Andreas expresses his gratitude to Vivian for her support. She reassures him, telling him not to worry about it, and affectionately addresses him as Mr. Fairy. With an adorably cute face, Vivian privately revels in the confirmation that Andreas is indeed her Mr. Fairy. The scene shifts to Andreas's family mansion, where we find Amy engrossed in her paperwork. Suddenly her maid calls her, informing her that they've completed cleaning the mansion. Amy expresses gratitude and acknowledges the challenge of tidying up a place that had been abandoned for so long. The maid reassures her, stating that it wasn't too difficult. However, she mentions their hesitation to enter the study room once used by the previous family head. Carrying a plate of delectable food, the maid suggests that Amy inspect the study room first. Amy agrees and heads to her father's study room. As she stands before the door like a baddie, she reflects on her childhood memories of playing hide-and-seek with Andreas, occasionally scolded for hiding here. With a faint smile, she opens the door, remarking how it feels like ages ago. Inside, she's met with a chaotic mess, but she brushes it off, attributing it to the absence of anyone to maintain it. Suddenly, she spots something on the floor, picks it up, and falls into contemplative silence. The scene transitions to the Welton territory, where a train is in motion. Inside the train, Andreas sigs and questions Salem about the discretion of their meeting place. Salem responds with a casual, "What?" Andreas expresses concern about the continent's greatest black magician appearing in such a public setting, prompting Salem to playfully call Andreas a brat and explain that he's giving him an in-person lesson, while also complaining about it. Salem notes that various individuals are after Andreas due to his perceived weakness. Salem gaily winks, suggesting they should get started. Internally, Andreas reflects on Salem not paying attention to his concerns. Salem proceeds to ask Andreas if he knows that the aura in his dantian and the mana in his heart are essentially the same. Andreas confirms this. Salem goes on to explain that theoretically, Andreas could convert both and put them to practical use, even without a dual core. After further explanation, Salem introduces his method, named transference, to Andreas. 10 minutes later, Andreas is seen successfully using the technique Salem taught him, marveling at the speed of converting heart mana into aura. He silently acknowledges Salem's extraordinary creation. Salem gets up, noting that Andreas seems to have grasped the technique, and advises him to keep practicing. However, as Salem prepares to exit the train through the window, Andreas urgently asks him to wait and presses for information about his father and the Cromwell house. Salem delivers a concise revelation, stating that Cain Andreas's father was Morn's apprentice. Andreas is shocked by this revelation, and Salem reiterates his earlier advice to investigate the details himself, dismissing it as a hassle to explain everything. Salem then leaps out of the train window, leaving Andreas puzzled about his master's cryptic words. Inwardly, Andreas contemplates the fact that he never realized Cain Cromwell was a black mage, neither in the game world nor since his arrival in this world. He acknowledges that it's a good thing he's on his way home, as there might be something significant to discover. The scene shifts to the Cromwell mansion, where Amy inquires about Andreas' thoughts on the maid Lupine's impressive cleaning work. Andreas, taken aback, questions if this isn't their father's study room. Amy confirms it was, but it was in such disarray that she furnished it with new furniture. Andreas expresses gratitude and suggests that it could serve as an office. Amy touches a family portrait, assuring Andreas that she left all the important items untouched. She proudly winks as she reveals the family photo from their childhood. As they both gaze at the portrait, Andreas remarks on the flood of memories it brings, his smile reflecting the nostalgia he feels. Yet, deep down he senses that these emotions are somehow detached, as if they belong to someone else. Suddenly, as Andreas touches the portrait, it radiates light, perplexing both Andreas and Amy. Andreas instinctively checks behind him, where a bookshelf begins to open. Amy inquires about the mysterious occurrence. Internally, Andreas realizes that his touch activated a hidden mage circle within the photo frame, unveiling a concealed entrance. Andreas wonders if the hidden mage circle only activates when both he and Amy touch the photo frame, leaving him intrigued by this newfound mystery. He contemplates that whatever lies beyond could be Cain's inheritance, or more likely, his will. With determination, Andreas decides to venture inside first, convinced that something extraordinary awaits. He asks Amy to wait outside, but she insists on joining him. Despite her attempts to persuade him, Andreas firmly instructs her to leave, and she complies, reminding him to be cautious. As Andreas descends the stairs, he abruptly halts, sensing the presence of a black magic item, reminiscent of the feeling he had with the sloth. Continuing down the stairs, he enters a torchlit hall and is struck by the sight of a peculiar tree before him. In the heart of a clandestine chamber, an exquisite petite arboreal specimen, adorned with resplendent blossoms, stands ensconced within a crimson halo, casting an enchanting ambience that evokes wonder and awe. The velvety petals strewn elegantly upon the chamber's floor form a tapestry of natural opulence, creating an ethereal sanctuary hidden from the world's gaze. Inwardly, Andreas marvels at the abundance of rare fairy flowers around him. However, as he stands before the mysterious tree, a system notification suddenly appears, displaying the message, Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0, The Purest Original Sin, awaiting to bear fruit. This leaves Andreas thoroughly puzzled, making him question if this is the central part of the Codex. His shock deepens as he contemplates the presence of something he's never encountered, even in the game world. He notices an item attached to the tree and becomes curious. Upon retrieving it, he discovers it's a letter tied to the original sin tree, making him wonder if it was left there by Cain. As he opens the letter, a brilliant light engulfs him from behind, transporting him to an empty white space as the letter begins to fade. Suddenly, an unknown individual materializes behind him, placing their hand on top of Andreas's head. This unexpected encounter evokes a wide range of emotions within Andreas, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment and uncertainty. This was the author when he was drawing these chapters.
Oh my God!
Andreas found himself immersed in a sudden revelation as his eyes widened. In the vision, his father held a seed, bowing before an elderly man. The seed was carefully placed in a jar, soon blossoming and radiating a captivating red aura, which his father proudly presented. However, the old man's reaction was ominous, and the scene shifted to Andreas's father cradling his lifeless wife. Aware of the malevolence of the old man, Andreas's father concealed the tree and cast some form of protective magic on their family portrait before meeting his demise. Back in the present, Andreas paused, reflecting on the vision. He realized the unsettling truth. The Empire and the Black Mages were colluding, just as Salem had warned. The Emperor had entrusted Cain to Morn's care, where he delved into dark magic and gave rise to the original sin. Once his usefulness waned, the Emperor had ruthlessly discarded him, and the tragedy that befell his family, including his wife's death and his mysterious ailment, all bore the Emperor's malevolent design. In response, Cain had exacted his own revenge by hiding the original sin in a place only accessible to Andreas and Amy. Suddenly, a man standing behind Andreas inquired if he took a good look at his father's memories. Andreas turned to face this individual who eerily resembled his father, except for the menacing crimson eyes. The man corrected himself. Instead of calling him Andreas, he addressed him as Makoto Kaneshiro. In that tense moment, Andreas drew his sword and demanded to know the man's identity. The man smirked, remarking that he had expected Andreas to recognize him sooner, given his history as a dedicated gamer. Andreas was transported back to a phone call he once received, where a voice had thanked him for playing their game. Andreas couldn't believe what he was hearing. He thought, "This guy, he can't be..." He cautiously asked the man if he was the game developer responsible for bringing him into this bizarre reality. With a sly grin, the man confirmed, "Bingo," and inquired about Andreas's experience in the world of deadly sins, describing it as a captivating fantasy realm. Andreas, still pointing his sword at the dev, demanded to know why he had been brought here. The dev, wielding the sword, replied nonchalantly, claiming that he simply wanted Andreas to clear this game. Andreas, somewhat puzzled, retorted, "Clear the game, you say?" The dev reassured him, "Yeah, simple, right?" The dev explained that Andreas had likely witnessed the repeated endings of this world through the experiences of Luis, Lucia, and Diene, all culminating in an apocalyptic conclusion. The original sin's destructive power had consumed the deadly sins and their wielders, leading to the world's demise. Andreas, still trying to make sense of it all, asked if collecting all the original sins and defeating the final boss would avert the end of the world. The dev nodded and added that as long as the original sin's consciousness existed, the world would inevitably meet its end. To prevent this, one had to gain complete control over it. Andreas was bewildered, asking, "Control of the sin?" The dev affirmed this and explained that only Cain's own flesh and blood could achieve it. Suddenly, a notification materialized in front of Andreas. The system informed him that the immature original sin required a contractor's blood, and asked Andreas to offer his blood and sign the contract. The dev observed, "Looks like the original sin sensed Andreas." Recalling the original Andreas, the developer expressed doubts about Andreas, suggesting he might be a talentless scum. While pointing at Andreas, he mentioned that only a select few could access this place before the original sin fully matured, and Andreas happened to be one of those few. Andreas took a brief pause, inwardly realizing that in 6 months, once the sin grew conscious, it would emerge from this ward and seek its own host. He pondered why he had been reincarnated into such a trash character, but now he understood the reason. With Cain concealing the original sin, only Amy and Andreas had access to it. Andreas turned to the developer, questioning what he expected him to do. The developer's request was straightforward. He wanted Andreas to form a contract with the original sin and become its host, guiding it by feeding and taming it. Andreas remarked that it was easier said than done, as failure would result in the sin devouring him as well. The developer conceded that there was no other option. As the developer faded from view, he conveyed that if Andreas succeeded, both he and the world would survive. He apologized for involving Andreas in this endeavor, but placed his trust in him. Andreas took a moment to reflect, and then the developer addressed him as "my son." Andreas raised his gaze and saw his father standing before him, expressing belief in his abilities. As his father disappeared, he assured Andreas that he could do it and asked him to look after Amy. Andreas was then left alone, in a picturesque haven bathed in the soft golden glow, bare a magnificent small tree, adorned with delicate leaves of emerald and dainty blossoms, stands as a solitary sentinel of nature's grace. Its branches, adorned with vibrant scarlet foliage, cradle a serene ambience, casting a warm and inviting aura that beckons all who approach. The verdant grass beneath its branches, kissed by the golden rays of twilight, dances in harmonious synchrony with the gentle breeze, creating a living tapestry of green and gold. A symphony of fragrant blooms encircle the tree, their petals painted in a kaleidoscope of colors, releasing a sweet perfume into the air, intoxicating all who venture near. Amidst this breathtaking display of nature's artistry, a solitary figure Andreas stands, enveloped in a radiant halo of shimmering gold. His contemplative gaze fixated upon the tree's delicate beauty. He finds solace in the tranquil sanctuary that surrounds him, where time seems to slow and the world's worries melt away. It is a scene of unparalleled beauty, where man and nature converge in perfect harmony, and the heart finds respite in the embrace of the sublime. Sorry about that. Andreas turned his attention to the tree, removing his glove and unsheathing his sword. With determination, he cut his hand, acknowledging that this wasn't one of those typical, otherworldly reincarnation tales. He admitted that he didn't relish the idea of working without pay, but as he had previously stated, there was no alternative. Faced with no other options, he pressed his bleeding hand against the tree, thinking to himself that it was a lot like what he had been doing all along. A sudden reaction occurred, and a crimson aura enveloped Andreas. A notification popped up reading Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0. The purest original sin has taken residence within the user's body, recognizing him as its master. As Andreas became immersed in this aura, another notification followed. Mana recovery increased by 144%. Mana density will increase over time. Mana element will gradually shift towards dark over time, along with promises of increased abilities as more deadly sins were collected, unlocking further powers and features. In response to this, Andreas inwardly told Cain Cromwell, the father of the second half of his soul, to entrust Amy and the Cromwell family to him. As the reaction subsided, Andreas, with utmost seriousness, assured Cain to rest in peace and vowed to avenge all the tragedies that had befallen him. The scene then transitioned to a man bowing before an elderly man immersed in cleaning his sword. He inquired if the man had found the original sin yet. The bowing man was identified as Viscount Lamar Welton, head of the Intelligence Bureau. Lamar began explaining their investigation into Cain's activities before he was abruptly interrupted by the elderly man, who berated him, calling him utterly useless and questioning his claim as the head of intelligence. With a discerning sidelong glance, the elderly gentleman conveys that it's probable that Cain entrusted the sin to one of his relatives. Sooner or later, they will engage in negotiations with the elderly gentleman. Lamar then asserts his intention to conduct a more meticulous investigation of the Cromwell clan. The elderly gentleman promptly responds, remarking that currently it's solely one young Cromwell involved and there's no urgency to hasten proceedings. He graciously grants Lamar additional time. Lamar, still in a kneeling position, expresses his gratitude to the elderly gentleman, addressing him as Your Majesty. The elderly gentleman advises Lamar to maintain the surveillance he has initiated, emphasizing that it would be prudent to commence with the examination of the deadly sins first. The elderly man inquires about the Zephyr cult, as he is confident that they are concealing a deadly sin for their forthcoming god-summoning ritual. Lamar reports that they have detected some suspicious activities and anticipate a substantial gathering for the Zephyr summoning ceremony. The elderly gentleman expresses his satisfaction and instructs Lamar to keep a vigilant eye on them. The scene then transitions to an underground trafficking operation, where a man is wearing similar attire like the baddie Ivy, while other cloaked individuals are observed transporting crates. I bet the author was like, I bet you didn't expect that after showing this panel. Congratulations on reaching this point. If you've managed to make it this far, please leave a comment saying Necromancer to confuse those who skipped this section or failed to watch the entire video. Close to the awe-inspiring Colosseum, one person leans in to tell another that this year's festival holds immense significance. The scene transitions to the underground passages beneath the Colosseum. The person replies, Indeed, Master Payat. The man explains that they've meticulously arranged everything, from the quantity of guards to the various entry points. He adds that they've also gathered extensive knowledge about the underground chambers beneath the arena. Guys, we get a note from the translators. He says that Zephyr was previously translated as Zephyr. It's supposed to be Zephyr, one of the demon dukes from Oz Goetia. Now let's continue with the story. The man then proposes that they might consider making significant sacrifices to summon Lord Zephyr. Pyatt, blushing, commends the man, assuring him that if everything goes smoothly, he'll be sure to introduce him to some charming ladies. The man smiles at this, but Pyatt playfully asks if perhaps he'd prefer his company instead. The man trembles slightly and replies that he's fine, and that all he did was seek assistance from their fellow students at the academy. Pyatt then remarks, What remarkable youngsters they are, well aware of the value of faith. Suddenly he recalls something and asks the man if he mentioned a potential candidate. Pyatt inquires if the man has successfully recruited her. Inwardly, the man acknowledges that Pyatt must be referring to Viviane. He explains that he spoke to Viviane directly, but she didn't seem particularly interested, as she claimed to have found her spiritual path. Pyatt responds, Well, if that's the case, it's a pity, but we can't force it. He mentions that he hopes the man will fare well without him, because he has crucial matters to attend to, so he won't be joining him. The scene shifts to the school dormitory, where Andreas is seen inside, staring at a system notification that reads, Traits, dual core unique, evolution, unique, original sin, talents, black magic, necromancy extraordinary, elemental magic, water element, poor, potion making, buffing type, extraordinary, physical, exceptional, combat, exceptional. Inwardly, Andreas reflects that a week after his return from the Cromwell mansion, he had been concerned about the potential problems that absorbing the original sin might bring. Fortunately, nothing adverse had occurred so far. As he opens his window, he contemplates that now that he knows Cromwell's secret, he's even more worried about his sister Amy. Looking majestic, he laments that if it weren't for the impending events at the academy, he could have stayed by Amy's side. Peering out of his dorm room, Andreas mentions that on the last day of the Academy's festival at the arena, the Zephyr cult plans to carry out a terrorist attack. He expresses his concerns about the potential loss of life due to their ridiculous attempts to summon an evil deity. He resolves to eliminate them before they involve anyone else. With determination, he inwardly states that he needs to protect the playable characters if he wants to clear the game. And he acknowledges that there's a possibility the Zipar cult may possess other codexes, so he decides to investigate that as well. Andreas then opens a portal, and Nickel emerges from it. Andreas remarks that there's so much to do since obtaining the original sin. Now prepared, he instructs Nickel to resume their training. However, something unexpected occurs. A bright light surrounds Andreas, leaving him visibly shocked with widened eyes. A notification appears, stating that Codex Apocalypse Chapter 0, the purest original sin, has detected diligent sloth. While gazing at Nickel, Andreas exclaims, "What?" The system continues by announcing that Codex Apocalypse Chapter 0, the purest original sin, has been linked to diligent sloth, and is generating additional features, abilities, and enhancing base capabilities. Andreas, still surrounded by the bright aura of light alongside Nickel, mutters, "The sloth?" He ponders this strange sensation, inwardly noting that the original sin seems to recognize Nickel as the sloth. He wonders if it's because he carried it for an extended period. The system then chimes in, announcing that Codex Apocalypse Chapter 0, the purest original sin, has completed its growth, and that Codex Apocalypse Chapter 0, the purest original sin, and diligent sloth are no longer linked. Something begins to happen to Nickel, and a notification reveals Sloth Phantom Legendary, sharing the effects of diligent sloth. Nickel's status reads, Life Hill Undead, Tier 5, Mana, 2113, Traits, Self-Awareness, Mastery. The system provides further details stating that Codex Apocalypse Chapter 0, the purest original sin, now offers increased mana recovery by 188% and increased mana sensitivity by 66%, both linked to the sloth trait. It also mentions the availability of a special skill that can be used once every 6 days, with the current stored skill being sloth. Andreas, processing all these notifications, observes that Nickel's appearance remains unchanged, but his capabilities have undoubtedly improved. He then looks at Nickel and suggests they celebrate his power-up by cancelling today's training session. Bro just wanted to skip training. Andreas moves through the bustling streets, concealing his identity with a mask. The streets are alive with activity. People chat, have fun, grab food, and even engage in arm wrestling. As he walks, he recalls the presence of cultists in this area, searching for new recruits. However, seeing no familiar faces makes him wonder if he's mistaken due to the passage of time. His focus abruptly shifts as he spots a familiar face in the crowd. Huzzah! Internally, Andreas senses that Huzzah, the individual who went missing, reappeared before the terrorist attack, carries significance. He decides to tail him. Entering an alley, Andreas descends into a sewer, where he notices someone else walking. When the person detects Andreas's presence, he doesn't hesitate and launches a swift, lethal attack, ending her life. As he opens a portal, Andreas's inner thoughts confirm his suspicions. Huzzah and the rest of the cult are indeed preparing for a terrorist attack. As he completed the summoning of Nickel and Timur, Andreas instructed Nickel to trail closely behind him, while assigning the task to Timur to remain vigilant and keep watch. While Andreas began to move, Nickel dutifully followed. Suddenly, Timur discerned something amiss. The scene transitions to a room where some people hang naked, while others toil away on various crates, all under the watchful eye of Huzzah. Inwardly, Huzzah acknowledges that smuggling in the explosives had posed a considerable challenge, but assembling them shouldn't take more than a day. He privately opines that there should be no hindrance to tomorrow's ceremony. He hopes that his dedication might earn him a promotion to a higher rank. However, in the blink of an eye, someone is decapitated. As Andreas arrives, a cry rings out. They're under attack. Huzzah's voice pierces the chaos as he screams, "A spy! Eliminate him!" The assailants brandishing knives converge on Andreas, only to be swiftly and effortlessly dispatched by his deft movements. As Huzzah readies himself for an attack, he disparagingly mutters, "What a useless bunch." Huzzah inwardly considered the situation, thinking that dealing with a single man shouldn't pose much of a challenge. However, Nickel suddenly materialized behind Hazar, swiftly decapitating him. Hazar's head thudded to the floor, and Andreas couldn't help but acknowledge Nickel's impressive swordsmanship, as always. Standing amidst the lifeless bodies, Andreas noted that they were nearly finished, and suggested gathering all the explosives while calling Timur back. But then, in a sudden twist, Timur appeared next to him, only to be struck by an unseen assailant, sending him tumbling into the water. Andreas turned his attention to Timur, his concern evident. Suddenly, Payat materialized and retrieved Hazar's severed head. Payat expressed surprise, mentioning that he had dropped by early after completing his own business, only to stumble upon this chaotic scene. Sweating nervously, Andreas wondered when Payat had arrived. With a menacing glare, Payat questioned Andreas if he was the one responsible for Hazar's demise. Payat remarks that he hopes Andreas understands the gravity of the situation. Removing his hat and coat, Payat reveals his Mr. Clean haircut, and with a menacing expression reprimands Andreas for going too far, even dubbing him a little boy. Internally, Andreas acknowledges that Payat, one of the cult's high-ranking leaders who appears mid-game, possesses strength akin to an aura master, and he deems him a formidable opponent. Discarding his coat and hat, Payat warns Andreas that this will be a painful encounter, urging him to brace himself. Glancing at Timur and Nickel, Andreas speculates that Payat's strength may now surpass Ivy's, leaving him pondering whether Nickel and Timur, in their early evolution stages, stand a chance against Payat, who happens to be their unfavorable matchup. Payat's unique abilities, which bolster muscle and physical power, render blunt and slashing attacks ineffective. Andreas finds himself at a crossroads, uncertain about his next move. With his full transformation complete, Payat admits he doesn't know Andreas personally, but recognizes his strength, prompting him to go all out. Andreas readies himself for Payat's impending assault, but suddenly Payat vanishes from his spot. In that moment, Timur interposes himself, intercepting Payat's charge. Without delay, Nickel positions himself behind Payat, launching a flurry of slashes. To his astonishment, Payat turns to Nickel and casually remarks, that tickles. Then, in a surprising turn of events, Andreas strikes Payat from behind, targeting his neck. Much to Andreas's shock, the attack proves futile against Payat. Now fully engaged, Payat headbutts Timur and delivers a forceful kick, sending him flying. Payat seizes the opportunity to assail Andreas, who in response imbues his sword with aura. Before their blows can meet, Nickel skillfully intervenes, deflecting Payat's punch with his sword, creating an opening for Andreas, who swiftly slashes at Payat's neck. However, Payat remains unfazed by the assault, setting the stage for Payat's impending counterattack. To shield himself from Payat's retaliation, Andreas conjures an earth barrier, only for Payat to sport a menacing grin as he effortlessly smashes through it with a powerful kick, landing a blow on Andreas simultaneously. Andreas was sent hurtling through the air by Payat's attack, but Payat wasted no time, swiftly grabbing Andreas by the hair and delivering a barrage of punches to his already battered face. As Andreas gasped for breath, his mask fell, revealing his bleeding visage. Payat's expression transformed, his face lighting up with a blush, and in a rather playful manner, he commented that Andreas was exactly his type. Suddenly, Timur and Nickel approached from behind, ready to strike. However, Payat wasn't caught off guard. He swiftly turned around and simultaneously punched both of them. Following this, he embraced Andreas tightly, finding perverse delight in Andreas's anguished screams. Internally, Andreas pondered his chances of survival, desperately seeking an escape from this dire situation. Then, a notification from the system appeared, stating that the purest original sin had responded to the host's call and offered Andreas the use of a special skill called Sloth. Andreas hesitated, not aware of the risks, but with no other option, he reluctantly agreed. Upon activating the skill, a tremendous rumble shook the surroundings, causing dust to cascade from the ceiling. Nickel and Timur looked up in bewilderment, while Payat began to sense an ominous presence as the blood of the deceased started flowing toward him. His eyes widened in terror, and he released his grip on Andreas, retreating to a safe distance. Andreas appeared menacing, enveloped by the encroaching blood. The system then reported that Andreas's magical power, mana sensing, magic chance speed, and mana recovery had all surged by 666%, and a temporary magic effect named Genius was in play, nullifying all mental magic. The system also noted that Andreas had entered a transcendental emotional state called Sloth, with the upgrades and enhancements lasting for a duration of 66 seconds. Inwardly, Andreas expressed his disdain for thinking, movement, and even breathing, as he deemed them tiresome. He considered opening his eyes a hassle, and found the act of keeping his heart beating bothersome. Andreas then conjured an earth shield with a mere flick of his fingers. While Payat managed to dodge, he wasn't quick enough and lost one of his arms in the process. Observing Andreas, who now emanated a formidable presence, Payat exclaimed, "What the hell are you?" Andreas prepared to unleash another attack, his newfound strength astonishing even Timur and Nickel. Andreas launched a barrage of rockets at Payat, who skillfully blocked each projectile with ease, grinning confidently afterward. Payat taunted Andreas, asking if that was all he had. Andreas responded with an exasperated sigh, muttering, "How bothersome," which left Payat bewildered, demanding clarification. Andreas then coldly declared his intent to swiftly eliminate Payat and finally find some rest, sending a chill down Payat's spine. Suddenly the Tower Master, who was nearby, appeared to have sensed Andreas's surging power, as evidenced by the apprehensive expression on his face. The scene then shifts inside the Colosseum, where an intense battle was unfolding. After the valiant knight secured victory, the entire crowd erupted into raucous cheers. Inside, the Tower Master couldn't help but ponder the strange sensation he felt. To him, it unmistakably reeked of dark magic. Oddly enough, the anti-black magic barrier he'd set up seemed to work against him. In a sudden turn of events, his daughter, a worried expression on her face, asked him what was troubling him. He reassured her, advising her to stay put, as an urgent matter had cropped up. The focus returned to Andreas and Payat, with Andreas employing a spell known as Rock Spear, a move that left Payat bewildered since it was considered basic magic. As the attack began to form near Andreas, Payat's face twisted into a menacing grin. He taunted Andreas, claiming that such a flashy attack wouldn't even scratch his skin. But in the blink of an eye, Nickel materialized and launched an assault on Payat, who managed to block the attack. Payat's frustration was palpable as he insulted Nickel, labeling him an ugly skeleton and taking a swing. However, Nickel skillfully avoided the strike by using his ghost steps. Payat then inquired about their next move, just as Andreas had finished preparing his attack. Andreas unleashed a barrage of rock spears toward Payat, who scoffed, asking if Andreas genuinely believed he could defeat him with such meager shots. Yet swiftly Timur materialized behind Payat and held him in a tight grip, rendering him immobile. With a menacing expression, Andreas uttered "Die" and let loose numerous rock spears at Payat. Following the assault, a system notification alerted Andreas that the special skill Sloth had expired and a counterattack was imminent. Andreas's entire body went numb as the system informed him of his inability to move, use mana, and impending severe damage due to overexertion. On the ground, Andreas cursed, feeling as if his body had been torn apart. Yet he resolved to rise, driven to finish Payat off. Another notification flashed, indicating that the undead summoned creatures would be removed due to mana depletion. Timur and Nickel vanished into a portal under the system command. Silence fell over the room as Andreas lay on the floor, powerless, and Payat, pierced by numerous stones, remained sprawled as well. Suddenly a new notification appeared, announcing that certain requirements had been met and the detection of an evolving individual. The message about Andreas's evolution left him bewildered, and the notification went on to inform him that his evolutionary progress stood at 33%, offering him a divergence. He initially quipped, questioning the system's intent with a dying person, and insinuating that it might be a parting gift. However, Andreas eventually decided to accept the offer, The scene then shifted to Alvin, now situated in the sewers. He couldn't help but inwardly criticize the vulgar attire of the Zipar cult members. He pondered why these cultists had infiltrated Rodland's sewer, suspecting a connection to the peculiar presence he'd sensed earlier, but remaining uncertain. Alvin concluded that speculation was fruitless and opted to investigate the area, detecting a faint trace of dark magic. Upon reaching the battle site, he noticed a substantial amount of gunpowder present. The thought of such an explosion occurring beneath the stadium, endangering many lives, including his children, troubled him. As he surveyed the area, Alvin spotted Andreas and inquired about his presence. Drawing closer, he sensed the strongest trace of black magic near Andreas, leading to a shocking realization about the original sin being inherited by Andreas from Cain. The system then displays a message declaring that the time remaining has reached 0, and it solemnly announces Andreas Cromwell's evolution, signaling the completion of this transformation. It goes on to mention that the dual core, an epic trait, has now vanished, while a new and unique trait called Vessel has been manifested. As Andreas opens his eyes, he contemplates evolution, internally pondering if he had accepted the system's offer. He awakens in a well-appointed bed, where he's been meticulously attended to, evident by the care given to his wounds. Out of the blue, a voice reaches him, stating that his injuries were so severe that he should have perished. Yet miraculously, Andreas has nearly made a full recovery in just 2 weeks. Andreas soon discerns that the voice belongs to Alvin. Alvin prods him for an explanation, inquiring about what exactly had occurred in the sewers, which bewilders Andreas. Alvin presses on, clarifying that he's referring to the events in the sewers, leaving Andreas momentarily silent as he internally decides to keep that information concealed for now. Andreas proceeds to recount how he was strolling by the waterway when he stumbled upon a suspicious brawl involving a group of individuals. In an attempt to escape, he inadvertently got caught up in the turmoil. Alvin responds with a smirk, remarking, dragged into it, you say? He then requests Andreas to clarify where the others had disappeared to, as when he arrived, Andreas was the sole figure at the scene. Internally, Andreas remains resolute, vowing to respond by claiming he doesn't have that information, regardless of how often Alvin inquires. Alvin regards Andreas in silence and presses him on what he might be concealing. Andreas rebuts, reminding him that he earlier stated he wasn't concealing anything. However, Alvin's recollection of Andreas's father's plea to care for his children upon his demise leads him to change his stance. Alvin conveys that it's unnecessary to interrogate someone who appears to lack critical information, and that it might be swifter to locate a Zepar lackey lurking in town. He asserts that someone who barely escaped with their life likely possesses little valuable information. Andreas is taken aback by Alvin's abrupt withdrawal, pondering why Alvin is backing down so readily. As Alvin vanishes, he declares the end of the interrogation and takes his leave. Before departing, he reminds Andreas of their bet regarding Andreas's potion development, inquiring if Andreas hasn't forgotten about it, given that there's only 1 week left. Alvin expresses his anticipation, then disappears, leaving Andreas alone in the room. Andreas senses that for some reason, Alvin, despite knowing who he is, has allowed him to escape further scrutiny, prompting him to wonder why. This is particularly puzzling because Salem also seemed unfazed by the possibility of Bach discovering he was a black mage. Andreas vividly recalls encountering Bach in a vision at the Cromwell mansion, making him fairly certain that Bach is privy to the identities of both him and his father. Suddenly, the room's door swings open, catching Andreas's attention. DNA and Carlos enter, expressing concern for Andreas's well-being, having heard about his severe injuries. Carlos greets Andreas, noting it's been a while since they last met. Andreas is perplexed by the unexpected presence of DNA and Carlos. DNA explains that her father informed her of Andreas's situation, which is why she's come to visit. Carlos chimes in, remarking that Andreas appears to be in better shape than he had anticipated. Gratefully, Andreas thanks them for their visit. Carlos remarks on the pleasant sight of the three of them being together, evoking memories of the past. Diene, a touch embarrassed, playfully scolds her brother to desist. Carlos turns to Andreas and inquires if he shares the same sentiment. Andreas, in his inner thoughts, reflects on his past life where he often attempted to save others but met with failure. Now, with a contented grin, he declares, "But not in this life." He responds to Carlos, expressing his delight in seeing the three of them reunited, and within himself acknowledges that it's because he can now protect what's truly precious to him through his own strength. Andreas strolled along the campus road, glancing at the news on his tablet. Quietly musing, he remarked that Bach seemed to have a tight grip on the news. There wasn't a single report about the Zeppa cult's terrorist attacks. Tucking his tablet back into his bag, he inwardly acknowledged the lack of surprise, considering an external threat had infiltrated the Academy's core. The hush surrounding the original sin in the basement added to his assurance that it wasn't an issue worth worrying about anymore. As he reached his destination, a bespectacled man greeted him, remarking on his early arrival. Andreas simply responded with a casual, "Ah, yes." The man informed him that Sir Bach awaited, ushering Andreas to follow. They ascended the tower, navigating stairs until they stood near a door. "Four Eyes" announced Andreas Cromwell's presence to the tower master, who bid them enter, greeting them with a satisfied, "Right on time." Sporting a grin, he prompted Andreas to reveal the potion. Inwardly noting the tower master's disregard for the sewer incident, Andreas pondered which side Bach Alvin stood on, whether the Emperor's or his father's. After presenting the exquisite red potion, Alvin eagerly opened and consumed it, identifying it as an emit potion with side effects removed, much like the previous one. Respectfully acknowledging Alvin's ability to discern, Andreas hinted at expecting nothing less. Alvin, with a touch of humor, chided Andreas for testing him. Unexpectedly, Andreas unveiled another potion, claiming the removal of side effects for the Dian potion. "Four Eyes," and Alvin were astonished. Holding the potion, Alvin exclaimed in disbelief, "You made two in such a short time?" Andreas, showing deference, credited Alvin's support for the swift creation. Alvin, impressed but also teasing, noted Andreas's boldness in making him wait, conceding that Andreas had won the bet. Alvin snapped his fingers, whisking them away to the warehouse promised as a reward. The space shimmered with numerous gems and valuable items. Alvin generously urged Andreas to choose anything he fancied, to which Andreas expressed gratitude before venturing to pick out something special. Andreas mused inwardly about the vastness of the treasures around him. Each object he approached triggered a system notification revealing its name and abilities. For instance, there was the Knack's cursed orgel, emanating magically charged music that bestowed increasing power the longer it played. Then there was the Mithra's pocket watch, capable of storing up to 500 units of mana. Andreas recognized the exorbitant value of each item, well beyond 10 million will. However, his attention was abruptly drawn to a sword, the sealed Galaxus, its mana conductivity boasting an impressive 73%. He remembered encountering this named item solely within the confines of the game. He never fathomed finding it stored within Bach Alvin's warehouse. Andreas reached for the sword, stating his desire for it to Alvin. Alvin, dubbing Andreas a peculiar figure for his interest in a sword instead of embracing his role as a mage, mentioned discovering the sword in the Shire dungeon. Despite multiple examinations, Alvin couldn't discern any particular value in it, prompting him to question Andreas's choice. Confidently, Andreas affirmed his decision to claim the sword as his reward. Alvin saw Andreas as stubborn, much like his father, opting for an item that, in his opinion, wasn't the best choice among the available treasures. Undeterred, Andreas reassured Alvin of his satisfaction with the sword. Alvin warned Andreas that if he regretted his choice later, he wouldn't entertain any complaints. Handing Andreas 2 letters, Alvin explained that one was a letter from the Imperial Majesty acknowledging the Cromwell family's merits, held for Andreas while he was in a coma. The second letter was a recommendation, considering Andreas's newfound interest in swords, hinting that a visit might prove beneficial. Back in his dorm room, Andreas delved into the letters while Nickel trained nearby. The first letter detailed Andreas's potential title reduction due to past behavior. Yet recent commendations, especially from Alvin, Duke of Closil, postponed the title change for another year, based on Andreas's improved reputation at the Academy. Andreas dismissed the merit rank as an empty title and tore the letter, muttering about the Empire's threatening tone. He resolved to have Amy contact him immediately if she noticed any suspicious activity. Frustrated, he remarked, "What an annoying bunch." Shifting his attention to the second letter, Andreas noted Bach's seemingly friendly gesture, dubbing it a recommendation letter. The missive instructed him to deliver it to an old man living at a specific location marked on the map. Andreas recognized the map's familiarity, recalling the name Deshroon and the retirement of Deshroon Fawn, one of the continent's 10 great masters. Thanks to Bach's recommendation, Andreas realized he might have a chance to study under this swordmaster. He planned to investigate a nearby hidden spot while en route to Deshroon's residence, aiming to set off as soon as he had a holiday. The scene shifted to a rocky, arid, desert-like setting, revealing a cockroach-like insect perched atop a human skeleton. Andreas observed from a distance, summoning a rock spear and directing it towards the roach, ultimately defeating it. Internally, Andreas acknowledged the substantial reward from his battle with Piot, recognizing the amplification of basic skills through the combination of mana and aura. Acquiring the unique vessel trait removed the boundary between the Dantian and the heart, enabling the conversion of aura into mana and vice versa. He likened vessel to an enhanced version of Salem's skill, transference, remarking on the significant increase in combined aura and mana, ensuring he wouldn't run out of power. As he dissected the roach, he decided to gather every bit of the monster's byproduct, just in case it became necessary later on. Wiping away his sweat, Andreas contemplated that Mount Clatan, the tallest peak in the monster-infested Krathis mountain range, was the place he could meet Deshroon. However, before that, within this mountain's hidden spot, lay the giant's lair. There he could acquire the corpse of the giant warrior. Bro is Pokemon hunting for real. Once he found what he needed in the roach, he stashed it in a jar, tossing it into his bag before passing the bag to Nickel, letting him know he'd gathered all the gear they needed. Abruptly, a noise grabbed Andreas's attention, prompting him to swiftly slip on his mask and take cover behind a rock to scope out the situation. There lay a furry figure on the ground, unmistakably a Leopardian. Moving closer, Andreas sprang into action to aid the Leopardian, administering a potion and inquiring about what had occurred. Internally, Andreas acknowledged the resilience and combat prowess of the Leopardians, despite their seclusion due to the Emperor's oppression of diverse races. As the Leopardians struggled to regain consciousness, Andreas contemplated who could have caused such harm to them. Suddenly, a colossal mosquito darted toward Andreas, prompting him to react swiftly, slicing it in two with his sword. Recognizing the bug's exceptional agility, Andreas recalled that only Ranox, the bug manipulator, could control such creatures. The bug army, under Ranok's command, possessed enough might to decimate an entire village within hours. Andreas realized Ranok's presence here held significance, likely connected to a treasure hunt orchestrated by Jester. Just as the Leopardian roused, Andreas turned to him. The Leopardian revealed that the bugs had attacked their village. Andreas surmised that Ranox must be after the prized Lunapult crystal, the only treasure carried by the Leopardians. Rallying Nickel and Timur, Andreas instructed the Leopardian to lead them to the village, hopeful that together they could provide assistance. The Leopardian hesitated, weighing the risk of bringing a mysterious human into the village even in such dire circumstances. Sensing the Leopardian's doubt, Andreas offered a perspective. If he were an adversary, he wouldn't have extended assistance in the first place. This assurance persuaded the Leopardian to accept Andreas's help, pleading for aid to save their village. Racing through the surroundings, Timur carried the Leopardian while Andreas pondered, noting the familiar direction they were heading. As flames flickered into view and the village burned with bugs swarming about, Andreas realized this was the same place he'd been aiming for. The spot with the giant corpse, now hidden beneath the destruction wrought by Rannoch's attack on the Leopardian settlement. Despite the Leopardians' valiant efforts, they seemed outnumbered and overwhelmed, evoking tears from their friend. In a sudden turn, a green energy materialized in Andreas's hand. Determined to keep his promise, he targeted the bugs. Utilizing a skill called casting minor ghoul summoning, Andreas reanimated the dead bug corpses, transforming them into undead minions that attacked the remaining bugs. Employing another skill, corpse explosion, he obliterated numerous live bugs, leaving the Leopardian astonished. As the bugs threatened a female Leopardian clutching her child, Timur leaped in, biting and dispatching the assailants. With Nickel by his side, expertly slashing through bugs, their combined efforts sparked hope for the Leopardians' victory. Meanwhile, hidden behind a rock, an unsightly figure watched in shock as his bugs were decimated. He lamented his failed mission to seek the deadly sins on Jester's orders and resolved to escape. Abruptly, a searing orange beam pierced his shoulder, eliciting a cry of agony. Andreas, the source of the attack, confronted Rannox, pointing his sword at him. While Rannox grew angry, demanding to know who Andreas was and why he recognized him, Rannox expressed confusion, questioning why Andreas, being a black mage himself, would attack him. Andreas silenced him, taking charge of the interrogation. Firmly, Andreas inquired if Rannox had been dispatched by the Jester to seek the deadly sins. Rannox, taken aback, questioned how Andreas knew, but Andreas demanded answers, warning of dire consequences if he refused. Internally, Andreas sensed something amiss and probed further. As it seemed, Rannox targeted the Leopardian village, presuming their Lunapult crystal was a deadly sin. Andreas urged Rannox to consider his response carefully. He made it clear that refusal to answer meant choosing death. Nervously, Rannox relented, displaying a document listing potential deadly sins, admitting its inaccuracy. Andreas withdrew his sword, acknowledging the information. Yet, as he examined the paper, he puzzled over its contents, a mention of mysterious treasures from the depths of the sea set for auction at Muriel. Andreas internally speculated that this could indeed be a deadly sin, setting his sights on Muriel as his next destination. Desperate, Rannox begged for mercy, but Andreas swiftly ended his life, thanking him for the intel. Internally, Andreas contemplated using Rannox's body for experiments, acknowledging the urgency of reaching Muriel before the auction. Congratulations on reaching this point. If you've managed to make it this far, please leave a comment saying Necromancer to confuse those who skipped this section or failed to watch the entire video. As the flames died down and the Leopardians found safety, a female Leopardian with healthy melons thanked Andreas for saving the village. She expressed their inability to repay him adequately and offered a Lunapult crystal as a token of gratitude. Andreas politely declined, expressing disinterest. Startled, she questioned his response. Andreas gestured toward a nearby cave, expressing a desire to explore it and requested permission to enter. This surprised and even angered some of the Leopardians, who questioned his intentions, skeptical of humans. Yet, the Leopardian girl, addressed as Elder after a moment's silence, granted Andreas entry. Others, calling her Elder, protested, deeming it an excessive request, regardless of their debt to Andreas. The Elder reminded them that without Andreas's help, their village and the mine would have been destroyed. Suddenly, Andreas reassured them, explaining he had no interest in the Lunapult crystal. Perplexed, the Elder inquired why. Andreas promised an explanation inside, hinting that what he sought was there. Inside the cave, they reached a dead end. Andreas tapped the wall, affirming it was nearby, though the Elder saw only solid rock. Directing Timur, Andreas instructed him to break the wall, which he did effortlessly. Witnessing Timur's immense strength, the elder was stunned by the Tigerian warrior's power. As the rocks crumbled from Timur's punch, the guards cautioned the elder to leave, deeming it unsafe. However, she insisted they wait. To their astonishment, behind the shattered wall lay numerous crystals, revealing an unexpected treasure. The elder inquired if the crystals were what Andrea sought. He acknowledged their value, but reiterated his lack of interest. Curious, she pressed him for his true objective. Andreas pointed towards a colossal statue, stating it was what he desired. The group was taken aback, surprised by this revelation. As they pondered why such a massive object was there, Andreas simply stated that he'd leave all the Lunapult crystals for them, but asked for solitude in return. The concerned female Leopardian, as the head of the tribe, insisted on knowing why Andreas required this solitude. Andreas reassured them, mentioning that if he had any ill intentions, he would have acted upon them by now. Suddenly a Leopardian named Manhwa grew furious, exclaiming, "What did you say? Even if you're our savior, that's unacceptable." The elder intervened, urging Manhwa to cease his outburst. She expressed her decision to place trust in Andreas, acknowledging his choice not to take the crystals forcefully. She then appealed to Andreas, asking him to honor this promise as the first human they've ever made such a commitment to. After hearing that, Manhwa was like, "Huh?" Finally alone, Andreas considered that since the corpse was no longer fresh, it might be better to transform it into a ghoul. He conjured a green aura on his hand, and the system notification indicated, "Ghoul summoning, one corpse selected." However, he failed the summoning due to an insufficient caster level. Removing his coat and weapon, Andreas mused that it wouldn't be that easy. He stretched, determined that no matter how long it took, he'd make it his own. Without wasting any more time, he attempted again, only to face the same notification of failure due to an insufficient caster level. Repeated attempts ended in failure, leaving him frustrated. He sighed, acknowledging that he'd been trying for over a week now, wondering if he should just give up at this stage. But you know what they say.
Never back down, never what?
Never give up!
After hearing that speech, he mentioned that since the place was no longer a secret, there was no guarantee the giant would still be around next time he returned. With renewed determination, he decided to push the limits and attempt to increase the mana beyond the usual standard, opting for broke. A green aura emerged around his hand once more, and the notification displayed, "Ghoul summoning, one corpse selected." Andreas thought to himself that he had time to keep trying. After this attempt, a system notification popped up, confirming the success of his ghoul summoning. He had acquired a Titan ghoul, a mythical summon. The system stated that the finished corpse's level was high, granting it a status bonus. Furthermore, it declared the corpse's level as transcendent, elevating it to a champion Titan ghoul. The system also mentioned that the finished corpse was almost transcendent, regaining some of its former abilities. Facing the giant, the system identified it as a mythical level undead, inheriting traits from its life before death. Displaying its stats, it revealed the creature to be a champion Titan mythical ghoul named Rudrudol Canudondo, now an undead at Tier 6, with mana 3,733. Its traits included egos, monstrous strength, fighting spirit, and indomitable spirit. The giant then pierced its weapon on the ground in front of Andreas. It bowed in one knee and said, "Will you marry me? Ha ha ha, I'm just playing." Andreas found it pretty daunting, thinking he might be the only one able to control such a huge tribute at the moment. Now facing an army wouldn't make him scared anymore. He was relieved that all his hard work had paid off. The scene shifted to a castle where Jester was seated at his desk. There was a jar on the table with a fly inside it, and suddenly the fly burst. Perplexed, Jester muttered, "Rannox is dead." He shrugged it off, knowing he still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. A crow flew in, calling Jester's name, informing him that the Imperial Majesty wanted to see him. Jester nodded, asking the crow to let them know he'd be there right away. Glancing at a paper resembling the one Ranox showed Andreas, Jester mused that he had something to report. The scene shifted to a small house atop a hill, where an old man sat, casually munching on something. Without turning, he asked, "Did the Empire send you?" It was Andreas standing behind him. As the old man glanced at Andreas, he mentioned being there on the Duke of Alvan's recommendation. The old man chuckled. "Bacht? That boy sent you?"
Andreas stood, weapon in hand, feeling the weight of the old man's pressure, stronger even than Salem's. He couldn't fathom that this was merely a test. With a menacing aura enveloping him, the old man asked Andreas what was amiss, reiterating that he had instructed him to initiate the confrontation. Internally, Andreas thought the old man wasn't taking him seriously, fighting him with just a stick. He dashed forward, swinging his sword, yet the old man effortlessly sidestepped Andreas's attacks with incredible swiftness. Behind Andreas in a flash, the old man noted he'd grasped a rough understanding of Andreas's abilities, emphasizing it wasn't swordsmanship that needed training, a style relying too much on tricks. Lifting Andreas effortlessly, the old man spoke of movements too obvious, speed over strategy, and an inability to decipher opponents' schemes. With a swift slam to the ground, he emphasized the true lack, experience. Assuring Andreas not to worry, the old man promised improvement through practice. Day 1, training at Mount Clatan, we saw Andreas struggling against the old man's stick. By day 7, his diet comprising solely potatoes clearly didn't sit well with him. On day 15, he deftly evaded obstacles while honing his swordsmanship. By day 22, he found himself getting choked by the old man's unexpected actions. However, on day 27, a transformation occurred in our boy. He appeared sharper, more shredded, and leaped forward, displaying newfound muscular strength and an air of increased power. When day 33 arrived, the old man, now wielding a sword instead of a stick, engaged Andreas in combat. Andreas relentlessly struck, pushing the old man back with powerful blows. Inwardly acknowledging Andreas's improving movements, the old man found it naive that Andreas was contemplating mid-battle. Identifying this weakness, the old man evaded Andreas's slashes, countering with a forceful elbow strike that sent Andreas hurtling through the air. Swiftly following up, the old man continued by launching a powerful kick, propelling Andreas even further away. Despite the intense altercation, the old man acknowledged Andreas's unwavering fighting spirit, admiring his refusal to complain. Suddenly, the old man barely dodged an unexpected slash from Andreas, who was barely standing on his 2 feet, battered and exhausted. Andreas managed to muster the energy to inform the old man that even a swordmaster can lower his guard. He vowed to be less susceptible next time, before fainting mid-sentence. Inwardly contemplating the skirmish, the old man pondered whether Andreas had gathered his aura and directed it at him. A surprising tactic considering he didn't believe Andreas had mastered sword arts. Astonished, he wondered if Andreas had instinctively tapped into this ability, showcasing talent far beyond his expectations. The thought also reminded him of Luis, who mentioned enrolling at Rodlin Academy soon. The old man contemplated the possibility of arranging a match between Luis and Andreas, finding it an intriguing prospect. A few moments later, Andreas suddenly woke up from his slumber. He turned around and saw the old man sitting next to him. The old man asked if he could perform again the sword arts he did before he passed out. Confused for a second, Andreas then remembered what the old man meant. "Ah, that thing I did when I was beaten to a pulp," he said, acknowledging it was an act of desperation. Upon hearing this, the old man seized the chance to teach him sword arts and some basic aura control. Andreas thanked him profusely. Standing in front of a thick tree, the old man instructed Andreas to envision wrapping aura around the sword like a scabbard and sending it flying. With a demonstration, the tree was slashed into 3 pieces, leaving Andreas astonished. Though its basic form was a sharp slash, it could be utilized in various ways, from defending against explosions to creating shockwaves. Additionally, the old man revealed that by channeling aura into the body, instead of a sword, one could move at incredible speeds. To showcase this, the old man swiftly appeared behind Andreas, startling him. "Since when?" Andreas asked in shock. The old man explained that the aura mystic technique, the pinnacle of aura application, was based on the same theory as the techniques he had just shown. With a knowing smile, He advised Andreas to learn to wrap his aura around his body or sword and adjust the strength accordingly. However, this mastery was a distant goal. For now, Andreas needed to focus on learning the sword arts. Andreas diligently practiced by attacking another thick tree, encouraged by the old man to continue until he grew accustomed to it. Suddenly, Andreas received a system notification informing him that he had met the conditions to evolve his combat by 30%. Astonished, Andreas marveled at how hard he had trained. The idea that his combat skills had reached an evolving level seemed incredible to him. Nonetheless, he found it to be a positive development, enjoying the enhanced use of his body. After hard work, training, and help from the evolution system, Andreas finally managed to slash through the big, thick tree. The old man was shocked, evident in his look. While observing Andreas, he inwardly expressed that Andreas was even more of a monster than he imagined. He had never thought such talent could exist. Wulg, Luis, and even him were never as good as Andreas. The old man continued by stating that as long as Andreas was given clear direction, he'd probably thrive on his own. Therefore, there was only one thing the old man could do. He called Andreas, telling him he did well and that it was enough for today. They should go eat. He instructed Andreas to go first and dig up potatoes to boil. He also referred to Andreas as my disciple. Annoyed, Andreas inwardly expressed his frustration about the constant potato meals, feeling like they might start sprouting from his body. However, when the old man called him my disciple, something clicked within him. So, he asked the old man if he had just called him a disciple. What, you don't like it? The old man asked. No, not at all, Andreas answered. At home, they sat outside eating. Andreas inwardly wondered why Dashrun took him as his disciple. Even after more than a month together, he couldn't quite believe it. Suddenly, the old man handed him a book, telling him to take it. It was a book Dashrun wrote during his time in the mountain. Andreas took it, asking why he was being given the book. As Andreas looked at the book, a system notification informed him that it was a skill book written by Dashrun Forn, containing extensive knowledge of his swordsmanship. Andreas was shocked to receive such a treasure. It was a level-boosting item, much like Morn's black magic book. He wondered if that meant he could use Dashrun's egoless sword too. Dashrun looked at the silent Andreas observing the book. Then the old man laughed and asked if Andreas really hated being directly taught by him so much. Not at all, Andreas answered. The old man continued, explaining that as much as he'd like to teach potential disciples directly, sometimes too much training could poison a talent, especially someone as peculiar as Andreas, whose body was full of aura. Hence, he wanted Andreas to use the book as a guide to find the right training method for himself. Andreas inwardly marveled that a swordmaster had actually taken him in as his disciple. He couldn't believe it. The old man then rose and mentioned that now that he had finished teaching him, maybe it was time for him to leave this mountain. He explained that staying too long could dull his skills. Curious, Andreas asked where the old man would be going. The old man replied that he would be heading to the Southern Kingdom Alliance. Andreas noted that it was the opposite direction from where he was headed. Let me see you off as far as I can, master, he said respectfully. At night, and alone, a man is seen walking, inwardly expressing his hunger and wondering how far he has been walking. He appears tired, internally acknowledging that his grandpa and everyone in the village are gone, leaving him as the only one left. As he ponders what to do, exhaustion overwhelms him, causing him to fall to the ground. The sky turns thunderous, and rain begins to fall. Lying on the ground under the rain, a hand touches his face. That hand belongs to Andreas, who recognizes this individual as the guy called Benjamin Anakius. With widened eyes, he never expected to meet a playable character in a place like this. He describes Benjamin as a sword specialist, bearing the trait Lord of Sword, which means that the great sword, Rubens, sealed in Benjamin's village for generations, has appeared here, indicating the village was raided. Andreas recalls that in the game, Benjamin somehow managed to escape the demon sword. Unable to turn a blind eye after crossing paths with him, Andreas thinks to himself that he needs to make the playable character indebted to him. Moments later, as the rain settles, Andreas sits near a campfire, grilling some food. Benjamin is nearby, still sleeping. Suddenly awakening in confusion, Benjamin asks Andreas who he is. Andreas doesn't answer directly, instead offering him food and telling him to eat. Suspicious, Benjamin kept his distance and questioned Andreas about his intentions. Andreas calmly reassured him, stating that if he intended harm, Benjamin wouldn't be alive at that moment. He urged Benjamin to calm down, emphasizing the importance of eating to regain strength. Andreas pointed out that while the sword seemed significant, Benjamin needed strength to carry it. As Benjamin contemplated, memories of his grandfather showing him the sword and their joyful moments flooded back. Overwhelmed with emotion, he began to cry, realizing he'd never see his grandpa again as he was now deceased. Observing Benjamin's emotional state, Andreas inwardly noted that Benjamin reminded him of Shohei, describing him as the sensitive type, akin to the character in the game. Handing Benjamin the food once more, Andreas humorously remarked, "How long are you going to make me hold this? My arm is getting tired." Accepting the food, Benjamin took a big bite. Andreas remarked on his hearty appetite, advising him to drink a potion to aid his strength. While eating, Benjamin cried and expressed profound gratitude to Andreas. Witnessing Benjamin's emotions, Andreas offered a genuine smile, which faded abruptly as he addressed the lurking figures in the shadows, admonishing them for their rudeness in watching someone eat. The cloaked individuals commented on Andreas's perceptiveness, while Benjamin, fueled by anger, insulted the hooded figures. Andreas remained silent, observing. As he gazed at the masked group, Benjamin's rage erupted, his eyes turning black and red as he accused them of his grandfather's murder. This reaction surprised Andreas, but he realized that these people were likely responsible for attacking Benjamin's village. Andreas explained that the acolytes were orphans raised by Jester to form his personal assassination squad. They reminded Andreas of his past life, well-trained soldiers capable of basic magic and enhanced with aura manipulation skills. The special masks they wore symbolized their abilities. They were formidable opponents, not open to negotiation. Armed with this knowledge, Andreas declared his intent to deal with them, but Benjamin intervened, instructing Andreas to stand back. With determination, Benjamin asserted that these people were after him. The masked figures charged forward, condescendingly instructing Benjamin to comply and hand over the sword. Ignoring their words, Benjamin retaliated. His strike caused a massive explosion of dust in the surroundings. As the dust settled, their opponents revealed a magic shield that blocked Benjamin's blow. Refusing to give them a moment's respite, Benjamin swiftly dashed towards them, slicing one in half. Another assailant attempted an attack, but Benjamin blocked it and countered by slashing the man from top to bottom. As two more masked individuals leaped at Benjamin from behind, Andreas watched in silence, inwardly acknowledging Benjamin's prowess, yet unwilling to let him suffer serious injuries as in the original story. Realizing things were about to turn ugly, Andreas stepped in to assist Benjamin. Suddenly, numerous masked men were sliced into pieces, leaving Benjamin bewildered. Turning around, Benjamin discovered that it was Andreas who had swiftly dispatched their attackers. The masked men, surprised by Andreas's sudden assault, decided to target him. However, Andreas operated on a different level, effortlessly defeating them. Witnessing Andreas eliminate the raiders who had attacked his village, Benjamin's eyes, previously black and red with anger, returned to normal. In the next scene, Andreas ruthlessly crushed a masked man's head. Confounded, Benjamin wondered, "Who is this guy?" Andreas, having finished off all the assailants, caught Benjamin's attention. Benjamin contemplated whether he could have protected the village if he possessed Andreas's strength. Andreas, turning to him, inquired about Benjamin's well-being. Nervously caught off guard, Benjamin stammered, "Huh? Yes." His attitude toward Andreas appeared to have shifted. Andreas' majestic swordsmanship and face is making my guy feel some type of way, even making him say, "Wife me." Andreas, noting this, realized he hadn't properly introduced himself. He revealed his identity as Count Andreas Cromwell, prompting a nervous introduction from Benjamin. Andreas, noticing the urgency, asked Benjamin if he had a place to go. Benjamin, scratching the back of his head, replied, "That's a bit complicated." Inwardly, Andreas speculated that soon, Luis and other major characters would be enrolling in the academy, prompting him to consider checking up on them and possibly looking after Benjamin as well. Proposing an idea to Benjamin, Andreas suggested teaching him proper swordsmanship if he had nowhere else to go. Taken aback, Benjamin responded with a confused, "Huh? This is ironic. Bro was a disciple not long ago, and now he's trying to be a master. Comment, let him cook if you enjoy this incredible manhwa. Andreas continues, saying that it would be a crime to let talent as good as Benjamin's go to waste. He tells him to get himself admitted to the academy. He even said that he will write him a letter of recommendation. Benjamin was hesitant. He tells Andreas that he doesn't have the money to go to the academy. Andreas answered by telling him that when he says he will recommend him, that also means he will sponsor him. All Benjamin has to do is decide whether to take it or not. Benjamin's eyes widened after hearing that. Andreas confidently told him that he has enough resources to do that. Benjamin started crying and sobbing, respectfully saying that he will someday definitely return his kindness. Nah, no need to go that far, Andreas responded. Back at his house, Andreas looked at a message he got from Benjamin, thanking him for the letter of recommendation and his support. He also says that Andreas has great swordsmanship, and he aspires to be as strong as him. Andreas inwardly says that it looks like Benjamin got admitted to the Monas Academy. He also explains that Benjamin is a sword specialist, so he'll have no problem graduating. Andreas sends a response message to Benjamin, telling him to work hard, and that he will provide him with as much money as he wants. After that, Andreas says that he should get ready to go to Muriel's auction.
He texted Carlos and told him that he'd like to participate in the Muriel auction. Carlos asks him if there is something he wants there. He tells Andreas to leave the entry tickets to him because his father will find a way to get him one. Andreas thanked him and asked to meet up at the auction tomorrow. Nice to have a great noble acquaintance, Andreas inwardly says. As he gets up, he says that it's time to do deadly sins in the most lawless entertainment district. In a somber castle, someone asked what became of the demon's sword, Rubens. Another person answered that the boy fled with the sword and they've sent a unit after him, but they still haven't returned. This discussion emerged between Jester and a masked individual. Jester inquired if the masked man was implying that he allowed the boy to escape. The masked figure remained silent. Inwardly, Jester acknowledged the sword as a demon blade, enhancing its wielder's magical and physical capabilities. He planned to study it, aiming to craft mass-producible demon swords. It was the material he sought to bolster the army. He believed he had finally found it, but the idea of it slipping away was unacceptable. He instructed the masked figure to dispatch Hosan to Muriel and join Aleb at the auction. Jester was resolute on acquiring the Crown of the Deep at any cost, confident that Hosan's presence would secure it, even in unforeseen circumstances. The scene transitioned to the port town, Muriel, renowned for its large ships and vibrant entertainment district, particularly the Night of Flowing Gold. Andreas and Carlos, masked and seated luxuriously, sipped their drinks. Andreas silently aimed for the deadly sins, but saw an opportunity to acquire as many named items as possible. Amidst the auction items, the White Nightmare sword, renowned for monoconductivity, was presented. Determined, Andreas decided to secure it and send it to Benjamin upon winning the bid. Carlos, leaning in, commented on Andreas's interest in swordsmanship, to which Andreas nervously denied, stating he intended to gift it to an acquaintance. Carlos suggested raising the bid to 50 million, but Andreas chuckled inwardly, preferring a gradual increase. The auctioneer announced, 23 million, going once, going twice, sold for 23 million wills. Not bad, Carlos remarked, because Andreas won the bid with just 23 million. Andreas mused inwardly, feeling he should have stuck with his initial 20 million bid, finding it more than sufficient. Next up for bidding was a map that had stumped countless scholars with its indecipherable code. Andreas hadn't anticipated encountering this map. It supposedly led to the dragon tomb of the revered Red Dragon, Krav Maga. Initially dismissing it as a mere Easter egg, Andreas was taken aback by its actual existence. As the bid soared, with bidders vying to unravel its secrets, Andreas inwardly calculated that corpses were valuable assets to him, compelling him to secure the map at any cost. The auction commenced at 2 million wills, prompting Andreas to open with 5 million. No one countered. Thoughts of harnessing the power of a dragon raced through Andreas's mind. Possessing such a creature would rival the strength of an entire country. The auctioneer announced, sold for 5 million wills. Andreas was elated, striking a victorious pose. An elderly man, noticing Andreas and Carlos's wealth, pondered their identity, but dismissed it.
choosing to let them revel in their riches. He slyly noted that their excessive spending prior to the crown auction worked in his favor, reducing competition. The auctioneer continued presenting items, and Andreas impulsively bought everything, including a rechargeable portal scroll facilitating movement twice a day, and an ancient alchemical tool. Carlos couldn't help but wonder if Andreas considered his purchases carefully. The highly anticipated final item emerged. The auctioneer dramatically unveiled a relic salvaged from the deep sea, Lords of the Seas. A system notification alerted Andreas about the purest original sin, detecting the power of benevolent greed. Eyes widened, Andreas exclaimed, "There it is!" Andreas was shocked when he heard that the starting price was 1 billion wills, and the bidding units were 10 million wills. Inwardly, he thought, "That's a steep price. If only I had the earnings from next month's potion sale." Carlos glanced at Andreas and then asked him if he really wanted that too. Andreas answered affirmatively, but added that he would try a few bids, and if it seemed hopeless, he would give up. Suddenly, much to Andreas's shock, Carlos offered to buy it for him. "Why?" Andreas asked incredulously. Carlos replied, "My father told me you were injured in the sewers because you were trying to save us." "Ah, that was... things just happened," Andreas nervously answered, wondering how much the tower owner had revealed to Carlos. Carlos began bidding, proclaiming that he would show the wealth of the Alvin house. The old man seemed taken aback as he looked at his tablet to bid, questioning how these kids still had money. Internally, he vowed to silence these young competitors with Jester's wealth. The bidding started at 1.5 billion, then soared to 2 billion, 3 billion, 7 billion, 8.7 billion, and then 10 billion. Carlos was on fire, declaring that things were getting interesting. Andreas smiled, noticing Carlos's competitive spirit. The auctioneer stressed the importance of winning in this situation, promising to pay them back. Then he announced an astounding bid of 50 billion wills. He asked if anyone else was bidding, but after Carlos's 70 billion bid, it climbed to 90 billion and finally reached an astonishing 100 billion wills. The old man appeared enraged, nervously laughing, debating whether he should continue. Recalling Jester's instruction to ensure victory, he put his hand on his head, biting his lips and sweating profusely, inwardly realizing that regardless of Jester's wealth, this bidding was just too much. He lamented not having clarified how much he was allowed to spend. Suddenly, the auctioneer thanked everyone and announced that Lord of the Seas was sold for 100 billion wills. The old man was flabbergasted upon hearing this. A man approached him from behind, chuckling and telling Alab that he messed up. The man, Hosann, mentioned that Jester sent him because Alab, being too stupid, would have messed it up. Hosann added that even if Alab had won with over 100 billion, he would have been killed for it. He instructed Alab to return and wait. Glancing at Carlos and Andreas, Hosann declared that he didn't know who they were, but hinted they should savor their victory before meeting their demise. He was plotting to kill them after the auction. Carlos, giving a thumbs up, remarked that he'd probably face a scolding upon returning. He mentioned his hunger and suggested they go out for something to eat. Andreas observed Carlos, internally noting that the wealth of the Alvin house was truly overwhelming, and that Carlos had showcased it exceptionally well.
In a grandiose setting, echoes of laughter resonated. Andreas, adorned with the crown, wore a bashful expression as Carlos teased, "That looks very good on you, Your Highness Andreas." Internally, Andreas mused that treating the codex like a plaything was absurd, but it seemed to be Carlos's privilege, having bought it for him. Following the laughter, Carlos suggested a celebration, and they seated themselves at an opulent table adorned with delectable cuisine. Raising glasses brimming with wine, they clinked in unison. Inwardly, Andreas acknowledged that thanks to Carlos he had secured greed safely, and the congregation had yet to make a move, allowing them to depart unscathed. Abruptly, a commotion outside disrupted their revelry. A guard's voice demanded identification, asserting that unauthorized individuals were not welcome. However, the guard's cries were silenced by ominous screams. The door burst open, courtesy of Hosann. Entering the room, he quipped, "Oops, did I interrupt your dinner time?" Carlos, rising from his seat, demanded to know their identity, while Andreas, still seated, remained silent. Internally, Andreas thought, "Speak of the devil." Hosann and his entourage entered, and with a smirk he instructed them to surrender the crown, promising a painless death in return. Inwardly, Andreas sighs, realizing the predicament. To make matters trickier, it's Jester's dog, Hosann the Devil Sword. Despite not mastering secret arts yet, he's as formidable as an aura master. Hosann, arrogant about his own talent, frequently clashes with his mentor, Deshrun. Eventually, he parts ways and dives into the criminal underworld. Recruited by Jester, who recognizes his talent, Andreas believed he could safely retrieve greed and get away with it easily. Observing Carlos, Andreas suggests they make a quick exit due to the escalating situation. Hosann, catching wind of Andreas's words, commands his underlings not to let them escape. The masked figures follow orders and charge towards Andreas and Carlos. Reacting swiftly, they break through a window, escaping the room. Hosann remarks, good, he doesn't want things to be too easy. Otherwise, it would bore him. He declares it's time to hunt. In the forest, heavy panting echoes from Andreas and Carlos. Carlos optimistically mentions that crossing the river will keep them out of reach. Boarding a small boat, he notes Muriel as a lawless area beyond the Empire's power. But once they get out of here, those guys are nothing. Andreas urges Carlos to go ahead first and summon help. Confused, Carlos asks for clarification. Andreas explains that outrunning their pursuers won't be easy, and it's too risky for them to stick together. Escaping alone offers him a better chance. Carlos sighed, remarking, good grief, always a blockhead. He assured Andreas he understood, pledging to hustle and bring help ASAP. Observing Carlos's silhouette recede to the opposite side of the river, Andreas internally acknowledged that with Carlos safely away, it was time for him to unleash his full capabilities. Just as he voiced this thought, the pursuers caught up to him. Their confusion about Carlos's whereabouts led them to suspect that Andreas held the coveted crown. Without hesitation, Andreas dropped the bag containing the crown, daring them to come and take it if they could. With a confident expression, he prepared for the impending confrontation. The masked adversaries, enraged, vowed to shred him to pieces. Andreas deftly slashed through the initial rush of assailants, but more leapt from behind, shouting threats. In a surprising turn, Andreas's eyes glowed white and he quietly uttered, Rudrudol. Hosann, taken aback, speculated on a summoning spell, possibly involving undead entities. A colossal hand emerged from Andreas's portal, striking down some masked foes. Confused survivors wondered about the mysterious giant arm. While the masked figures were distracted, Andreas stealthily pierced one from behind, reminding him not to lose focus. He didn't stop there, slashing through several other masked assailants. Observing the scene, Hosann sported a wide grin, privately acknowledging that Andreas wasn't just adept in dark magic, but also quite skilled with a blade. Hosann chuckled, deeming Andreas quite the intriguing lad. Moreover, Andreas's swordplay struck a chord of familiarity with him. Amidst the scuffle, Andreas's attention shifted abruptly, surrounded by a sudden flurry. The cause? Hosann's attack. Andreas, blocking the strike, grinned as Hosann questioned the boy's true identity. Andreas quipped, "Who knows? Take a guess." Hosann then kicked Andreas, teasing him as a cheeky brat. Despite being sent backward, Andreas swiftly regained his footing. Hosann remarked on the familiarity of Andreas's sword, suggesting a named sword was wasted on him. Internally, Andreas pondered that Hosann seemed stronger than Payat. Though using sloth might secure a win, the aftermath posed a challenge. Hosann, with determination, declared adding Andreas's sword to his collection. Perplexed, Andreas questioned, "Collections?" before labeling him a pretentious thief. Hosann, clearly displeased with Andreas's retort, shot him an irritated look and hurled an insult before charging towards him. Summoning Nickel and Timur, Andreas declares, "As I mentioned, they can attempt to eliminate him if they dare." Andreas quietly contemplates that if Hosann is relying on the item's power, he plans to utilize sheer numbers to overpower him. Andreas opts to achieve this by turning the masked men he defeats into undead zombies. Hosann is momentarily surprised, then chuckles, remarking that Andreas is truly intriguing, to think he met a necromancer wielding a sword. Following this, Hosan unsheathes his demon-culling sword, Gainis. Andreas is shocked and starts sweating as the sword is known to be anti-undead. Hosan mentions that if he takes Andreas's corpse as well, Jester would likely be pleased. Inwardly, Andreas wonders just how many swords are concealed in Hosan's subspace sheath. Without further delay, Andreas decides it's time to initiate a war of attrition and commands his zombies to attack Hosan. The undead creatures rush and leap towards Hosan, whose grin widens as he questions Andreas's belief in winning with these trash. With a single slash, Hosan dispatches the zombies, stunning Andreas as his eyes widen. Timur manages to evade the slash while Nickel and Andreas block it. Undeterred, Timur rushes towards Hosan, who casually remarks that undead are easy enemies for him due to their lack of intelligence. However, as he focuses on Timur, Nickel attempts a surprise attack. Fortunately for Hosan, he dodges both the powerful slash and punch from Nickel and Timur. In mid-air from the dodge, Hosan comments on the surprising agility of the corpses. Suddenly, a green orb aura appears in Andreas's hand, summoning the giant undead behind Hosan, poised to deliver a powerful blow. Hosan swiftly turned around, spotting the colossal figure brandishing a massive blade poised to strike. A smirk crossed Hosan's face as he gripped his sword, bathing it in a beautiful pinkish light. Andreas widened his eyes, recognizing the magical blade as Farang. According to him, this sword temporarily buffs its wielder by absorbing the opponent's strength. Hosan confirmed this by effortlessly blocking the giant's attack, absorbing its power with a wicked grin and a bout of laughter. On the flip side, Andreas, realizing the impending strength drain on Rudol, inwardly cursed. He despawned Rudol, acknowledging that Hosan was a bad match for him. As Rudol vanished into the undead realm, Hosan absorbed the strength from its previous assault, a potent aura surrounding him. Maintaining his devious grin, Hosan remarked, "Just now that was a corpse of the giant tribe, huh?" He chuckled, expressing gratitude to Andreas for giving him the giant's strength. Andreas's zombies lunged at Hosan, but a swift swing of his sword effortlessly dispatched the undead horde. Hosan, unyielding, stepped on a zombie's head, thanking Andreas for deploying these masked lackeys. He revealed they were his client's underlings, yet their constant whining made him want to kill them. Andreas, nervously and angrily, feared the repercussions if Timur and Nickel faced Hosan. Hosan, dismissing the nuisance, proposed moving on to the enjoyable part. Suddenly, in a flash, Nickel attacked, but Hosan's agility allowed him to evade and leap behind Nickel, declaring his intent to deal with the most interesting and annoying individual. Grabbing a red-hued sword, he mentioned it had been a while since he used the Swordbreaker. Andreas grew anxious, cursing internally as Hosan swiftly changed swords. He warned Nickel not to take a direct hit from that sword, prompting Lemur to defend against relentless attacks from Hosan, while Andreas joined the fray. In a massive clash, Hosan managed to block Andreas's and Nickel's attacks simultaneously. However, Timur emerged suddenly, raising both hands with the intent to crush Hosan with all his strength. Suddenly, Hosan spun around and laid eyes on Timur. A colossal explosion of dust and rocks enveloped the area where Timur had just collided. While they initially thought they had him, it became apparent that Hosan skillfully evaded the danger, dodging the attack. Hosan couldn't help but burst into giggles, expressing what a shame it was because Andreas was on the brink of victory. Internally, Andreas acknowledged the close call. If Timur hadn't intervened, either him or Nickel would have been split in two. Glancing at Nickel, Andreas grew concerned, noticing the cut on Nickel's sword and left hand. Hosan seized the moment, declaring it was time to wrap things up, relishing the thrill of battling against the aura using undead. Deep in thought, Andreas wondered if he had no choice but to deploy Sloth at this juncture. Abruptly, he asked Nickel to retreat temporarily into the undead world. However, Nickel stood firm, defying the command. Hosan laughed, remarking that Nickel displayed more backbone than his master, emphasizing the rarity of not turning one's back on the enemy. Out of nowhere, a system notification named Sloth Phantom appeared, prompting Andreas to decide whether to employ Sloth. The notification was directed at Nickel, presenting Andreas with the option to use it on him. Internally, Andreas realized he had forgotten that Nickel could also use Sloth. Considering the excruciating pain he experienced when using it last time, he contemplated that it might be more suitable for Nickel, who can't feel pain. Confident in his stance, Hosan asserted that Andreas seemed to be out of tricks. However, his expression shifted from confidence to nervousness as he sensed an overwhelming pressure. Under pressure from Nickel, who's currently gearing up for a formidable attack, Hosan shouted, questioning their intentions. Abruptly, Andreas lunged at Hosan, poised to strike while warning him not to meddle with Nickel. With agility, Hosan parried Andreas's assault and countered, acknowledging Andreas's impressive swordplay for a mage, but pointing out his sloppiness. Despite Andreas's struggle to defend, Hosan was about to finish him off. Luckily, Timur intervened just in time, delivering a punch that forced Hosan to evade and create some distance. Annoyed by Timur, Hosan decided to deal with him first, but his focus shifted to Nickel, still charging a potent attack. Hosan observed, inwardly questioning how an undead could possess such overwhelming aura. After Nickel unleashed a vertical slash, Hosan, puzzled by the seemingly single-stroke outcome, belatedly realized it was an aura secret arts. The forceful attack left Andreas shielding himself from debris, and when he looked up, he was shocked to see Nickel transformed, not into his human form, but with restored white hair and beard. Following that, Nickel reverted to his normal, undead form, and Andreas expressed gratitude before sending him back through the undead portal. Surprisingly, Hosan remained on his feet, though barely holding on. Andreas was astonished that he survived Nickel's secret arts. Examining his broken swords, Hosan noticed the damage. Suddenly, Timur leapt towards him, launching a devastating punch, but Hosan managed to dodge just in time. As Timur prepared for another punch, Hosan reached for his remaining sword, cursing Timur. Swiftly, Andreas joined in, blocking Hosan's slash, and then Timur delivered a face-distorting punch to Hosan's stomach, sending him flying. Ready for the confrontation, Andreas declared that he would end it with his eagleless sword. Observing Andreas's preparation, Hosan giggled, taunting him as a shitty brat. Despite blood coming from his mouth, Hosan stood firm, prepared to endure the attack due to his injuries, as he was unable to dodge at this moment. Determined to conclude the battle before Hosan could recover, Andreas dashed towards him, and a bright light enveloped them. Andreas's attack was so powerful that Hosan got sent into a flashback, where someone tells him that he is half wrong and half right. In the flashback, Hosan was young, and he was eating potatoes. Hosan was confused about what the person meant by being half wrong and half right. The person who told him that was the swordsmaster, who answers by telling him that a sword is nothing more than a tool, and a tool should be the last thing he thinks about in swordsmanship. Hosan was confused, so he asked the old man why the sword isn't essential in swordsmanship. He continues by saying, "Isn't it obvious if two equal warriors fight, the one with the better tools will win?" The old man tells him that is true in a battle between ordinary men, and that's why he said he was half right and half wrong. The old man continues by saying that a fight between those who have reached the state of Aura Master is won by the one who has greater insight into swordsmanship. So if he lacks insight, even if his opponent is using a tree branch, they may still be able to threaten his life. He tells Hosan that he has the talent to become an Aura Master, but if he is too dependent on his tools, he will destroy his own talent. Returning to the present, Hosan reflects inwardly, acknowledging that an undead proficient in the Aura secret technique, wielding a fractured sword, managed to overcome him. He chuckles, admitting he should have heeded the old man's advice. Collapsing to his knees after Andreas's slashing attack, blood spilling, he musters the strength to inquire if Andreas is the old man's apprentice. Andreas, with a solemn expression, simply responds, "Yeah." Hosan giggles, remarking, "No wonder he can detect the scent of potatoes on his sword." Meanwhile, on the opposite riverbank, Carlos successfully rallies assistance, readying a small boat. Urging everyone to hasten and embark before it's too late, he's taken aback as Andreas emerges from the water. Andreas, expressing relief at not succumbing to the attack, hastily implores Carlos to pull him aboard. Once on the boat, Carlos queries how Andreas managed to swim such a distance. Andreas explains that facing a group of attackers, he left a trail on land and swam here like a madman. Upon hearing this, Carlos, eager to return and confront their assailants, is advised by Andreas to stay composed. Indicating their bags, Andreas reassures Carlos that their belongings are secure. He adds that, given Muriel's lawless nature, such incidents were predictable. With a knowing look, Carlos asserts that he now understands, prompting a confused Andreas to inquire further. Carlos explains that he has figured out why everyone refers to him as a seaweed. A few moments later, atop a majestic mountain, a glow emanates from a cave, revealing Andreas carefully stitching a hand. Placing Nickel's severed hand back in position, he encourages him to give it a try, assuring him it's Hosen's arm, so things should be all right. After fixing Nickel up, Andreas scrutinizes his status window. His eyes widen in shock upon discovering that the Sloth Phantom, aka Nickel, has a 32% chance to evolve with a single divergence option. The system prompts him, asking if he wants to initiate the evolution. Similarly, the Revenant Fighter, identified as Timur, boasts an impressive 88% chance to evolve with a divergence option, prompting the same question. Internally, Andreas reflects on how their evolutionary odds significantly increased after the encounter with Hosan. Deciding it's an opportune moment, he opts to evolve Timur, given the substantial 88% probability. After accepting the evolution, an aura envelops Timur, and a system notification pops up, indicating a 342-hour evolution process. Andreas contemplates delving into elemental magic upon returning home. There's also something he wants to research. Meanwhile, back at Jester's mansion, Jester questions Karen's purpose. Trembling, Karen confesses he heard about his removal from the congregation. Jester confirms it, stating he suggested it due to the Congress not tolerating the unworthy. Even as Karen was about to express his thoughts, Jester interjected, asserting that Karen had yet to effectively guide a single disciple. Without hesitation, Jester pointed out that Karen had not contributed any valuable research results or artifacts, emphasizing his inferiority to even his own disciple. Jester questioned Karen's commitment to the congregation, highlighting the significance of securing a codex, a feat achieved by Karen's disciple Andreas Cromwell. Karen, eager for redemption, expressed his willingness to do anything to prove himself. In response, Jester revealed the discovery of the ancient magical beast Kushain near Rodlan. Karen, stunned, remarked on the creature's mythical nature, recalling it as a beast capable of dominating intelligent beings and sapping their strength through malevolent spirits. Holding a conspicuous red crystal, Jester offered the location of Kushain, instructions on unsealing it, and the power to control the formidable creature. As a condition, Jester requested Karen to bring his audacious disciple before him once the magical beast was tamed. Internally, Karen pondered that Jester seemed displeased with Andreas's independent actions, which suited Karen just fine. Not only could he rid himself of Andreas, the source of his troubles, but he also had the chance to acquire a magical beast if luck was on his side. Jester then urges him to treat this chat as a secret. Karen senses that Jester is likely driven by the deal with Salem. With a composed demeanor, he assures Jester to leave everything to him, emphasizing it's his duty as a teacher to guide a misguided disciple. The following day at Rodlan Academy, Andreas reflects on a lesson learned. He should have conducted his research in a more convenient location. Despite a promising start, he acknowledges it will take time to complete. Looking fatigued, he decides to return to the dorm for some rest. Abruptly, Lucia and Vivian approach him. Lucia questions why he ignored her calls, humorously asking if his tablet is just for show. Andreas apologizes, explaining he was out with an acquaintance and didn't check his tablet. Internally, He observes Lucia and Vivian getting along. Lucia then shows him a message on her tablet, a warning post. She excitedly mentions bidding farewell to the outdated student dorm, while Vivian secretly expresses a desire to share a dorm with Mr. Fairy. Examining the notice on his tablet, the message conveys that an unidentified spirit has been spotted in Tonelico Dormitory. To ensure student safety, Tonetico Dormitory will be temporarily closed. Residents should consult the attached list for their temporary relocation. Internally, Andreas contemplates an incident involving spirits attacking students in Tunarico Dormitory hints at the ancient magical beast's sealing event. He wonders why it's occurring earlier than expected, given that in the game it's supposed to happen 6 months later. Lucia notices Andreas's somber expression and asks why. She urges him to stop stalling and reveal his assigned dorm. Andreas replies that he's placed in Delgion dorm. Blushing, Lucia playfully calls him a lucky boy to be able to live in the same place as a beauty like her. Unfazed, Andreas questions her, brushes it off, and mentions heading back to pack his stuff and check the dorm situation. Lucia tells him to go ahead, while Vivian asks if she can accompany him, to which Andreas agrees. Vivian smiles and blushes, eliciting a jealous expression from Lucia. In the dormitory building, Andreas and Vivian stroll through the hallways. Andreas inquires if she saw it, and she responds that she caught a glimpse but lacks details since it's in the magic department. All she knows is that a professor named Karen Dufresne is conducting an investigation into it. Inwardly, Andreas reflects that his interventions have altered the course of events, but their conversation halts abruptly upon spotting a student in their midst. The student's eyes widen and saliva drips from her mouth, giving the impression of possession. Identifying her as Diene, Andreas urgently approaches, calling her name. However, Diene adamantly warns him not to touch or speak to her. Observing her condition, Andreas notes that it has also affected her. He elaborates that in Rodlan, there are 2 mid-level bosses, including Karen. Recalling the in-game scenario, where only one boss obtained Kushane, and since the other boss hasn't made their move yet, he deduces Karen as the likely culprit. Concerned for Diene's well-being, Andreas advises her to leave promptly, addressing the entity that has possessed her. Diene, seemingly unaware, questions Andreas about his cryptic remarks. Internally debating whether to reveal the master's true name, Andreas decides to take the chance. Uttering Kushain, Diene's expression contorts in shock or terror, providing Andreas the opportunity to strike the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. Vivian catches Diene as she falls, and Andreas hopes his actions have succeeded. Moments later, Diene regains consciousness, prompting Andreas to inquire if she has returned to her senses. With a hand on her forehead and eyes closed, Diene asks about her whereabouts. Suddenly, Andreas questions if she recognizes him. Opening her eyes, she utters, "Huh? You're Andreas, right?" She questions why he's posing such a silly question. Andreas responds, revealing that it was a perilous situation. She had been possessed by a spirit. Vivian chimes in, affirming that Andreas was the one who rescued her. Diene admits to having a faint recollection of encountering him during her possession. Andreas suggests leaving the building for now. Outside, Diene apologizes for causing trouble, but Andreas dismisses it, inquiring if she volunteered as an assistant investigator. Diene answered affirmatively, saying that it's because she was curious. It's not every day you get to research spirits after all. So that's when Professor Karen asked her to join him. Inwardly, Andreas says that explains it all. He speculates that Karen's offers are just bait. He lured Diene to be possessed by a spirit. Since Diene was probably so focused on her sorcery thag, she let her guard down, letting Karen summon a spirit to possess her. That coward. He's getting bolder, Andreas inwardly dazed. He then asks Diene if she knows where Professor Karen went to. Diene answered by saying that, if she isn't wrong, Karen said that he's going to look for the main body. Inwardly, Andreas speculates that Karen must be in the sealing place, so we have to hurry and reach Karen before it's too late. Meanwhile, a huge statue is seen surrounded by 4 dead corpses. probably sacrifices placed in each corners of the statue, while Karen stood near, grinning that he did it. As he says that, a huge alien-looking monster spirit gets out of the statue, and then with a menacing expression Karen inwardly says that all that's left is to get rid of Andreas. Meanwhile, Andreas, accompanied by Diene, dashed through the woods. Andreas thanked her for joining him, to which she replied not to worry and expressed her willingness to help. Internally, Andreas acknowledged bringing her along because he lacked valid excuses to leave her behind. However, he wondered if this decision was wise, fearing that not only would he be unable to use his summon, but a misstep might reveal his connection to Karen. Contemplating his judgment after a sleepless night, he pondered the idea of crafting an excuse to send her back. Suddenly they halted, confronted by other students, seemingly possessed by spirits. Vivian inquired if this was Professor Karen's doing, and Andreas confirmed it, explaining that these individuals were Karen's former students. When asked why a professor would do such a thing, Andreas remained silent. Urgently, he asked Vivian if she could subdue them without causing harm, as time was of the essence for him to confront the professor. With determination, she agreed, promising to follow him shortly. Internally, Andreas wished she wouldn't follow so he could unleash his full strength against Karen. Departing, he entrusted the task to her. Suddenly, someone prepared a magical attack on Andreas, but Vivian swiftly intercepted and blocked it. As Andreas left, he glanced back, expressing relief at separating from her, yet lingering anxiety that she might kill rather than restrain the possessed students. With no other choice, he conceded that he had to trust her not to cause harm, at least for the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a breathtaking palette of vibrant oranges, the lush green trees mirrored this ethereal hue. Simultaneously, the mountains basked in the soft glow of the sun's farewell, creating a scene where nature itself seemed to be illuminated by the graceful touch of dusk. Sorry, I got carried away there. Abruptly, a resounding roar echoed, emanating from the colossal monster that Karen had just unleashed. Amidst his laughter, he declared satisfaction, asserting absolute control over the monstrous entity. However, a sudden intuition prompted him to pivot swiftly, erecting a bone wall to shield against an impending attack. Struggling momentarily, Karen successfully thwarted the assault. On closer inspection, he recognized the assailant as Andreas, prompting him to inquire about the unexpected presence. Internally, Andreas had assumed he'd act swiftly, but the abnormally rapid unsealing time and the peculiar magic enveloping Karen proved him wrong. Noticing the Peldarine crystal in Karen's possession, Andreas recalled Jester having it in the game, leading him to conclude Jester's involvement. Karen, indignant, questioned the audacity of the attack, but dismissed it, as he intended to seek and eliminate Andreas regardless. Expressing his surprise, Andreas admitted he hadn't anticipated a small timer like Karen successfully manipulating DNA with a spirit possession. Karen's expression shifted upon hearing these words from his disciple, but abruptly he burst into giggles, leaving Andreas bewildered. Sporting a sinister grin, Karen accused Andreas of insolence in his address to his master. Confidently, he asserted the correctness of his decision to take Andreas under his wing. Revealing a hidden knowledge, Karen disclosed that he had covertly overheard a conversation between Andreas's father and his own master, Morn, in the past. In their chat, Andreas's dad mentioned, if he were to cultivate it, it could reshape the very essence of dark magic or even the entire world. Morn replied, indeed, quite a formidable prospect. Karen speculated that Andreas's change in demeanor might stem from possessing the coveted item his dad and Morn spoke of, or knowing how to wield it. Internally, Andreas never imagined that someone like Karen was privy to such information. Karen pressed on, expressing his desire for Andreas to unveil the legacy left by Cromwell, to which Andreas playfully retorted, "How dull." He mused about expecting something grand, only to find out Karen was scheming to rob a kid. With a grin, Andreas opened portals, summoning Nickel and Timur, prepared for battle. Karen was astonished to realize that the fearsome undead tiger was Lord Timur, the body Andreas acquired from the congregation. He is shocked that Andreas can control a high-rank undead already. Back to his grin, he inwardly says that as long as he has the Peldarine crystal with him, he cannot lose. He then tells Andreas to remember who his master is. Andreas answers that he didn't learn anything from him, but as the saying goes, the student outshines the master. Suddenly, Karen lifts his hand, and a pink-red aura in an orb shape levitates on his hand. He then laughs out loud, saying that Andreas is really an insolent brat. And then all of his undead soldiers get summoned. His undead monsters contain zombies, skeletons, death knights, and flesh zombies. Inwardly, Andreas says that Kushain is buffing all of Karen's summons. Preparing himself, Andreas declares he's had enough of Karen, severing ties with him then and there. Smirking, Karen challenges him to try, revealing his plan to kill Andreas and claim his father's legacy. He ominously adds that he intends to reanimate Andreas's corpse as his slave once the deed is done. Meanwhile, Vivian grapples with possessed students while holding the entire bakery behind her. Internally, she acknowledges the urgency of catching up to Andreas. Despite her efforts to restrain the students, they persistently rise, now injured due to her attempts. Contemplating the option of ending them, she recalls Andreas's directive to subdue without harm. Regaining focus, she asserts that Mr. Fairy wouldn't want her to resort to killing. As a student charges up a magic attack, Vivian skillfully blocks it. Another assailant approaches from the side, prompting her recollection of Andreas mentioning a spell before freeing DNA from possession. With a blush and a smile, she deftly appears behind the oncoming student, affirming she remembers it. With a formidable strike to the student's neck, she utters, "Kushain." Observing the aftermath, she glances at the fallen student, pondering whether the impact was too severe or if the uttered word was wrong. Still contemplating, she shifts her attention to a girl preparing a magical assault. Swiftly, she dashes towards her, delivering a forceful kick to her face, saying, "Kushween!" Progressing through the students, she alternates kicks and punches while attempting to articulate Andreas's word, "Pushain, Kuchain, Kyusain, Kugin." Amidst the relentless onslaught, she realizes this approach might lead to unintended consequences, admitting to herself that continuing could result in her killing everyone. After musing, she suggests, maybe the word Andreas mentioned is Kushain. Upon uttering it, the students' expressions contort, eyes widening, and spectral forms emerge from their bodies. Realizing its effectiveness, she declares that her task now is simply to beat them up. As the spirits began to emerge from the students because Vivian uttered the word Kushain, she didn't hesitate and dashed towards them, inwardly determined to end this before they could do anything strange. However, the spirits seemed unfazed. They even appeared to be laughing at her. As she got closer to them with that giat, the spirits dispersed, shocking Vivian. Her eyes widened as they surrounded her, leaving her feeling confused. Suddenly they started speaking, asking her what she was hiding. It seemed like she had become possessed by them. The spirits continued, saying, "Either way, she will be thrown out because, after all, it's her fate to be discarded again." Vivian started crying, her face turning red as the spirits continued, stating that for her to cling to life is unsightly. Suddenly, she felt like a child as the spirits continued, saying that she had placed her trust in a stranger when even her own mother had cast her away. Suddenly the spirits brought forth a traumatizing memory involving her mother, her own mother expressing disappointment, stating she had hoped for a son and wishing she had never given birth to Vivian. These memories felt like a growing weight of disappointment as the spirit continued by declaring that her very existence was a misfortune and that everyone around her would perish because of her. Then, it told her, why don't you just quietly die off alone? In a sorrowful twist of events, the spirit's illusions and words seeped into her consciousness. She held her sword close to her neck and inquired if Mr. Fairy would be safe if she disappeared. The spirit assured her with a promise. Vivian's eyes appeared lifeless, yet the word promise stirred a memory of her pinky promise with Andreas, a pledge to always watch over him. This recollection, so potent and pure, shattered her possession, and she regained consciousness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, skeletons crumbled under the assault of Timur and Nickel. Andreas did not remain idle. He joined the fray alongside them. The professor too was embroiled in battle, bolstering his summons with the red crystal, questioning how far Andreas could persevere with only Timur and Nickel. Abruptly, Kushain unleashed a colossal beam, enhanced by the professor's red crystal. Andreas had no recourse but to halt his current actions and summon his giant undead, Rudol. Yet before the attack could land, a massive hand emerged from a portal, punching Kushain's head and halting its assault. Bewildered, the professor pondered the intervention. Suddenly, Andreas called Timur and informed him that he would entrust this big opponent to him. Timur was born straight from the streets, so he was ready to give this mucus-looking undead a low taper fade. Andreas, however, wasn't finished. He also directed Nickel to clear out the mooks and get into hiding, while he himself would confront the adversary. With their instructions clear, Timur wasted no time and immediately engaged the formidable foe. Andreas inwardly decides that instead of wasting his mana on inefficient Rudos, he'll go straight for Karen and steal his Peldarine crystal. Leaping over Timur and Karen's summons, Andreas realizes he must finish the fight before anyone notices. Suddenly, Kushain starts roaring in anger, while Karen laughs, claiming there's no way Kushain could lose to such an attack. Just as Andreas menacingly moves to slice Karen from behind, Kushain blocks Andreas's attack, saving Karen from a miserable demise. Karen, full of confidence, laughs, asking Andreas if he truly thinks he's a match for an ancient magical beast. Inwardly, Andreas acknowledges that using the deadly sins here might make it easier, but greed has its backlash, and sloth is still on cooldown. He then remarks that Karen seems to like antiques, mentioning the ancient beast he possesses, asking him to recall the big arm from earlier. Shocked, Karen wonders if the arm was from a giant and where Andreas acquired it. With a smirk, Andreas warns Karen that next time he'll crush his head, aiming to taunt him as much as possible. However, Karen remains unfazed, grinning and challenging Andreas to try it if he can. Suddenly, Andreas's eyes widen as he notices a red magic circle forming under him, followed by a huge red explosion where he stood. As blood spattered everywhere, Karen laughed menacingly, thinking he had won. But his smile faded as he saw Andreas in the air, unfazed by the attack. Karen wondered how this was possible. As Andreas landed on the ground in front of Karen and Kushain, he noticed the attack was vampire blood magic. He wondered if he wasn't affected by it, because of the time the vampire had bitten him on the neck. Now he see why Karen was studying Angela's blood. Karen had many questions, asking in anger how he had survived that high-rank blood magic. Andreas just grinned at him and answered, "Who knows? Maybe thanks to Angela Lucifer's gift." Those words shocked Karen as he exclaimed, "Don't tell me it was you who let that vampire escape." Andreas just smirked in response, saying, "My bad. Maybe you should treat your pupil nicer." Karen's anger burst forth, his face contorting as he shouted Andreas's name in anger and with killing intent. Suddenly a huge attack came towards Andreas, but with swiftness, he managed to dodge it. Karen's madness was evident as he continued shouting at Andreas, berating him for ruining his one-in-a-lifetime chance. Kushain's punches were relentless as they continued to attack Andreas, who managed to dodge them. Glancing back, Andreas noticed that it seemed the Nickel had managed to hide. Seeing an opening, Andreas swung his sword towards Karen, but luckily for him, Kushain managed to block Andreas's attack. Andreas's attacks shocked Karen as he inwardly acknowledged that this brat was more skilled with a sword than he had thought. Suddenly, Andreas appeared behind him, ready to end his life. But just as he poised to strike, Kushain swung his massive fist toward Andreas. The blow was powerful enough to make Andreas bleed and send him flying back. In a swift and clean motion, a hand flew through the air. It was Karen's hand, severed from his body by Nickel. Karen didn't initially notice the loss, but when he did, his eyes widened as he processed what had just happened. Meanwhile, Andreas giggled, and Karen's scream of pain echoed through the entire forest. Karen's screams grew louder and louder as Andreas congratulated Nickel for a job well done. Suddenly, Karen noticed the crystal on the floor, and Kushain started screaming with all its might. This was a bad sign, because Kushain's control was cut, and without the crystal, it could not be controlled. Understanding this, Karen leapt towards the crystal with the goal of regaining control over Kushain. However, a crunching sound echoed, shocking Andreas. His shock stemmed from the realization that Kushain had eaten the lower part of Karen's body, leaving him lifeless on the ground. As Kushain directed its gaze towards Andreas, he swiftly instructed Nickel to grab Kushain's attention while he attempted to recover the crystal. Unfortunately, Kushain, intelligent enough to recognize the crystal as the source of control, decided to break it into pieces, freeing itself from any manipulation. With the demise of the crystal, the buff that empowered Karen's undead army dissipated. Kushain then charged up a massive beam attack from its mouth, prompting Andreas to shout at Nickel and Timur to dodge. A huge explosion ensued, though Andreas managed to evade the attack. However, he was suddenly seized by Kushan, shocking him. As Kushain lifted Andreas into the air, Nickel and Timur were determined to save their master. They dashed towards Kushain, but it effortlessly swept them away. Just when all seemed lost, the one and only Vivian arrived and slashed Kushain's hand that held Andreas. Andreas was shocked to see Vivian. As he started falling, Vivian focused all her attention on him, trying to save him from plummeting. Completely unguarded against Kushain while helping her Mr. Fairy, she forgot that a giant mystical creature loomed behind her. Andreas warned her to watch out, but it was too late. Kushain struck her, sending her flying onto a rock. Andreas looked worried, shouting her name, but luckily our boy Timur was on duty and managed to catch her before she hit the boulder. Seeing that she appeared unharmed, Andreas sighed with relief and redirected his attention to Kushain. With no time to worry, Andreas opened the undead portal, wishing he had done more research before using the deadly sin. But he had no choice. The system informed him that the original sin had detected greed and asked if he wanted to use it. Internally, Andreas contemplated that it was better than ending up dead, so he decided to use it. Vivian slowly woke up, her eyes widening as she saw her Mr. Fairy standing firm in front of the gigantic monster. Vivian looked like she was about to cry, while Andreas's face twisted into that of a demon king. The fight began, Andreas laughing as he called Kushain a filthy ancient beast. While attacking, he declared he would turn it into an undead and make it his slave. His giggles and grins could make a person think he was the Joker. He swung a powerful downward strike at Kushain, but it managed to block it and sent Andreas flying backward. Now Andreas knew that Kushain had an absolute defense that only reacted to perceived attacks. In other words, surprise attacks worked best on Kushain. He then instructed Nickel to act as bait, to which Nickel swiftly complied and started attacking Kushain. Observing the battle, Vivian noticed that Nickel was undead. She lifted her eyes and glanced at Timur, who was holding her. Seeing his cuteness, she uttered, "Mr. Cat," in confusion. As Kushain was distracted by Nickel from the front, Andreas sneaked up from behind, wearing a menacing grin, ready to deliver a surprise attack. He stabbed it right in the arse, causing it to scream in pain. Andreas then announced his intention to turn it into an undead, but suddenly received a system notification stating, "The sealed sword, Galaxur, has detected the blood of an ancient magical beast." It went on to mention that the sword was beginning to absorb Kushain's blood. Confused, Andreas looked at the sword inside Kushain, witnessing it absorbing the blood. The system continued, warning that the Gree active duration was ending and a backslash was incoming. Suddenly, blood spewed out from Andreas's mouth, alarming Vivian, who called out his name. As Andreas fell, Kushain's body started glowing, as the sword continued to absorb it. With Andreas on the floor after his fall, Timur and Vivian rushed towards him, while Kushain was being drained dry. The suction was so intense that Kushain began evaporating, while Vivian clung to Andreas, prepared to protect him. A notification appeared stating that the blood of the ancient magical beast had released Galaxur's first seal. Inwardly, Andreas remarked that he never thought the blood of such a creature would be the key to unsealing Galaxur. As Kushane's body started to completely evaporate, Viviane asked if it was over. Suddenly, Andreas apologized to her for putting her in danger. However, she simply smiled and reassured him that it was okay, as long as he was safe. Andreas also apologized for concealing his true identity from her, to which she responded that she didn't mind because regardless of who he is, he remains her Mr. Fairy. Those words brought a smile to our boy's face, prompting him to wonder if anyone had ever placed such complete trust in him before. It felt good. The next day in the Colosseum, the 111th opening ceremony of Rodlan Academy commenced. A man named Luis Artman, ranking first in his class, was called to the podium. The speaker continued praising Luis Artman for his academic excellence and good conduct. This is where the game truly begins. So far, Andreas has managed to survive despite his lack of information. Although the number of people he has to protect has increased, it also gives him strength. From this point onward, as major events unfold, he will face them all because the war for the deadly sins is just beginning.